Yeah, at the moment we've got a huge failure. Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that better? Okay, brilliant.
I haven't gone through any content. Okay.
At the moment, we only have one microphone. Yeah. How do you want me to call you guys? Kind of weird when people are like, Robert, and then it's like, no, but my actual name's James.
I know exactly what you mean.
Can anyone hear anything?
Oh, I haven't got talk back on.
What channel are we on, Anna? I can't hear anything.
Are you on one?
Maybe go on 3.
Three. Yeah, 3.
There we go, yeah. I'm gonna hand the mics rather than just being like.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Pass the parcel. Okay.
Yeah, just yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nice white shoes.
At least you haven't got Jason wandering in front of the screen this week, eh?
I said that to Kevin and he did not look happy.
Careful, cheer up.
Right, we've got 5 minutes to face off. Maybe ask me one question and then tell me to fuck off.
Hustle and Swift.
Swiftly hustle.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hustley Swift. 6 games today, determined seedings.
Well, yeah.
Good morning, happy Sunday, and welcome back to round 2 of The Fly. It's a glorious day here, guys. I'm excited. We are starting off with an epic men's game to kickstart a glorious day. It's Team Hustle versus Team Swift. Guys, what are our predictions for the opening game?
Oh, predictions. I mean, it's really hard to predict this tournament because at the moment we've seen games literally go down to the wire. Everyone's been very evenly matched in terms of what they can actually do with ball in hand and how they move across the pitch. So this game's going to go either way, but I think the team that really needs to come out on top is Hustle. They've got a point to prove, really. 1-1, lost 1 last week. You know, they need to make that 2 wins if they want to really push for that championship title.
Ooh. And Chris, I mean, we saw beautiful lacrosse last week, but who do you think is going to win today out of these two teams?
Well, it's hard to say. Yeah, last week we had sunshine, we had suspense, and we had epic Sixes Lacrosse. And I'm hopeful we're going to have more of that today. I think, again, echoing what James just said, I think Hustle probably are the ones that need to win this. They won 1, lost 1 last week, but same for Swift. They've played 1, they've lost 1, so for them, both teams it's a must-win game, which makes it exciting.
Exactly. Must win because everybody wants to be one of the top seeds going into round 3, the final round, in 2 Sundays' time. But I know we are just moments away from from kickoff. So, James, we're going to let you go. Get yourselves prepared because you're our commentary man for today. We have our sun cream on. We're ready. We're prepared for some glorious British weather. So if you're around, if you want to come down, head down to Rosslyn Park. Oh, the spectators are coming out. It's going to be great, isn't it, Chris?
Oh, it's going to be glorious. Like I said, last week was absolutely incredible. We've got the glorious sunshine again, and hopefully we'll have just as good action. I mean, like, we had red cards last week. We had last-second goals. We had suspense, and it was end-to-end action. I absolutely loved it. And you loved it. It was your first tournament, wasn't it?
It was. Oh, my God. And like you said, we had so many close games last week that came down to the wire. Literally goals, and then the whistle went. And, I'm hoping we have some more of that today. But, yeah, some great fans have come down already. So I think it's going to be an epic Sunday, don't you?
I do. And it's the last week of group games. You know, these will determine the seedings for finals day, which is, like you said, in 2 weeks' time. So a lot of the teams, 1 or 2 are already through. Rise have played 2-1-2, so then they can rest on the laurels and the men, and the same for Hustle and the women. They've played 2, they've won 2, but a lot of these teams, it's must win. So it's going to be sort of do or die action all day.
Oof. And interesting though, because I know we're starting off with the men's game, but what's your kind of feeling on the women's side of things? Who do you think is going to come out on top? Early prediction from you. Yeah.
Well, I think Forge had a disappointing week 1. They were reigning champions last year and they lost 2 from 2. So for them, they're kind of out of the top 2 seedings, but Hustle looked incredible. You know, Julie Wise leading from the front, and she scored that last-minute winner. So I think they'll be the ones to watch today, and then it's between Swift and Rise to claim that second place. So.
And Julie Wise, I mean, she played phenomenal lacrosse last week. I know, trying to be unbiased, but the women's hustle, it was great lacrosse to watch. But I think we are getting ever closer. So why don't we hand over to the guys in commentary and get prepared for an epic game to kickstart round 2. All good? Oh. Okay, we handed over things a bit too early, not a problem. But okay, so let's talk about some of these fans and stuff, because there were some new people that came down last week who actually had never seen a game of lacrosse before. What would you say, obviously, to people maybe watching? This might be their first time watching Sixes as well. So do you want to give people maybe just a quick overview about what to expect and what makes it different from, say, mainstream lacrosse?
Yeah, I think just to put it in a nutshell, it's more exciting, it's faster paced, it's more action. It's a proposed Commonwealth and Olympic format. You know, they're trying to get this into future Olympic Games, and for me, coming down and watching it, just how end to end it is. There's drama, like I said, we had red cards. We had 2 games that were literally decided by the last throw of the ball, you know, last second goals. It was incredible. So anyone who's watching, get on down here. It's a beautiful day. There's a bar open. You know, you can have a few pints, enjoy yourself in the sunshine. What more could you ask for on a sunny Sunday?
Oh, you took the words right out of my mouth. What more could you ask for? And I think we also have some little fan things happening today. So stay tuned, because that should be really fun, getting people involved. I think it's beat the goalie and a couple of other things as well. So that should be fun. Hey, I might have a good crack at it as well. Pad me up, get me in the goal, which should be funny to watch. There'll be some bloopers, I'm sure, there. But yeah, I mean, what else can we say about today? Obviously, you know, epic lacrosse. We've got some, hopefully, more fan stuff will be coming down. It is still quite early in the morning, so, you know, we'll give people the benefit of the doubt so far. But, you know, like you said as well, this format of lacrosse we're watching is going to be at the Olympics and the Commonwealth Games and stuff. And it's great to see the players getting so hyped and so involved in it as well.
Yeah, I think for them it's a different format. It's something different from their schedule, and they get to play with people they never played before. You know, a lot of these squads come together last minute. They're playing with people from all over the country, sometimes from different places. So I think for them it's an opportunity to blend, to mix, to grow, learn from each other, and also develop as players as well as humans. So.
And I think as well, like you just said there, obviously, this is an opportunity to give the players a chance to play with people they wouldn't normally play with. And I love that. I love the vibe and the atmosphere that you're seeing from these teams and how well they're gelling together as well. That was something really exciting that we saw last week. Just seeing great energy and great vibes and stuff coming out of them.
Yeah, I think they got a lot more freedom in this game. You know, there's not as much pressure. Yes, they want to win, but for them it's about coming together, enjoying it, and just playing the most exciting brand of lacrosse that they can.
Ah, beautiful. So over to commentary. Let's go for game 1.
Both sides
beautiful setting and surrounding that is Roslyn Park. And we are soon to get underway here once again with fast sixes actions for all to enjoy. And there in the middle for the Hustle side, Nathan Wilkinson ready for that draw. And for Swift in the middle, it's Luke Mills-Doig. And we are moments away still from starting here. The draw about to take place in the middle, as I've said already, between Wilkinson and Mills-Doig. Mills-Doig recently married as well, so congratulations to Luke Mills-Doig. And will it be more cause for celebration today for his Swift side if they can start off the second day of events with a win? And we are underway. Great fight there from Wilkinson to start. But Mills-Doig is really coming back now, and it is Swift that will come away with it through Mills-Doig. And he'll get their first attack started. That draw is always some of the most important moments in lacrosse, especially in sixes, when you want to have as much time on the ball as possible with the limited action that you actually get with a 30-second shot clock as well. Good first shot going in there for Swift. A rebound shot, and that one goes straight into the back of the net. Dan Jones scoring for the Swift side. Fantastic work there from the Swift number 6. And so Hustle are the ones that are going to need to hustle. And they're going to need to get something back quickly, and that one doesn't find the back of the net. Instead, is very well defended by the Swift keeper. Matt Goddard there, standing strong, making himself big and tall and known to this Hustle side on the pitch from the get-go. So can Swift now capitalise on this? Can they increase their lead to 2? It would be a huge moment so early on in the game as well. Lovely bit of footwork going in. He just to try and find a teammate at the moment, Dan Jones. And he seems to have done that now. Ooh, really close shot going in there from Sam Burgess. Just slightly wide of the mark, though, from the Swift number 12. And it gives Hustle an opportunity to attack out from the back. And here come Hustle now, attacking forwards, pressing on that Swift goal. They need to get a response of their own quickly, because you don't want momentum to just completely from defence into attack there from Flesk.
Yeah, he's got some real speed there, and you're going to see that on some of the younger guys, right? The guys that are still at university, guys that are still just recently out of the youth program. They've got that youth, they've got that speed, and that's, you know, a huge benefit in sixes that some of these older guys may not naturally have as much. Something that's been interesting for me.
Oh, great goal going in there for the Swift side. Dan Jones, really good footwork from the number 6 for Swift. I was getting all tongue-tied because I just couldn't believe what had happened in front of me, Charlie.
And it's like you read my mind, right? It's fascinating to see Daniel Jones take a much more kind of aggressive stance this week. I think I was surprised that he wasn't maybe taking as many shots as I'd expected last week. He's just come back from a year playing D1 college ball at High Point. So really fantastic player who's getting some really fantastic training and reps at the moment. It's nice to see him really taking the lead on the offensive side of the ball for Swift at the moment.
Well, Swift currently have a 3-goal lead, almost extended to 4 there, because it's currently 5-2 in favour of those boys in blue. And Hustle managing to get away without conceding another goal there. But really, all the momentum is with Swift right now, so especially Drew Wilkinson, the number 77 in this attack now. He's got to muster something together, because we're in the final minute of the first quarter.
Yeah, and that final goal before a quarter has a really big effect on the complexion of the game, right? There's a big difference between a 3 and a 4-goal lead. I know that sounds silly, but going in 4 down has a real impact to it that's going to affect how you go into that second quarter. So if whoever can score a goal here has the opportunity to either really put the first half out of reach or kind of take control back of the game.
Well, that one's rolled out, but it will stay in possession of Swift. And so that attack is now over, though, because they went for the shot. It was optimistic, another long-range one. Is that all right to do in the early stages? We've got 10 seconds left in this first quarter. Long-range shots, do you encourage them?
I think that may have been a wayward pass. It did look a little bit like a shot. I think he tried to feed that in low to his guy on the crease, just mishandled there.
Well, there is the sound of the klaxon to end the first quarter. It means the teams will have a little bit of a break, time to talk to themselves, time to talk to each other and get the coaches involved in a discussion on how they're going to proceed going forwards in this game. I think it's fair to say the conversation in Hustle won't be as positive as the conversation in Swift's huddle.
Yeah, I think that's definitely reflective reality there. 3 goals is an interesting gap in lacrosse, right? Because it's very surmountable, but just where it starts being a real lead, right? Once 3 turns into 4 or 5, like we were saying, that's when you really start to have to change how you're playing. 3 is manageable, but it's really where you need to take the opportunity to seize control back of the game. I think Matt Goddard has done an amazing job up in the net for Swift, meaning that it's really difficult to kind of mount that counter-attack. You know, if you need to get 2 good chances for every single goal, that becomes a lot more difficult. For Swift, I think the similar thing is true, right? They're having some great chances, generating some really great offense. It may just be a matter of finishing a little bit more precisely, cleaning up some of those wayward passes like we saw there at the end of the first quarter.
Tell you who I do miss seeing on the ball for Hustle, Hugo Peel. 7 goals last week. 7 goals.
Unbelievable. Is he away this week trying to give someone else a chance to catch up?
Well, we've not seen him in action yet today. So whether this is tactical by Hustle, they want to see the wider depth of their squad, or they feel confident enough in the likes of the ability of Drew Wilkinson, of Nathan Wilkinson. 5 goals between the two of them. Alex Russell with 9 goals last week as well. I mean, do you just constantly get those 3 on the ball and constantly force them to be up as high as possible? Because really, they've got to throw the kitchen sink at this now. Swift have come firing out the blocks, and they need to match them.
It's absolutely true. I think it's an interesting dynamic because the talent density in this league is so high. With only 4 teams, even after you get past those big names, the team icons, the captains, there's still so much talent in these rosters. And with the dynamic being 2 weeks of play-ins just for seeding, it means that I think you're seeing lots of teams take those major guys out, throw different guys in, really get a sense of the roster and how people play. Because really what they're still doing is feeling themselves out for how they're going to play a championship weekend in 2 weeks.
Well, Swift have got 2 games to play today. Hustle just the 1, just this match here this morning. So their day will be done at the full-time klaxon. And do you think that plays into the hands of Swift? They had 1 game last week to try and blow out the cobwebs. Obviously, they lost, unfortunately, but only by 2 goals to the reigning champions, the Rise side that are going for 3 straight successive championships. And so today is really an opportunity to gel well together as a team. 2 big games, win them both, get through to that final, potentially to face Rise again, and then they could really take it to them, couldn't they?
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting dynamic that some games have the 1 first and then the 2, and some have it the other way around. I'm with you. I'm leaning towards 1 game first day being stronger, get the cobwebs out, a lot of time to plan before your big 2 game day this weekend.
Well, Hustle won that draw there in the middle, and they get the first attack, but Swift were able to close Hugo Peel down very quickly, and that's the danger man that we mentioned we want to see more of, and he's straight onto the pitch for the Hustle side.
Yeah, great bit of offense there. Really good individual effort. You have to question whether the rest of his team are doing enough to get free for him. Really, what he wants to be doing is drawing defensive pressure there and then feeding up to someone with a better angle to shoot from.
Massive shot going in from Drew Wilkinson. Very, very optimistic. That had a lot of power behind it. But again, it's a long-range effort. These don't come off very often in lacrosse. Is it still too early to be doing stuff like that, or do you really encourage it from a Hustle standpoint?
I think it's interesting, right? So shooting early in the shot clock can be great.
Oh, great score going in there for the Hustle side. That's exactly what they needed to do at the beginning of this second quarter, and it's the captain stepping up to the mark. Alex Russell firing in for another score. His tally just keeps going up in terms of goals.
Just keeps going up. And that's the same thing you just said a minute ago, right? Is shooting early in that shot clock can be good because while you haven't maybe generated as much offense, you are also catching the defense unsettled.
Well, there's Swift's response. Swiftly responding, you might say. Responding instantly, pretty much. Taylor Harrison for those boys in blue.
Yeah, that's a great goal too. A really powerful finish, just kind of near side.
Oh, another optimistic long-range effort. A lot of power going behind these shots for Hustle at the moment. And that one coming courtesy of Elliot Bickerton.
Yeah, if you're Hustle right now, I think you probably want to think about eating a bit more clock, really getting a good shot, a really good feed into something close range. You can see Matt Goddard's really hot at the minute. He's really feeling himself. The last thing you want to do is give the other team's goalie an opportunity to get hot, get into his rhythm, and start feeling really comfortable with those kind of mid-range shots.
Well, here comes Swift now on the counter, getting the goal as well. Brilliant, brilliant work from that Swift side, and swiftly responding for them was George Schonfield.
That's excellent. It's shots like that that you're going to start seeing them close the gap. That was really great transition work. Just think how quickly the ball leaves Matt Goddard's stick and then it's already in genuine threatening position for Swift. That's something that's going to be so essential to Sixes' victory, and I'm great they're seeing that now. Good
save going in there from Goddard. The keeper is on fire, as you've already said, in this game. He's really getting into his rhythm, really starting to fire on all cylinders. Swift just taking their time with this most recent attack, though. They haven't exactly got the biggest of buffers. You want it to be 5, and that's exactly what they were going for, but it just remains Hustle 3, Swift 7.
Yeah, I think early in the game, still within the first half, I think you're happy to take those shots. Once we get on the other side of halftime, that's when you might start seeing them eating a bit more clock, eking out that 4-5 goal lead, see how much they can really push it.
Here comes Wilkinson. Just wide of the mark, but showing really good physicality there to get Hustle in a threatening position with Daniel Flisk.
Yeah, I really like that he's tried something different.
Time and time again, Charlie. Time and time again.
Yeah, I like the way, again, he tried to really muscle himself through to the middle. What we're seeing right now is those mid-range shots. Oh, great save.
Oh, we almost saw another score going in there for the Swift side, and flying up the pitch for them was Taylor Harrison. So Harrison getting really close for a score of his own. That pass isn't exactly what Hustle would have wanted, but Swift weren't able to properly intercept that, and so they still come forwards now. And can they find an opening that gives them another score? Ooh, that was a bit of a physical defence there. Aggressive use of a stick, but, oh, well. The ball is with Swift.
I think Stash has called a moving pick there. I can't, for the life of me, work out why, but I think that's probably that's a moving screen, right? In the same way you might get in basketball, you got to stay really stationary when you're doing that offensive movement to block a defender. I think they've called movement on that.
That was a really good score for the Swift side. Great, great work. That's Albert Whitehead making the shot that matters for the Swift team.
And that's where you're starting to see that real box influence on Swift team come into play, right? Albert Whitehead's a vice captain for England Box. He plays a huge amount of indoor lacrosse. Him and Taylor Harrison were both on the team that won the European Championships for England just last summer, right? That close range, using each other's bodies, using those picks and screens to get in, finish in very tight space on a goalkeeper. Those are the kind of finishes we're seeing work. And on the other hand, it's those kind of more field style, mid-range, powerful shots that are going on down this end. And that's what Matt Goddard feels really comfortable stopping at the moment. So maybe we're going to see, I think, Hustle come out of this timeout wanting to play a bit more of that worked offense, generating really high percentage shots, because they're just not beating the Swift keeper right now from mid-range.
Well, Hustle have still got a mountain to climb. They currently trail 3-8 here in the first game of day 2 of the Fly 2023. The second week here at Roslyn Park in the beautiful west side of London.
And it is beautiful, eh? Very much sunshine earlier, cooled down a little bit now, but still just a lovely place to be. A really lovely environment. It's nice to see some fans here already, even for the first game of the day.
Do you know why it's cooled down? It's because I put my sun cream on for once. That's exactly why it's gone all cold. Apologies to all those coming to Roslyn Park today. If you are coming to Roslyn Park today, do get excited. Come down and watch some fantastic lacrosse. And for all of you tuning in at home, thank you very much for tuning in to see Game 1 of Day 2 of the Fly 2023 in the beautiful west of London. And I wonder what the West Side story will be today. Don't laugh too hard at that one, Charlie.
No, I liked it. I thought it was pretty good. That was a great save there from Rio Tamura. I think, we're talking so much about Goddard.
Hang on. This is looking really dangerous from Hustle. And I told you, it was looking dangerous. It looked like a goal, and it was a goal for Daniel Flisk.
Yeah, really great bit of transition. Again, you're just seeing that speed really come into play. He moves so fast. He's a really strong finisher. He's not the kind of person you can let behind the rest of your defense.
Well, we'll be saying his name time and time again as Hustle look to close the deficit between themselves and the Swift side. And Swift now with Jones. What can he do with a bit of space? Went for a little bit of a bounce shot there, but it's bounced over Tamura and out of bounds. So that's the end of the Swift attack.
Yeah, interesting dynamic at play here is that Rio Tamura is the goalkeeper for the Hustle today. Obviously, Hal Dwobeng probably... Oh, yeah, he's not made the appearance today. So interesting to see Rio stepping up, probably getting more minutes in this competition than he thought he'd get. But interesting to see him really, really performing well so far.
Really good goal going in for Hustle once more. And that means the score stands at Hustle 5, Swift 8, as we count down towards the final 2 minutes in the second quarter, the final 2 minutes of this first half. And that a good score for Swift. So just as I clarified the score, they end up extending their lead once again, and they need to get it to that 4-point buffer you mentioned last week.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting kind of fulcrum in games of lacrosse, and that's exactly why you have guys like Corey Carver on the team. He's played college in the States, he's played in very, very high-stress situations. He's the kind of guy you can rely on for a goal exactly when you need it.
I tell you what, another one you can rely on for a goal when you need it, Hugo Peel. Fantastic work from the Hustle 7. Great for the individual efforts, but just a great asset for the team.
Yeah, I think last week this commentary was almost sponsored by Hugo Peel, and you can see him have an amazing finish again. Just like that was Corey Carver at the other end answering once again. Interesting to see he was maybe a little bit more relaxed at the start of the game, really revving up now, ready to take the ball and go and score by himself.
Well, we said time and time again, this is end-to-end stuff, so it's no surprise there that Corey Carver was able to instantly respond.
Yeah, really great stuff. And I don't know if you're starting to hear a bit of frustration, as I am, from the Hustle bench now. Maybe just a little bit of concern around the shot selection and the angles. With this kind of deficit in goals, it's always tempting to start shooting earlier in the clock. What you really want to be doing is upping your conversion on every possession, right? So we're probably going to see, after the halftime, an opportunity to chill out, a lot more kind of high conversion chances.
Well, with 30 seconds left on the clock in this first half, in the second quarter, Hugo Peel with a huge shot from long range, going in for Hustle, closing that gap down once again. And less than 20 seconds remain now, so Swift surely will see out this shot clock and look to play out the rest of this second quarter. But we've got a timeout call here.
It's a really sensible timeout, I think. Again,
Right on the stroke of half-time?
We talk around the gaps, right? And how that 3 to 4 goal difference is such a big gap. 14 seconds now, if you're Swift. If you can go into that halftime 4 goals up versus 3, I think that's a really efficient use of the timeout. Settle the boys down, call a high percentage play, really make sure they make the most of this 14 seconds. You can think about this game in terms of possessions, and this is a possession that really, really counts. So taking the timeout to make the most of it, I think makes a lot of sense.
Is this going to be the sort of moment where we see a training ground move? Picture-perfect training ground move, curated by Coach Ravi.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see something drawn up here. You're going to see, one of the players they're more confident is in his finisher. We're going to find some kind of play design to get one of those guys open, a strong feed, and then hopefully a high percentage shot. Talking of high percentage shots, you saw Hugo Peel take that high middle shooting spot just now. We were talking about angles over in the kind of Hustle camp. He seems to have taken that personally. Dead center of the field, make it really difficult for the goalkeeper. It's nice to see both teams really leaning into that style of play as we're kind of coming up to the second half now.
And we are back underway. 5 seconds left, 3 seconds left. Our shot going in with the klaxon. So the final act of the first half was Sam Burgess scoring for the Swift side. And that'll take us into the halftime break. They'll be happy with how that's finished because they lead Hustle 7 goals to 11 in favour of those boys in blue. And from a Swift perspective, this is going really well. But right now, Hustle have got to work some magic because this is their final. If they don't win this game, they cannot win the tournament.
Yeah, it's that's where you really want to see some magic. And we talked about training ground plays. They're going to be discussing right now, what can we do to really make sure we're converting those chances? We're going to see possessions. Ooh. You okay?
We're just seeing, leaving the field of play now, Albert Whitehead for the Swift side. A bit of a dislocated finger. I'm sure we'll get that popped in and he'll go straight back into play.
That kid's a
Hopefully
fight,
it's not too serious.
I don't think it'll be too serious. I'll tell you that for free. If there's any God-given way for Albert Whitehead to get back on this pitch for the second half, that's absolutely something he'll be doing.
Well, we're looking at him behind us right now with the physio team. And all they can really do is add some ice and potentially offer him some advice. But you're right, he'll be determined to get back onto that pitch to make sure that he can see his side through to a victory, and what would be a huge victory for Swift, because they didn't exactly come in as favourites to this game. We knew it would be a close one, and we knew that they're evenly matched in some parts on paper, but Hustle have got the best attack out of the two sides, and they've also got the reputation behind a lot of them as well to really close out a win. And actually, we probably talk about them in terms of the full picture of a championship win.
There's absolutely the opportunity that they can do as well. I think something that really showed through that first half is Sitlani's understanding of his players, right? So we talked about a locker room play, something really drawn up coming off of that timeout. Sometimes that can be as simple as give it to Sam Burgess. He's the fastest guy out here. Let him run past a guy and trust him to finish the ball. That kind of understanding and trust in your players is something that's going to be really essential for these coaches, especially many of whom are going to be coaching some of these players for the very first time. I've seen Sam Burgess run that exact same play abroad on a tour team many times. It's great to see him come here and do it in a position where there's a much higher standard of play around him, but really those same skills are so transferable, and it's great that guys like Sitlani can see that.
What's going on in that Hustle team talk right now? You can see that it's looking very serious. Ryo Tamura is nodding his head a lot, so there's a lot of talking coming from the coaches. What's the message?
I think it's all going to be about that high percentage shots. I think if we were to look at a complete stat sheet of this game, the difference maker isn't going to be in the number of shots each team is getting. That feels about equal to me. Unfortunately, for Hustle, Matt Goddard's running really, really hot, and they haven't adapted their style of play. They're still giving him the same kind of shots that he's been saving multiple of. That difference is really coming into effect in terms of actual goals on the scoreboard. Hustle's shooting percentage is Swift's shooting percentage is much better. That's what Hustle are going to want to replicate, right? And that means not taking those mid-range shots. Maybe you look for the one more pass, the higher percentage finish, or maybe you do what Hugo Peel did really excellently a few minutes ago, really fight to the middle, which makes it much harder for that goalkeeper to save because you've got all of the goal to shoot at, right? The more white you can see, the more likely you are to score a goal.
And look, at the end of the day, Hustle can really throw all of their players at this for the rest of the game because they've only got one match to play today. They don't have to think tactically about rolling people in and out. If someone suddenly, as you say, in the world of lacrosse, gets hot and is just on form and on fire, don't take them off. And if that means they're going to be on there for the full 8 minutes of that quarter, that's going to be okay, isn't it? Because I guess that's the advantage to them in a way, isn't it? And so I'm thinking, Hugo Peel, don't ever take him off. He is on fire, he's on form, and the same with Alex Russell. 9 goals last week alone, so surely he can get another 5 here today.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, we all got targeted by those same Theragun ads over lockdown. Everyone has one now. You can send a guy out there, run him into the ground, let him get some points
get
up,
one of those
and then he's got a
inflatable
whole
ice
week.
baths at home. That's all he needs, isn't it? Forget the Theragun. That's expensive.
Well, the
give me an
things you put your
inflatable
legs in.
little paddling pool with some ice in.
I think that does have a real dynamic, though, that for these boys, this is all they have to do today. Leave it all out there. You've got a whole week to recover, 2 even before the finals, actually. So there is, I think, an extra fire in them to get that point, get that win today, because this is the only opportunity they have. Swift get another bite of the apple later on today.
Wow. Let's see what happens. The sides are coming out, ready to get us underway here for the second half of proceedings. The third quarter will start in about 8 seconds now. They get a little 5-minute break, and the clock just counting down to remind them all maybe it's time to get back onto the pitch, and they do so. And we are ready to get going again. I think it's also important to clarify every time you say Tash, you mean one of the referees. For just those watching at home.
Yes. Confusingly, Tash is the referee with the big beard.
Well, he will also have a very impressive
Well, he does
tash.
also have a tash. I don't think it's
just
as,
a generic facial hair expression, isn't it?
Yeah, we don't just call him hair, though. I mean, that'd be rude, because he hasn't got very much of that. Moving in now to the second half.
Is this still sponsored by Hugo Peel, sorry?
Still sponsored by Hugo Peel.
Okay.
I'm really enjoying it.
Well, Swift have got us started. Unfortunately, that ball bobbling out of the pocket of Luke Mills-Doig. But his Swift side have managed to club together to look to reclaim it, but not cleanly and not in the most efficient manner, but they do still fire forwards with it. And that was a little cheeky pass from Mills-Doig, and that's worked out really well for the Swift side. Dan Watson pouncing on the opportunity, capitalising on a bit of open goal. And they get the first score of the third quarter and the first score of the second half. Now, can Hustle instantly respond? That pass to Wilkinson isn't going to help. So Charlie, they just need to press the reset button again.
I think so. I think so. It's all about finding those high opportunity chances. They were trying there. They were feeding right through the crease. The risk element of feeding through the crease, obviously, is that's where more defenders are, right? It's not as packed defensively as in field or in box, but even in sixes, forcing it to that player in the most threatening position is a high-risk, high-reward strategy. But it's also the kind of chances you're going to see Hustle needing to take more as they go into the second half with a 5-goal now deficit.
Well, here come Swift. Running very dangerously towards the crease. They've got to make sure they stay away from that because I'm sure, as you'll explain, Charlie, as soon as an outfield player steps on that crease line, that's it. That's a penalty against them. Possession turnover. So they've got to be careful. And getting very close to scoring there was George Schonfeld.
Yeah, it's a penalty. It's also a personal safety issue. I don't know, how level-headed Tamura is as a guy, I think relatively, but you certainly don't step in mine without at least some form of physical pain.
Oh, good shot going in there. Very, very long-range effort going in from Dan Jones, but that one just bouncing wide. And Tamura looked a little bit starstruck there for a second. That ball was flying towards him. He was like a rabbit in headlights.
It came really fast. I think he found his bottom corner okay. I think he actually expected that to be on net and went a little wide, which is what threw him. Interesting element of the shot clock here now is that you maybe are deliberately shooting that wide. What you don't want is Tamura to make the save and then be able to feed back over your head and generate some offense straight away. So actually shooting, starting the ball from that back line, giving your team an opportunity to get back into defense is probably the most logical play when you're right at the end of the shot clock, especially with a lead.
Swift are taking this right behind the crease now. This is an interesting tactic. And that's not worked out well for them because it's bobbled away from the pass there. And a penalty against the Swift side attacking forward. So Hustle with a little bit of a get out of jail for free card there. And for those of you who are tuning in for the first time this week and keep hearing us mention the word shot clock, allow everyone that was watching last week to explain to you. No, I'm only kidding. Charlie, explain to all of those who are watching for the first time. Oh, just as we see Hustle with a great attack and a great score coming courtesy of the fantastic Dave Groves. Tell everyone who's watching for the first time what the shot clock is.
So the shot clock is a really interesting element to this game. It speeds the game up a lot. A team has 30 seconds once they get possession of the ball. Oh.
Fantastic score there from Swift. A swift response to the goal. Dan Watson living up to the team's name as we enter the final 5 minutes. But as you were saying, Charlie, 30 seconds.
I believe that goal was called off for the crease. You were just talking about how you're not allowed into the crease. I think that goal's been called off because Dan Watson stepped into the crease there before he finished it.
Well, and good intervention then from Goddard to make sure Swift didn't concede a goal of their own after they weren't able to score. Tamura's come flying out of his goal. They had to be very careful there because if Swift had retained possession, there was a completely open net.
That was a bit strange. I think he potentially thought he had a little bit more time than he did, and the players just closed in a little faster. They're lucky to come away without paying for that, really. But we got derailed to talk about shot clocks. So when a team gets the ball back, they have 30 seconds to shoot. What that means is you have to shoot early on, and it keeps the game really nice and fast-paced. So particularly, it can be great for a spectator, and also really great to showcase these offensive players, right?
Nathan Wilkinson was the one scoring there for Hustle, the latest one to do so. He scored within that 30 seconds, and it's as soon as you cross that halfway line into the opponent's half, that's when that shot clock starts counting down and puts the teams under that pressure you were talking about just then, Charlie. And the pressure is not getting to the Swift side. It's not getting to Dan Watson.
That's a great goal by Dan Watson.
We're just waiting to see what the call was from the referee. Because it looked as though someone was heading to the penalty chair, but at the moment no one has, which is quite unusual because last week there were a lot of players flying on and off of those penalty chairs. But so far today, touch wood, no one's been a naughty boy. No one's had to go to the naughty step.
Yeah, this has been a nice, clean game so far. Still a lot of physicality within it, but you often see this within sixes because the players are so fast and the format is so end-to-end. The ball doesn't hit the ground very often, so there's less of that really hard-nosed physical play that you see in field or particularly in box. And it's going to be very, very skill-intensive, maybe not as physical as those other formats of the game.
Really good save once again by Goddard. He is on fire in goal for Swift today. He is the brick wall of the Swift side, I think it's fair to say. He's the anchor of this team, and he's holding them steady in the lead thanks to his efforts in that crease. And Tamura coming in with a really good save, because with a really good shot equally was Luke Mills-Doigan, the number 13 for Swift. Fired that one low, and I'd imagine the lower shots towards those bottom corners are much harder to defend.
Very, very difficult. Look, that's the kind of shot Rio's very good at. He's a little bit smaller in terms of frame, very springy. He gets down to those corners really well. Something else you would have just seen there is him kind of turn to his teammates, give him a little bit of coaching, effectively saying, don't make me do that again, right? You know, that's not where I want him to be shooting from. I need you to keep him out of that space. And that kind of communication is really, really key for a goalkeeper. So it's great to see that happening, even with the team he's new to playing on.
Well, there was a lot of hustle and bustle there, and a really good save coming in from Tamura, but a crease violation from number 23, Corey Carver.
And that's a really great stop. Those size 7s coming in handy, just getting it out. It's interesting to see Rio really using his body to get to those low shots, right? Something typical of a lacrosse goalkeeper that people don't expect as much, maybe. You're not really, all about saving with a stick. A lot of it is getting your body in the right place.
Really good score there for the hustle side. Nathan Wilkinson coming in clutch for them, attacking up the field. And his tall frame got over the top of the Swift defenders and fired that one beyond Goddard.
Yeah, that actually represents Hustle starting to chip away at that lead now. A couple of those crease violations came in really handy. That finish was great. It's only a 3-goal deficit now with lots of time left on the clock.
And that ball went astray for the Swift side because we saw them diving desperately to try and stop it from going out, but they weren't able to save it. So you can see the desperation is starting to creep in a little bit from a Swift perspective as well, because they realise the lead that they've let go in a way.
Yeah, it only takes a couple of small possessions and a couple of small changes, and then suddenly you're giving too many opportunities for Hustle to come back. Only 3 goals, that can change very, very quickly in a game of lacrosse. So they have to really value every single time they have the ball within their sticks, right?
Well, Wilkinson doing really well to interrupt that shot from the Swift side, and so he'll get Hustle's attack underway once again, and almost finding Hugo Peel was Wilkinson, but that was well intercepted from the Swift team, and they're going to attack forwards now.
And talking about possessions, we're starting to see it fluctuate really quickly now. That's a great way for Rio to steal a possession. Maybe we force it a bit too quickly up the field. Changeover once again there.
Oh, really good stop once again by Goddard in goal, and he throws that one downfield. As the klaxon sounds, that's the end of the third quarter, and we're coming ever closer to the end of this game. We're 8 minutes from one team's championship title hunt potentially coming to an end, and at the moment, it's Hustles that will be stopping.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I'm still a bit confused. I'm not really sure what Matt Goddard meant by that. I initially thought he must have an offensive player down this end, but
maybe he just wanted to get it out. He didn't want to give anyone an opportunity.
I think he must have done. I thought he would have had a little fun and spray it at the opposite net then, but I guess he's really playing with his head on. He is playing hot, so it's really important to him that they're staying on top of this game. You're absolutely right. Right now, it's Hustle who are kind of behind the 8 ball on this game. We talked about it at halftime, but again, I think a lot of this communication is going to be around high percentage shots. So they had a couple of opportunities there by steps in the crease, really being gifted possessions that they wouldn't normally get within the flow of the game. The question is, how many of those can they capitalize on? Because with a 3-goal gap, you can almost count this last quarter in terms of possessions. Each team's going to get the ball roughly 8 or 9 times each.
We're just saying hello to everyone who's watching. We are here at Roslyn Park. It is actually a lot sunnier now, which is good, to be fair. Well, it is good because I've remembered my sun cream. Clearly my sun cream is not cursed either. But yeah, this game right now, it's hot. It's got a lot of action. Yes. I think, we use the term they're hot right now in terms of individual players, but this game as a whole is hot right now. Ends-to-end stuff. It's going to go either way. But right now, Hustle are very much behind in terms of momentum and the scoreboard. But equally, I would say Swift are going to panic now, surely, because they've let go a massive lead. They had that big deficit, that big gap between the two of them, and they've just let it slide. Yeah,
they've had a half of lacrosse to really try to genuinely pull away with this game, and it's still in a position where this game could go either way. 3 goals is not a big gap in lacrosse. Hustle and Rio Tamura have done a really great job of stopping them going on any big runs, right? It's when you start scoring 2-3 goals in a row that the other team's going to have a real problem. Punch for punch throughout the last quarter means we're going into this still very much anyone's to wins. And like we said, Hustle really know how to come back. We both remember that amazing last-minute shocker that came out from Hustle. I believe that was Dave Groves that scored that one literally as the clock hit 0.
As the clock hit 0, they beat Forge 17-16, so...
Unbelievable stuff, and absolutely something that could happen again. This format of lacrosse with the shot clock, like we were saying, really lends itself to those end-to-end games. So the opportunity is very much still there if Hustle can work out how to finish those opportunities that they're doing a great job of getting.
Well, Mills Doig wasn't able to get that one back for Swift. It bobbled in favour of Hustle, and Hustle will get the first attack of this final quarter. And Hugo Peel is flying forwards, peeling away from the defence. Oh, and sending that one just wide. Good hands, Charlie, because that one was coming flying straight for me, so thank you for protecting me.
Unbelievable stuff. Once a goalie, always a goalie.
Well, Goddard, the goalie for Swift, is going to get us underway, get the game restarted, get it moving for Swift. And they're going to look for a hole, for a gap in the Hustle side, and they're just going to take their time. They look a lot more composed in attack than Hustle.
Yeah, so you're going to see this dynamic start to come into play now where Swift are going to want to eat up more of that shot clock. Unbelievable goal, like always.
An amazing goal. Absolutely amazing goal for the Swift side. But Hustle are straight away coming back at them. And Wilkinson was looking for a hole. Instead, he finds Hugo Peel. It's going to come back to Wilkinson with the bounce shot into the back of the net. There was nothing Goddard could do about
you're
that.
Going to see this dynamic
that was a
start to come
really
into
weird
play
shot.
now.
I
kind of read it the same way he did. I thought it was going to come low, bounce a little bit sooner than we both thought, right in the top corner. That's a really great piece of deceptive shooting there by Hustle. And yeah, when you see a goalkeeper who's on unbelievable form, like Matt Goddard is right now, you need to be tricking him. You need to be shooting in ways he's not expecting if you're going to beat him. So great to see Nathan Wilkinson do that there. He plays England under 21. He's on the senior training squad now. He's a player who's been around the game for a long time.
In attack than Hustle.
He knows how to finish goals when he needs to. So you're going to see this dynamic start to come into play now.
Showing his physicality and his determination to get a score for Hustle. And Wilkinson, that one sailing over everything, and it's gone all the way to the leisure centre as well.
Do you see him drop the head like Charlie Brown there? I don't think he was too happy about that. It's nice to see the camaraderie of these players, though. Dan Jones gave him a little tap. Those guys will have played together for a long time. Nice to see, at the end of the day, everyone is out there having fun, even when games get this tight.
Absolutely. It's what we love about sport. Super competitive on the field, but the sport is what brings us together off it. And that's what we're seeing here at the moment. And Swift are still, they were still attacking forwards, but the ball evading. It's only 3 points once again, and Hustle could close it to 2.
Absolutely. And look, with 5.5 minutes left on the game, if they can close it to 2, still very much anyone's game. Well, that's really great aggressive defense there by Swift. They know that this one goal could be a real element in closing the gap, so they're giving a lot more pressure to the Swift offense, not letting them eat up that clock in the way that they probably want to.
Well, that pass went way over the head of Josh Polk, so a lot of stuff going way over the mark for Hustle at the moment in that final danger zone area. And so Swift have the opportunity to get themselves back to a 4-point lead, and they do. Really good score going in from Luke Mills-Doig. He'll be pleased about that after not doing so well at the initial draw for this game, but instantly responding for the Hustle side, Alex Russell, the captain. Captain fantastic, I think it must be said for them.
Captain fantastic. Yeah, really, really excellent. Captain Britain, really excellent individual effort there. I saw the referee maybe commentate calling that crease. I don't think it was, so great to see that excellent intervention not scrubbed away there. Really great to see him finish like that. When you're moving towards the goal at that kind of angle, there's so much you can shoot out. That's such a difficult save.
Well, here comes Hugo Peel now. Is he going to get it to Flisk? No, he goes himself, and that one bounces wide of the mark. And sadly for Hustle, that one's back in the hands of Swift. And the score is currently Hustle 12, Swift 15.
3 really has been the magic number today. That's the lead that Swift have been fighting really hard to maintain. They've got a little over, a little under, but that feels like the gap, and it feels reflective of the game so far.
Oh, another really good shot going in there for Swift. And it looked as though Jones was trying to get a timeout called. I don't know, he's waving his arms around a little bit after that shot. But instead, Hustle fly forwards with it, and a good little fake. Good little work there from Sean Keane, the Ireland international, new into the Hustle side today. He did really well there around the edge of the crease, faking Goddard, sending the shot below him. And unfortunately, there was nothing the keeper could do about that.
When we talk about high percentage chances, that's exactly what we mean. Right, that he should be scoring that every time. Not to take anything away from Sean Keane, that's a really excellent finish and couldn't have gone to a better bloke. But you really do need to finish those when you get them. And getting that chance from him is exactly what Hustle need to get control of this game again.
Well, Swift have just scored, so it is back to a 3-point lead. But these are scary times for the Swift boys because Hustle are looking very dangerous in attack as that one bobbles away from Daniel Flisk, sadly. But somehow Hugo Peel has come away with it. Something that the referees disagree with, however, though. So,
that's going to be a timeout. Really intelligent timeout.
I was getting worried for Hugo Peel. I was like, no, he sponsored the commentary as well, and now he's not got the ball. And
the other thing that's worth bearing in mind, I think a really intelligent coaching play from Sam Patterson over on the Hustle side is a timeout's also going to reset your shot clock. So Hugo Peel's picked up the ball there. He's managed to get it late in a possession. You really need to convert. He hasn't got long left. No one immediately open. Sam Patterson's effectively bought his team 30 more seconds of offense and 30 more seconds of possession with that timeout.
Well, we've got about 2 minutes and 40 seconds left of game time. So you would argue maybe 3 or so attacks left for each side. So Hustle will have to capitalise every time they go forwards. And the Swift side pretty much need to defend with their hearts and with every inch of their body and maybe get one more score.
This is where it becomes crunch time. You need to score every possession. Sam Patterson's bought his team another opportunity to do that. I'd be fascinated to see what's the percentage of timeouts that immediately lead to goals within this format. I feel like every time we've seen someone call a timeout, we say, what do we think they're going to do? They run a really tight play, and they're almost always converting to a goal. So really intelligent move. It'd be great to see how it pays off now for Hustle.
Well, here comes Alex Russell for the Hustle side. Russell's Hustle, as it really should be known.
I thought you'd forgotten about that since last week.
Flisk! That's a good score. Daniel Flisk getting a really crucial goal for the Hustle team. It's now Hustle 14, Swift 16. And you can see straight away, Swift aren't in a rush to get an attack going, because moving forward quite gingerly for them was Luke Mills-Doig.
Yeah, I really like watching that that Flisk kid play, man. He just makes it look so easy. He's so fast. He moves so fluidly. That was a really beautiful lacrosse goal to watch.
Well, here come Hustle once again. Another score makes this a 1-point game, and the drama certainly heightens. Flisk throws that one into the back of the net. Big result there for the Hustle team. It's now 15-16. Swift's lead has slipped away. Will the game slip away from them as well?
That was unbelievable stuff. And just like that, the ball's back again. We said a 3-goal lead isn't a lot in a game of lacrosse, and it's because of performances like Flisk's and elements of the rules like that. Possession could exchange so quickly.
There's the goal! It's a tied game! It's a tied game here at Rosslyn Park. Elliot Bickerton getting the score. It's 16-all with 1 minute and 20 left on the clock.
That's unbelievable. And that's a real momentum play as well. You know, the momentum shifts so quickly. As they come to draw, Hustle have all the wind behind them right now. Metaphorically.
Well, and quite literally as well, because the wind is picking up here at Rosslyn Park.
So fascinating. But you see Dan Jones really respond there in a very sensible way.
Oh, huge moment there for the Swift side. That shot has gone over Rio Tamura's bar. And instead, his side get underway quickly. Wilkinson!
Oh, that's a great
Good save from Goddard. Great work there from the keeper for Swift. 45 seconds left on the clock. His side's hopes are still alive. Timeout called by Team Swift, though, with 40 seconds left on the clock. Charlie Albury. This game is tied. The drama never stops at the Fly, does it?
Unbelievable stuff. I really wasn't expecting it. Great to see. That's where you see a younger player, a hungry player. You know, we have it on here that Daniel Flisk has aspirations for playing GB6s, right? It's performances like that that really get you in those conversations. He's a younger guy. There's lots of experienced leaders on that team. But he said, you know what? Give me the ball and get out of my way, right? I don't like losing games of lacrosse. I'm going to go in there, I'm going to score, and I'm going to do it again to give my team the opportunity to win this game. It's performances like that and energy like that that makes this sport amazing.
He also knows what it takes to be a winner, obviously being part of that Nottingham Trent side that won on Bucks Big Wednesday. They defeated the University of Nottingham on their own turf. So he knows what to do in the big games, in the moments that matter, under significant pressure. And right now, he needs to pull together to help his side do exactly that, because with 40 seconds left on the clock, Swift are inside their half, obviously with that 30-second shot clock.
Yeah, really interesting dynamic, 40 seconds, because do you shoot early in the shot clock and maybe get the ball back again, or do you burn your whole 30 seconds and then only give Hustle 10 seconds to score?
Well, they are moving around with a little bit of pace, so it will be interesting to see what they do. They're passing between each other well, but going for an individual effort by the looks of things, that's not going to help out the matter. And they've got 5 seconds left on the shot clock. Running forwards, blocked before he can even get the shot away as well. And that's the end of the shot clock. That's expired. So Sam Burgess couldn't do anything there for the Swift team. And 15 seconds left on the clock. Could Hustle get a score to win the game? Timeout called by Hustle. 9 seconds left on the clock.
This is why you save one for the end. Every time, you always save one for the end. It would be interesting if Hustle are able to convert to a goal over the next 6 seconds. It'll be a real masterclass in coaching from Sam Patterson, right? He found the real turning point in the game with that earlier timeout and really put them back in contention. If he can use his final timeout now to pull them ahead with 2-3 seconds left on the clock, as much as his players have had an unbelievable performance so far this game, a lot of credit has to go to the coach there for such excellent game management.
Absolutely. Do you know what else that probably helped? I reckon at halftime they were listening to Miley Cyrus's The Climb. Because it is a climb that they've been on. They have climbed the mountain.
Absolutely.
They've climbed that deficit between themselves and Swift.
And Miley Cyrus is a great comeback story too.
Absolutely.
There's too many parallels.
Well, is this going to be the moment that completes the biggest comeback story so far at the Fly 2023? Russell, 5 seconds left on the clock. Russell still with the ball. Russell with the score!
What's the whistle?
Or is it a score?
That's no goal.
It's no goal. Referee's whistles blowing left, right and centre. And that's time expired as the long-range effort goes in.
That was so weird. I don't know what the whistle was for.
Lots of whistles being blown there on Alex Russell. That shot was fantastic from the captain. He got the score. At least he thought he got the score.
Sam Patterson visibly furious with that whistle going off just before the final shot. I still cannot entirely see. Maybe on the stream at home you saw what that was for. But certainly not something I expected. That shot, as he does go in, but obviously
you should
will not
go and
count.
ask your friend Tash. He's the one down here with the whistle
yeah,
in,
I should
with the whistle
actually,
in mouth.
For the sake of commentary, I should actually go ask, I think. Yeah, I'll go.
Well, whilst Charlie's going to go and investigate that, we'll talk a little bit more about what else is yet to come today, because we've got more lacrosse legends joining us throughout today, and I'm pleased to say that Annie is going to be joining us later on today for lots of the women's actions. Annie, how have you found this game, watching on from the sidelines?
It's been fantastic. I can't believe that they managed to pull it back and it's now going into overtime.
Who's your money on? You might not be a betting person, but who would you put your money on, hypothetically speaking?
It's difficult. With that was it a disallowed goal at the end? So I think, do you know what, Swift might have it.
Really, the boys in blue?
I'm going to go for the boys in blue.
Well, the boys in blue are clearly the favourites of Annie, and with the mention of boys in blue, we're going to bring one boy back into the fray. Charlie Albury, you have returned. What's the news? What's the story in Ballymore?
I've done some information gathering. That was a moving pick called there.
You're going to need to explain in depth what that means. A moving pick.
So a player, an offensive player, can stand still to block a defensive player's movement to help his team member who's carrying the ball generate some offense. However, you have to have your feet planted, you have to be still, much like a screen in basketball for anyone who isn't a lacrosse player. If you do that moving or you're not properly set, that's going to be a moving pick and a turnover. So that's what's been called down here just before Alex Russell scored that goal. Or would have scored that goal. So that's going to be disallowed, and it means we're going to be moving to overtime, which is going to be 4-minute periods, golden goal.
Wow, next goal wins, basically.
Next goal wins.
It's like playing schoolboy football.
It's like playing schoolboy football.
Except this time they're not down by 20 goals. They're actually only down. They're
actually
tied.
Actually even. And in this format, fascinating because we talked about how the face-off isn't as big a factor in this format of the game because it doesn't happen after every goal.
The draw.
Sorry, my apologies. The draw isn't a bigger factor in this format of the game because it doesn't happen after every single goal. But it's moments like this where having a great draw guy really comes into play. We've seen how goal dense this format is. If you have a guy who can go up there and win the draw for you in this overtime scenario, that could well be the difference between winning and losing. So pressure's really on for both of these draw players.
Well, the pressure is on for everyone, but Swift have come away with it.
Interesting to see that leadership on Dan Jones there, really settling the ball down, taking his time, really going to make sure they have the best opportunity to score a goal with this possession.
Well, they're moving it around sensibly. 15 seconds left on that shot clock. They're trying to round the defenders here, Swift. They're desperately looking for an opening, trying to find something to struggle Tamura, and that shot, again, has gone way over and above. It's gone to the leisure centre. We won't see that ball again. But what we will see is another hustle attack, and Hugo Peel is hurtling up the pitch now for that purple side. He's going on his own. Oh, Goddard. He came in with the low save. We know how difficult that is, but the clearance wasn't good enough. Peel once again. Who's he found? They found the winning goal.
Oh, Goddard visibly frustrated there. And wouldn't you be after a performance like that to see a lead slip away? Very, very frustrating, I'm sure, for all of the Swift players right now.
Hustle,
Goddard
score. He came in with the low save. We know how difficult that is, but the clearance been on absolute form that entire game, and so it means that Hustle's championship hopes are very much alive. He came in with the low save. We know how difficult that is, but the clearance wasn't good enough. 2 wins, Peel once again. 1 loss. Who's he? But unfortunately for Swift, that's 2 losses, so they can theoretically no longer win the Fly 2023, but that doesn't mean they're not going to try just as hard as they have done in this game in their match coming up later on today. But first up, before we talk more about that, Charlie, that Hustle comeback was insane.
Unbelievable stuff. The comeback kids really know how to do it. And bear in mind, that's kind of a second comeback they had to make. They almost had to do it twice this game. Sam Patson, the coach, felt like they'd won, right? When that final shot went in, there was called back for the moving screen. It's also great to see a guy like Rio Tamura, who, you know, maybe didn't come in expecting to play as much, step up and really be a key bedrock of this team. Stole a couple of possessions down this end, really had a fantastic performance that let the offensive guys like Daniel Fliss really step up, really put them back in front. Lots of really great moments over the last 20 minutes of that game, any of which could be the moment of a game in a slightly less exciting format, right?
Absolutely. And well, from the Swift perspective, that is 2 losses, as we've already said. And they will face Forge later, who currently have 1 loss to their name. And so they are facing the favourites for the whole tournament, Rise, next, coming up after the final interview in this section. They'll be the ones stepping up onto the field of play next. And you could argue that if Rise walk over Forge, that means it's also 2 losses for Forge. And all of a sudden, that becomes a game where you play for pride, because no one wants to leave this tournament with 3 L's plastered against their team.
Yes, certainly. Look, everybody wants to be going into that finals day playing for the gold. I think that's going to be very much top of everyone's mind. And that's where this day becomes really important.
Well, we've seen the comeback kings do it once again, and both sides exchanging some handshakes, because that was a battle for the ages. But that's the sort of stuff that you can continue to expect here today at Roslyn Park for the second day, the second week of the Fly 2023. I believe Chris Knight is with the goal scorer, the one who clinched the victory, Daniel Flisk.
How are the emotions after that match?
Yeah, I think emotions are high. It seems to take a while for us to get going and such, but after the first quarter, the boys started to turn it on, and we really put a show out there. I think the resilience for us to come back and win that game, taking it to overtime as well. I mean, we're the most entertaining team here, so really can't complain at all.
You talk about last-minute matches. That's the second game. You did the same last week. You scored a last-minute match. How did it feel for you personally to score that match-winning goal?
We're done.
I was a bit nervous, to be honest, right on crease. But yeah, no, should be putting them away every day, and yeah, happy to do it for the boys and the rest of the team to go back out there and be happy with the result.
Having gone into this game, played one, lost one, what was the conversation in that last-minute huddle before you went into extra time?
It's just about leaving it all on the pitch today, really. With only having the one game, we can leave it all out there coming up to the finals. So we're really still working through things, and we're all still connecting as a team. And I think today really showed that we are bonding together and doing well.
You talked about that resilience. Do you think you've done enough now to get you through into the final in 2 weeks' time?
Yeah, I mean, I really hope so. I mean, all the teams are so close, you really can't call it. I think any team on the day can beat anyone. So I think that's the beauty of the fly and how we're all able to just push each other and push each other along, yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Daniel. I'll let you join your team again. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
What do you want, Tom?
How's your finger? What have you done?
It's a little bit painful. It's okay. Just dislocated. Got someone coming to pop it back in. I'll be right for the last game.
Show what you've done.
Some exciting celebrations at half time. Just jumped on my finger. Just popped out. It doesn't look like it's broken at least. So.
Commiserations. How are the emotions in the group after that? Last minute loss.
It's tough. It's a tough loss to take. It's part of lacrosse that you're going to have these things. I thought we did some really, really good stuff. I mean, overtime losses are tough, but that's why they're in there. It's the exciting part of the game. We'll be fine. We'll just dust ourselves off. We did some really, really good stuff. Just a few things to change, and I think we'll be fine later.
Looking ahead to that final game, anything in particular you need to change, and what you're going to say to the lads to sort of pick them back up?
I mean, we just need to put a full 4 quarters together. I think for the first 3 quarters we were outstanding. Did some really good things, and then we just went a little bit individual. Just need to just tighten up a few things, communicate more. It's a tiring sport, really, really tiring after the 32 minutes of hard running, especially losing someone at half time. So I think we just need to up our energy in the last period, really just recognise the shot clock and use that and just take the right shots. I think we've got the athleticism, we've got the players to do it, so I think that's all we really need to change.
To the people watching at home, what would you say to them? Should they come down and give it a watch?
100%. I mean, it's so exciting. It's so fast, it's so enjoyable to play. Playing with the crowd just cheese everyone up, so the talent will just go up a bit, energy will go up, and it's a sunny day, nice venue, great setup, so I really think you should definitely come down.
Cheers, Albie. Thank you very much. Good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thanks. Cheers.
Just ask Brad. Oh, cool.
incredible to watch, isn't it? The drama, the disallowed goal in the last second. So, exactly, great advert for the game, and hopefully it'll be just as dramatic in this match.
We literally had everything, and I mean, I'm not disappointed, but like you said, obviously, if you had if you needed a reason to come down, then I think we've already seen it happen. But we do need just a little bit more sunshine, please, coming out, because it's getting a bit chilly here in good old England. But yeah, I mean, we should be in for another cracking game. I'm excited.
I am very excited as well. Yeah. So yeah, get down here if you're not, and enjoy.
Okay, we'll ask her later. Yeah, you good?
Hello everyone, welcome back to Roslyn Park, welcome back to the Fly 2023. It's the second game of the second day in the second week. Gosh, there's a lot of seconds. It's like we're handing out silver medals or something. Well, we're going to enjoy an absolute cracker, because about to take the field of play are Rise and Forge. Forge last week with one game, they lost it against Hustle, 17-16. We've already mentioned that today after Hustle treated us to another historic comeback win. But last week, from a Rise perspective, 2 big wins against Swift and Hustle, and they'll be looking to make it 3 from 3 against the Forge side today before a nice little 2-week break before finals weekend. So, Charlie, in terms of Rise going for a 3rd consecutive championship, this is a huge game in taking one big colossal step closer to that accolade.
Absolutely, absolutely. It'll be really fascinating to see how this game pans out, to be honest. There's some really interesting dynamics at play. Obviously, you've got Forge coming off that really big come-from-behind loss last week. It'll be interesting how they want to kind of respond to that. We've also got some, again, another kind of, not a backup, but another goal you probably expect to see a bit less play in the starting position for Rise this time. I believe he's also the youngest player in the tournament, so it'll be really excellent to see how kind of that young man steps up to this game. We saw last game just how important those goalkeepers are, so it'll be really interesting to see what kind of performance we can get out of Aaron Davey today.
Aspiring to feature in those 2028 Olympics.
Oh, absolutely. That's
pretty much
exciting.
the same as everyone is. Everyone wants to get lacrosse to those 2028 Olympics in Los Angeles.
Yeah, don't we all? Also, another kind of interesting dynamic at play, I was just chatting to some of the Rise guys before I got on. Did you know that both Ben Buchanan and Tom Bracegirdle, kind of 2 of those key players on the Rise side, have told me they've never lost a game of sixes?
Well, Tom Bracegirdle lost one last week.
Did he?
And he was very disappointed on the Forge side to be on the losing end against Hustle, 17-16.
Yes, you're right.
Because we saw his frustration straight away post match, and I saw his interview on YouTube. But it was very interesting for him to sort of turn around and say, "Well, we've got to turn this around," and we are underway to see if Bracegirdle can get his team back to winning ways and reignite the fire within that Forge team.
Yeah, to issue a correction there, that was Paul Wainwright and Ben Buchanan. I see muscly men from Spencer, and they're all the same space in my head, I suppose. Interesting to see if they can keep that run going today.
Take it as a compliment, Tom. Always as a compliment, even though we are sponsored by Hugo Peel. Right, Forge, they are underway. 5 seconds left on the shot clock, trying to find an opening. It was interesting to see if one was going to get away, and they just about got it away in time. But lots of whistles being blown by the referees, lots of fingers being waved around in the air, and a card is coming out as well.
It's a card that's interesting. That was a really interesting shot by... Oh, here we go.
Yes, we've got a card. We've got our first player in the penalty chair.
And a yellow card is going to equate to 1 minute worth of man-up opportunity for Forge now.
Well, let's see what Forge can do with possession. Oh, that's a great score going in from the number 5.
Who is not on our tip sheet. Excellent stuff. We'll work out who that number 5 is for you in a minute. I'm unfortunately not wearing my glasses, but when it gets down this end, I'll try to give you a good read on that. Either way, that was a phenomenal goal. Nice and early in the man-up play, but still really well placed, really powerful from that mid-range shooting spot.
Well, Forge take the first blood in this game. They score first, and they're already going for a second one now because Bracegirdle is there on the ball, using his physicality to almost shrug off the Rise defence like they weren't even there, and he gets a score of his own. It's now 2-0 for Forge.
Yeah,
these are nervy opening exchanges for the Rise team, but they are now in a threatening position in attack. They're looking to trouble the edge of the Forge crease, and the shot goes in, but it goes wide. So that one, no good for the Rise team, and unfortunately, Will Prescott just not hitting the mark for them.
No, not quite getting it done. Some interesting shots being taken today. You saw that move Tomb just pulled off down there, Tom Bracegirdle. That's a question mark move, right? A really powerful way to drive upfield, turn around and get a great angle on the net. We saw Tom Roach try it for Forge right at the start of the game. Didn't pan out quite as well. I guess why he's the only defender listed on that team sheet, right? But some really great chances so far. Don't forget we've got Jack Allen, England hopeful, real superstar goalkeeper at U21 Worlds, put in an amazing performance last week. So that's going to be a really interesting dynamic at play here as well. Rise are going to have to choose their shots very, very carefully.
Well, here come Forge once again, really pressing hard on the Rise goal, and can they potentially capitalise on their territory? The ball is a little bit loose, and that's a long range effort, long range effort. And that's not come to any fruition for the Forge side. But I guess they'll still be happy with their performance so far. 3 minutes in, 2 goals up. And Rise are really the ones that kind of need to answer the call of the Forge men.
Yeah, if we remember, what we were really commending Rise for last week was really using the shot clock, playing a more structured style of offense. That's what we're seeing them start to do. Unfortunately, it's not paying off so far, but it'll be really interesting as the game progresses to see whether that really becomes a key element of the strategy once again.
And just as Bracegirdle thought he was going to soar away with that one, unfortunately he's pulled up. And the referees have given possession straight back to Rise, so they'll come forward once again.
Yeah, that was a flag and a card again there. I'm not sure exactly the time on the penalty, but you can see one of those seats on the sidelines very much full for Forge at the moment. So this man-up opportunity may be just the kind of chink in the armour that Rise need to really get those first goals coming and really break into this game.
Well, here come Rise threatening on goal, but again, that shot going wide of the mark. And once again going wide of the mark, I should say, sorry, was Will Prescott. Here come Forge, flying forwards with fury at the fly. God, my English teacher will love that alliteration. Tom Bracegirdle now with the ball for Forge. And he's soldiering forwards. Oh, a really good effort there from the number 22 for the Forge team. Lovely little bounce shot, looking to trouble the keeper, but just wide of the mark. There's a lot of those shots that are going wide of the mark in these early stages.
Yeah, as teams feel each other out, that's not uncommon. You're going to see people really shooting for the corners, really trying to test the goalie early, and that does lead to those shots going astray sometimes.
Also worth mentioning Jack Allen just then with a fantastic save for Forge, but let's see if the Rise goalkeeper can also back that up with some strong saves to keep his side in the mix. But that one won't trouble him whatsoever, and instead Aaron Davey will walk behind to collect that ball that bounced way wide of his net.
Well wide of the net, yeah. But he looked comfortable there, kind of Aaron Davey, really moving in the right direction, really seeing the ball, reading the ball. It's great to see, even as a younger player, probably less experienced than many other people playing, he's really looks confident in that net.
Well, Rise do get their first score. They manage to break the deadlock. And it's Paul Wainwright coming in for the Rise team.
Famously easily confused with Tom Bracegirdle.
Famously. They're practically twins.
You saw a more physical offensive opportunity there. Tom Roach really deciding he's going to play offense in this game. Puts his shoulder down, tries to use his bulk to muscle through. Doesn't quite work for him on that occasion.
Well, that was a really good effort from Will Brown. A great individual score, rounding the defence, heading straight towards Davey and bouncing it between his legs and into the back of the net.
Yeah, really great goal. That's often something you'd attempt on a goalkeeper early, feel out the bounce of the ground, send it nice and low. Wasn't something he was ready for on this occasion. It'll be interesting to see whether he can step up, really start making some saves to contribute to this team.
Interesting to see Rob Harris has come on to try and help that defensive effort for Forge, but Rise managed to break through it thanks to Buchanan's efforts. Although, it is worth mentioning, Harris is a 2021 Fly champion, as he goes for a shot of his own.
He is a 21-12 flag champion.
With Rise.
He is unfortunately on the sideline filling water bottles today. That's Lewis Alhaj in his jersey. It's like they hate us. It's almost like they knew their buddy Charlie was commentating and thought it would be funny to see if they could confuse him.
Oh, Charlie. Just can't get the staff these days,
No,
can
we
you?
really can't. Those guys, absolute menaces, the both of them. Decide to put you on the ropes a little bit with that one. There's Rob right there taking a picture of us, actually.
Brilliant. Well, let's see what his Forge side can do. They've got a marginal lead right now by a single goal. And now coming forwards once again. Forge. Oh, that shot had to go away. Are they going to be able to rescue it? They are just about. The attack's still alive for the Forge team then. And the goal does go in for them. Really good effort from Sam Mottershed.
That's a really great goal. And we can see it seems characteristic of the Forge team. They're really using that physicality, maybe more than other teams are. Lots of their offense starts with dropping that shoulder and really driving through to get to the middle and generate dangerous offense from there.
Jack Allen just demonstrating how he was able to stop the ball there for the keeper. I'm not sure we want to see replays of that from home, but he will get his Forge side back underway.
Yeah, another really good save, using his body there, getting down to it. I think that probably came off his cup. There was a little confusion whether it had crossed the line or not.
Well, he really threw everything at defending that ball, and he did it once again there. The ball ricocheting out towards the touchline boundary.
Yeah, and
Final
you see him
13
fly
seconds.
out there. Uses athleticism. This really is a kid who'll do anything to win. After that kind of Forge comeback loss we talked about last week, he was actually over on that practice field taking shots for an hour and a half with his brother. He's a true competitor and a kid who'll do anything to win. That's what you saw him flying out the net there. He's the first pick overall in the draft for this round of the fly for a reason. He is a true competitor, really talented player, and a guy you really want on the team.
Now 1.8 seconds on the clock inside the stadium, and that is the sound of the klaxon for the end of the first quarter, although that was a rather physical encounter between Paul Wainwright and
Lewis Alhage. You're going to see a little bit of dynamics of play. We always talk about how these guys play with and against each other a lot of the time. That's a real David and Goliath match. Wainwright plays for one of the strongest teams in London. Lewis plays for one of the other strong ones with me. A little bit of a kind of, the Karate Kid, Johnny LaRusso dynamic going on there.
Well, he's been sent to the naughty step for that.
He's
been sat down on his chair, so he will be out of the game. But for how long, we don't know, because there wasn't an official card waved around in the air like we would normally see on in-play, because obviously time had expired.
Didn't see that one. That's going to be a minute on the naughty step for Homelander by the looks of things.
Oh, goodness me. Well, as long as we don't tell his mum, he won't be in too much trouble. But in that first quarter, the score is currently standing at 2 goals for Rise, 4 for Forge. So they hold this 2-goal lead at the moment, which they'll be very happy with, because they desperately need a win. They need something to get a bit more positive momentum going for them. So would you be happy? Would you be happy, really, from a Forge perspective? Do you think Connor Dockery is smiling in that chat right now?
I think he's pretty pleased. He's seeing his high-powered offense really come into play. He's had a couple of fortunate bounces with penalties, which is obviously a great way to get into the game. But capitalizing on those is really key, and his team are doing just that. You're also seeing a bit of the box influence there, both offensively, really using your physicality to generate offense against physically smaller defenders on the Rise side. And then so far, they've also been managed to beat the keeper pretty consistently. I'm very, very confident we're going to see Aaron Davey grow into this game, build up some comfort, but that's what he'll be thinking. You see Stan slightly to edge of the group there. There's a lot going on in his head right now. He's really thinking about how he can step up and really be the leader his team's going to need over the next 24 minutes of lacrosse.
Well, there go the Rise team back onto the pitch. And you can see the determination almost in the way that they're all going back onto the pitch, because they're down by 2 players due to them being in the penalty chairs on the naughty step that we've just spoken about. So with only 3 outfield players, they're going to have to work together quite fiercely to hold off anything from Forge.
Yeah, it's very difficult to adequately defend with 2 players out. It becomes very, very easy to concede. You'll see a good save from Aaron Davey there. And then
unfortunately on the
rebound.
second attempt, it wasn't as good. So that rebound shot working in favour of the Forge team. So they get another score. But Rise working it all the way down the other end of the park. And Will Alsop doing really well there to ask all sorts of questions of the Forge defence. They're really stretching them as well. So Rise working really nicely in attack, it must be said.
Yeah, so the key there really is they're trying to run out the penalty, eat as much of that clock as they can to get back to evens. That's why maybe he didn't take a shot he might typically have taken, and tried to really play it through the rest of his team.
But I tell you, he did take a really good shot. It was Ming Trin.
Ming Trin, the face of the Fly. He's on that big poster over there. We've been looking at him all day.
Which you'll never let him forget.
No, I won't. It's really funny. He's pulling a funny face in it too. But a player who really uses excellent speeds to generate offense. So, perhaps not typical of the Forge team. Like I've been saying, the rest of them are playing in a much more physical way. But it's really great to have that mix. Forge is definitely a team that can attack you in lots of different ways. And we're seeing this pay off for them so far.
Here come Rise. They were looking for a cross in towards the middle on the edge of the crease where Buchanan was standing, and that was a very, very physical fight for the ball.
It's a really great defensive effort by Jamie Powell against Paul Wainwright, a much more physical and larger player. You see how he stays really low on him, drives him out, and then catches the ball high.
He's been sent to the naughty step.
He has been sent to the naughty step,
Charlie. That's not allowed. He can't be that
There's
physical.
definitely a decent overlap in the Venn diagram of what I called good defense, and the referees seem to be calling penalty.
Well, Rise looking to capitalise on it. That shot isn't going to trouble Jack Allen whatsoever.
Yeah, well wide there, and you'll see Forge back with the ball straight away, and the opportunity to run out that penalty. You do need to pick your shots very, very carefully when you're man up, because the last thing you want to do is give guys like Bracegaard the opportunity to run down that penalty, and then effectively wipe the relevance of the penalty from the game.
Well, they've got 15 seconds left on their shot clock, so let's see what the Forge side can do. Long-range effort going in. Not too far off the mark on that occasion, though, as well.
Yeah, it was a good shot, good positioning from Aaron Davey. I think he was struggling to see that through some defenders kind of screening him out. But he did a really good effort and managed to turn that ball away.
Well, that one not coming to nothing. That one not coming to
anything.
For Forge.
Not coming to nothing. Not coming to anything. And Rise are going to turn back around and be back down to offense.
They're flying forwards with a lot of intent, a lot of ferocity in their attack at the moment, the Rise team. But Jack Allen once again coming in, cool, calm, collecting the ball for Forge. And they'll look to fire their way back up the field of play.
Yeah, you're never scoring at Jack Allen shooting his inside hip. That kid's off to the Hill for a postgraduate high school year before he heads on to Ohio State. So he may well be one of the most talented lacrosse players that England's produced potentially ever. I know we're all really excited to see how he does out there. We're all wishing him really good
we're
luck.
Sponsored by Jack Allen now, not Hugo Peel. We forgot the purple
yeah,
number 7.
Look, there's
the Jack Allen show.
Plenty of really exciting players out here at the moment. Jack Allen's definitely someone who's going to be making headlines in England lacrosse for a long, long time.
Well, Rise also taking their time to assess their attacking options. They're not rushing towards anything. The Forge defense doing well. Low shot going in. Driven really well from the Rise. Number 35, Andrew Brickell. We had to take a little moment there because that ball was coming flying towards us here, towards the TV
Yeah,
trucks.
he really sent that one out. I don't know if we said something
I feared for my life because the lacrosse balls, people don't actually see it, but they're rock hard, aren't they, Charlie?
Yeah, really hard. And look, a strong lacrosse player is shooting the ball at, comfortably 85, 90 miles an hour. Some even faster than that. So, yeah, we're not seeing too many bruises on these goalkeepers out there because they're great at getting their stick there. But one of these balls shot is really not something you want to be in front of.
Well, we've got a timeout call here in the second quarter from the Forge men.
We do. Interesting timeout. Again, we speak a lot about that 3-4 goal deficit. They're at 4 now. Once you get 5 ahead, even this early in the game, that's where the game starts to feel out of reach, and you're forcing Rise to make mistakes, right? You're putting them behind, forcing them to play too aggressively, too hungry, and that's where teams can lose their heads, make lots of mistakes. So it's a really intelligent coaching choice, I think, from Connor Dock, who, we've fallen out because he told the boys to watch the replays on mute without me chatting away, but Certainly intelligent coaching move to see if he can put this game out of reach early and even go into the second half in a really controlling position.
Should we potentially, therefore, be talking more about the fact that Erica Erb and her Rise team are under the cosh here? They're really in a bit of trouble. Are we underplaying that scenario at the moment, or should we not panic?
You're absolutely right. They are struggling. I think this next 4 minutes is going to be really, really key. If you go into the halftime, just like we've seen Hustle do multiple times with a 3-4 goal deficit, that's very easy to overcome. If you have a difficult run of possessions here and suddenly it's a 6-7 goal deficit, that then becomes very, very difficult. And every possession you have the ball where you don't score in a format this short becomes detrimental to your chance of victory.
Brace Girdle was going forward there for a shot of his own. He's desperate to get more scores and desperate to get them quickly for his team as well. He only got 1 goal in the first round, which, I mean, you know him relatively well, although you do get him confused with a lot of people.
Brace Girdle's renowned for the kind of Thanos effect that, fine, I'll do it myself, right? He's typically more of a draw guy. In a position like this, he'll use his athleticism to really do what his team needs, go up there and really drive it to the rack. That's what we saw him doing there. Fortunately, didn't pay off for him quite that time.
Good long-range effort going in there for Rise. Camera Major making the shot, but it was majorly off.
Majorly off. Look, that was a good shot. Came really, really fast. The number one thing you don't want to be doing is have Jack Allen saving balls and then generating offense straight away. You'd rather be narrowly missing, so the ball starts on that back line, you have time to set up your defense, versus firing savable shots that are then going to give transition offensive opportunities for the other team.
One thing that should be said about all these long-range efforts, what makes them good shots, is that they are putting a lot of power behind them.
Yeah, and they're shooting at the corners, right, too. Nothing's coming towards the center of the goal. You're effectively missing or scoring. You're giving really low, clean save opportunities where they can come back to bite you with transitional offense.
Well, that goal going in for Forge. And the referee just not liking how quickly Rise were playing away there. So the score is Rise 2, Forge 7. I wouldn't have predicted it. You wouldn't have predicted it, Charlie.
No, that's a difficult one for Aaron Davey there. You can see just by his body language, that's one he really wants back. I actually thought he'd made that save. He was certainly very, very close.
Really good score there from Drew Bickerton.
And that's what we're talking about in terms of offensive opportunities in transition. You see how that ball from Jack Allen's moved straight up to an offensive position. In this case, Rise were ready to get the defense back there. But if that had been a clean save rather than a goal, that extra second for Jack Allen to clear that out, get the Forge team straight into offense, really invaluable. And those edge case broken play goals can really be the difference in a format like Sixes.
Well, Rise desperately need to do something in attack when they've got possession, and so this will be the latest moment to test just that. But with the towering figure of the likes of Brace Girdle in defence, it will surely be an intimidating sight, and it has forced them to make an error. And Forge are the ones that have another attack, much to the dismay of the Rise bench as we enter the final 50 seconds of the first half, this second quarter here at Roslyn Park.
And such an important 40 seconds. The difference between a 3-goal and a 4-goal gap at halftime, really, really huge, right? So you're going to see a lot of the shot clock used here, a real play drawn up, put it to one of your players you're really feeling good about at the minute, and make sure we convert.
Well, here is Brace Girdle. Is that an individual effort for the ages? It is. Of course it was going to be.
Unbelievable, man. He's so hard to defend, right? Because he came in physically there, we played physical back, and then that speed really came into play. He can beat you in so many different ways, and that's what you saw there.
Well, here come Rise on the attack. Are they going to rise to the challenge that Forge have thrown down to them? And mistakes going in left, right, and centre from a Rise perspective, and the klaxon sounds.
Tried to rise challenge, but he rose that feed a little bit too high. So we go in with a 3-goal deficit into halftime. That's going to be 6 goals for Forge and 3 for Rise.
It's actually 8.
8. Is that 8?
You
oh
lost
my God.
count that badly,
There
Charlie.
the goal.
I hate to break it to your maths teacher, but they obviously didn't.
Yeah, I apologise. That's a 5-goal deficit. And like we were just saying, that's a very real difference. 3 goals down, going into half-time, you can say, look, boys, keep your heads on, okay? There's a lot of game left to go. You know this could very easily turn around. 5-goal deficit with only 16 minutes of lacrosse left to play. You actually have to change the style of how you're playing. You have to be more aggressive. You have to play more aggressive defense, drive for the turnover. You have to score earlier in your shot clock. That style of play can be great at closing a lead, but it can also so often lead to mistakes, inconsistencies in giving the ball away. So they're in a tough position right now.
We play our best
Now,
across, we move
Rise
best off ball
have
when
very
we're fresh,
much
right? There's like 3 or 4 sets there where people have done 3 or 4 reps.
got to throw the kitchen sink at this.
It's a long day.
I was just thinking about how I want to say it, and I want to say it like that because they have very much got to throw the kitchen sink at this. 1 game today, 5 goals down currently against a side that lost last week to Hustle, but in the final minute of play, because it was another buzzer beater winner. Brace Girdle in the week already talking about his side wanting to turn it around and that they're as determined as ever, but they are feeling confident about their ability. They just need to put it into practice out on that pitch. That's what they're doing here today. And Rise all of a sudden have a mountain to climb.
Yeah, it's a real tough situation for Farmstad. And something fascinating I think about the field I'm seeing right now is Erica Urban, Elliot Pugh standing away from that huddle. I don't know whether that's a message that they trust the players they have, or whether it's a message that the boys have problems they need to work out themselves. But it's interesting to see that very much a player-directed halftime huddle. I think, you know, as much as we can say that 5-goal deficit is difficult, as much as the people watching here in lovely Roslyn Park know, no one is acutely aware of things that need to change out on that pitch as those guys over there dressed like tequila sunrises are.
Had to get it in there some way, Charlie.
I just think it's funny.
Just
I like
had
it.
to.
I like it very, very much.
Maybe you can buy Brace Girdle a tequila sunrise when we finish with this game.
Maybe, I don't know. I'd probably be...
Wait, no, this is the Jack Allen sponsored
Jack Allen sponsored cold drink. I don't know if he's allowed to drink. He might be 17.
Just hezzy, hard slide, say slide, stay.
Yeah, no, excellent. It is worth saying, actually, Forge at the other end of the field in the black and green, you can see their coaches very much in amongst the huddle, right? So just definitely 2 different styles at play, and it's really interesting to see with these kind of newly formed teams that coaches have just taken over. Some have really lent on their leaders, some are really more in the mix. I'm not here to say right or wrong, but definitely this style of coaching where it's a team only recently gelled is a very different challenge from what this coach will have done before, and it's great to see them all approaching it in different ways. That's a real element that's at play as much as everything that's going out on the field.
Well, they've certainly got this wind behind them here at Roslyn Park. The wind have been picking up more and more in that second half. The clouds are coming over at the moment. It's certainly clouding over Rise's performance so far in the Fly because they came in as hot favourites. They won their first 2 games. They now trail by 5 goals against Forge.
They do.
This is, it's starting to look a little bit grey and gloomy at Roslyn Park with the wind. It's starting to look a bit grey and gloomy on their hopes for winning the championship as a whole.
It is. It's a real momentum question for me. I think Rise had some unfortunate slip-ups. They had, like, Aaron Davies made some phenomenal saves in the last quarter. I think he had a couple in the first quarter he probably went back. They had a couple penalties that weren't entirely necessary. So it will be really interesting to see whether a bit of time away from the game, a time to recompose. You'll see the coaches in there again now talking, you know, very prescriptively about what they expect from the boys over the next 16 minutes. Whether the break is certainly something they needed. Can they go back into this game under a bit more control and assert some more dominance? Because that's what they'll need to do. My prediction is we won't see this game finish with a 5-goal deficit. I think it will certainly draw closer. The question is, can they do enough to surmount a 5-goal challenge right now at halftime?
I predict a bit of craziness. I predict a bit of fast lacrosse. I predict a bit of madness, and to quote a very well-known band, I predict a riot, really, to be honest,
How did I know you were gonna say
with one of these sides. I mean, one of them's really got to just shift into second, maybe even third gear, really, because I feel like we've not even hit second gear with Forge. I feel like they've got more to give. But I feel like Rise are stuck here in first, and one of them needs to shift up big time to really raise the level that they're playing at. And that's when this game is going to eke out to being, you know, both sides in the, you know, deep double digits, like 17, 18 goals as we approach the full-time klaxon.
I
But that will
absolutely
only
agree.
come if they can shift up.
That's the real challenge for Rise. I think Forge are actually playing slightly below where they can right now. I think they do have a second gear. That's the real challenge for Rise, is can we step up to the game Forge played in the first half, and then can we step up again to the second gear they can unlock if we can accelerate our gameplay a bit. So it's going to be really fascinating to see.
Well, they have started us again here, Forge, and claiming that ball from the draw as well.
Yeah, interesting to see not Tom Bracegirdle taking that draw, but again,
Well, they have
really
Ryan
good...
Power. Clues in the name. He's the man with all
They
the power.
do have Ryan Power. I actually walked in with him from the train station today, and he was talking about the draws and also the other dynamics of the game. He's played a lot of box recently, so I know that's something he's excited of incorporating into this game. With the fewer people out on the field, there really are great similarities, and as the standard of box lacrosse rises in Europe, and particularly in England, because we're having a really good run at the moment, you're going to see lots of that style of play translate into Sixes.
I'm going to touch on that point in a second, but for now we're going to watch what Rise can do with the ball, continuing their onslaught towards the goal. It's now been brought to an end. Charlie, we mentioned all these different varieties of lacrosse. Field lacrosse is your classic lacrosse, isn't it?
Yeah.
But for those watching at home who don't know what you mean by sixes and box, both very similar formats, and a lot of players from box coming into this format here at the Fly, tell those at home what they really are.
So field lacrosse is your standard format, most similar to kind of common invasion sports like football, played 10v10. Box is the indoor format, a lot more like ice hockey, very, very contact dense, most popular in Canada, but growing in popularity worldwide. England are currently European champions, with many of those players represented on teams here at the Fly, particularly actually on Rise and on Forge. So the question for me is, with fewer people out on the field in a Sixes format like the Fly, do you see lots of those box influences creep in? That'll be characterized by physical play, lots of pick and rolls, really two-man game to get people free within the limited space that we have on the field.
Will Brown breaking away for Forge, firing in on goal and scoring.
That's a really great goal. Like we say, one-on-one on the keeper, that's a goal you're supposed to score, but he does that in a really attractive way. A finish really tight in the corner. That gives Aaron Davey a lot of work to do to make that save, and on that occasion, he's not quite able to do it.
And he was switching straight back into defence as well. He was sprinting back to support his teammates as quickly as he sprinted away to get his own score. And now potentially doing exactly the same here for Forge again. If the pass can get away, he doesn't need him.
Again,
Jamie Powell goes on his own, and he pows his way in for a goal.
Again, those breakaways, so challenging to stop. So when we talk about those conversions, something Rise clearly have a problem with at the moment is getting their defense back and ready to play when that quick exchange, right? Because there isn't a draw after every goal. The ball starts again straight away. Having that ability to transition and not hang Aaron Davey out there by himself is really key, and not something they've quite cracked at the moment.
Rise getting a swift response.
Rise getting a swift response. Closing that gap of goals to 6 now, but Forge coming right back to answer.
But it's a big lead, and we see a crucial save coming in there from Aaron Davey. I need to just retire and go home.
Really
Charlie,
crucial.
I'm not doing well at all. Should have just called you Ian, and that would have been the nail in the coffin.
That's Aaron Davey's opportunity to really stem the bleeding. If that goal had gone to, that's a number of goals for Forge in a row. What Aaron Davey really needed to do there was stop the bleeding, assert himself, stand tall in the net, and say, I'm going to stop this, and force some good transition. And that's just what he did.
Now, that was a big fall on the floor for Andrew Brickle when he had the ball with him in possession. So Rise's effort there came to an end because he stumbled and couldn't get the proper shot away. And so instead it invites Forge to maybe start a claw back into this game. But really, with the deficit between the two sides still standing at 6, I mean, have you ever seen a comeback quite this big?
I've seen comebacks this big. And it starts with things like what happened just there. That was Carl McQueen, Kachow, intercepted that pass across the crease. What you need to do now if you're Rise is start not giving Forge the opportunity to dictate the pace of the game. You need to play that more aggressive defense. You need to be intercepting passes. You need to be stealing possessions that you wouldn't have in the typical run of the game.
Really good save from Jack Allen. He got his side back underway really quickly, and Forge do score once again.
That's a really great goal. Again from the mystery number 5, who I believe is Will Walker. But again, didn't quite make it onto our tip sheet, so we're not too sure. That's Rise coming in to play some offense now, spraying that really wide.
All Forge have gone quickly here. They've got a bit of space downfield, and it could be a good goal. No. Just wide of the mark.
You know, those last two opportunities, the Forge one I liked, got to the middle. That's really night and day from what we saw from Rise there. Shot really early in the clock. From the middle, yes, but not really penetrating the center. Those are the kind of chances they can't really be taking if they want to be winning this game. They need to be converting much more consistently than those shots allow them to do.
Well, let's see what they can do now with the latest attack. Forge, they've slowed it right down. Even though the counter have been working really well for them and a bit of high-tempo lacrosse have been playing into their hands, they found Bracegirdle, who finds the back of the net. Tom Bracegirdle on fire as ever. And that, unfortunately, is a silly mistake from Rise as they look to play out from the back. It's found Bracegirdle again, but Garvey with a crucial interception there. The keeper standing his ground, standing strong, and arguably keeping Rise in this game. And they get a goal back as well. That's a big last passage of play there. Big save coming in from Davey. Big moment there for Rise on goal.
Really excellent shot there by Tom Roper. That's low to high. That's a really powerful shot. Tom Roper's a fascinating player. He moves very fast. He plays at both ends of the field. He also can generate a huge amount of power from a shot really, really quickly. And that's what's converted for him there against Jack Allen. Also a very nice bloke.
Bracegirdle. Moving this ball around.
Okay. You're really
Powell
seeing
is
them
he's
slow
just
the
standing
game
around.
down
He's
now.
eating out the time now, isn't he? He's got
He's
8
saying,
seconds to do something, 6 seconds to do something. Forge, move it forwards. Alhage can't do anything either.
Forge could almost win this game without scoring again, right? So the number one thing in their brains right now is going to be that clock. How do we eat 30 seconds of clock every single time we get the ball? Of course, they're going to be trying to convert those chances, but the key thing for them really now is slowing the game down, staying in control, and not throwing it away, not giving Rise too many opportunities.
We're in the final minute, and Rise do get a goal of their own. You can see what it means to Drew Bickerton. Good little celebration there from the number 23.
That was a very funny little run. I'm not sure that was a celebration. I think he genuinely was just so pleased.
Does he realise he needs to get about 5 more of those before he can really start celebrating?
I think I like it. Look, anyone can celebrate when you're up. I've always said celebrating, chirping when you're down is just as important.
Oh, brilliant behind the back shot from Jamie Powell. That was glorious. Hang that in the loop. Forget what I said last week. That goal was a work of art.
Really, really great stuff. And look, that's one of the beautiful things about the Sixes format. It gives offensive players the space to really show off, really be creative, and really generate exciting moments.
Ryan Power broke away for Forge, but unfortunately for him, Rise were coming through strong. 6 seconds left on the clock, 4 seconds left, and Jack Allen's going to eat out the clock.
Yeah,
take his time.
Sprayed that maybe a bit early. There was opportunity there. Were the game to have been closer for Forge to potentially get some offense coming back in that 6 seconds. So I think it was a really sensible choice by Jack Allen to just run that 6 seconds out, but there was a potential that could have come back to bite Rise.
Well, the score currently reads Rise 7, Forge 13. So as things stand, Forge are about to deal Rise's first loss, the Fly 2023. Which for them is a huge response coming off the loss from last week. And actually, they should be really proud of what they've put together today.
It's a very simple play. Just everyone switch on.
It's a,
and if Jamie or whoever
it's a really,
is
really
taking notes,
impressive.
isolated, just step out and
But before we talk more in depth about
don't give them an advantage on the speed point of view. Just stay nice and
yeah, but like,
half of them didn't know the play anyway.
Yeah, so. Exactly. So it's not working. Just play man on man.
Yeah, play deep. The possessions there were much better. You know, we were using a lot more of the 30. We were getting some good opportunities. It's pretty tough. I think we've just got to kind of work together now. Work off ball. If someone's dodging, you've got to work off ball. I feel like we're a little bit static off ball. But we just got to keep grinding, fellas. You know, there's 6 in it. Let's just keep grafting.
Guys, 8 minutes. Sorry, I've had 2 really bad shots, but that one I did from outside, Jack Allen's moving to his post every time. he's done it, a few of us done it, shoot on his left-hand side post.
Yeah.
Anywhere there, and we're scoring.
Yeah.
Right, but he's also eating up everything that you shoot high, so maybe try and put it around
Let's
him.
not get beat on their breakaway this time. That's all hard work. That's all that is. They've scored a few on the break.
We're on the long,
let's cut them.
We're on the long bench now, so it's even more important when pushing. Yeah, especially for our Ds. So get behind the goal.
Let's go, fellas. Big shot. Come on now. Let's graph. Let's graph.
Rise on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Right.
Let's go, boys. Come on.
Well, final quarter action here at Roslyn Park. Forge currently holding the lead over Rise, and you can see once again, Charlie, they're taking their time in attack. They're being cool, calm and collected here, looking to work the space through passing and not panicking. And it pays dividends.
It does pay dividends. That's a really great goal from Lewis Alhage there. You see him get to the middle, really drive through, get that high percentage shot. Another one has come back the other way from Rise, though. So we're still going to set a 6-goal deficit as the quarter really settles in.
Well, we've still got about 7 minutes left. We've not really played too much in this final quarter, but Brace Girdle is still looking menacing on goal, and he's looking for a score. He gets a score. It's now 8-15 in favour of Forge. He's been a standout in this game, Charlie.
He has. He's just, I've said it before, he's tough because he can beat you in lots of different ways. That was an example of him using speed initially and then transitioning to physicality to muscle through. Just a very hard player to defend.
Oh, good shot going in there for Rise, but Will Prescott not really hitting the mark for his team, but it was the right idea. It had the right amount of force. It's just that fraction too high.
Yeah, right idea. That's that really physical defense that's upset him here. You've got the players playing very close to the net, so they're really generating a lot of contact as he gets in close. I think that was driven high by a really strong defensive performance there.
Good effort going in there from Forge's number 12, Jamie Powell. England box experience coming in once again in his favour and in favour of Forge. This is a huge mountain now for Rise to climb. It's an 8-goal deficit.
Yeah, and you can see Jamie Powell's been a real standout as well. Really scoring goals very consistently, really making a huge difference to that Forge team. That right there was a goal for Sam Mottershed. Again, a standout. Scored a couple of great goals today. Something that's really interesting about Forge, I think, as a team, is that their goals can come from anywhere. They don't have 1 or 2 guys that are generating all the offense. They really have so many different players that can score, and that makes them a very difficult team to scheme against. You're now seeing them really start to slow the game down, really eat up as much clock as they can, limited number of possessions each way with a 9-goal lead. You're really very comfortable now.
Oh,
it's just a matter
Brace
of sending it
Girdle.
out.
That's all I need to say from now. Brace Girdle.
Look, great stuff. And that possession's done everything they needed to do. Burn a lot of clock and a goal at the end. That's what really great game management looks like. And with guys like Brace Girdle out there, that becomes quite easy to do.
That's going to really continue to grind the gears of the Rise side, who trail now 8 points to 18. It's a 10-goal deficit, and that most recent shot once again from Prescott just missing the mark. And we've got 4.5 minutes left to play here. 10 goals. Is it possible?
It's not possible, but I think that's what makes the next 4.5 minutes really exciting, right? With the game out of reach for Rise, now all eyes are on the rest of the tournament moving forward. So in a sense, it's quite freeing as this game's probably out of reach, so they have the opportunity to not panic and really say, what does our best lacrosse look like, right? How can I play out 4.5 minutes of lacrosse now that puts me in the best opportunity to win this tournament as a whole, not this next 4.5 minutes in front of me?
Well, Aaron Davey will get us back underway from the very back of that Rise half. And I think his side are starting to realise that this game has fallen away from them. They're not running forwards with the same sort of energy that they had in those first few minutes. And Buchanan now on the ball for them, their team icon. Really good bit of switch play and movement. Can this be a goal for Prescott? The crossbar. What is wrong with his stick today?
So unfortunate, but such a great offensive play, right? So if you're Erica Urban, Elliot Pugh on the sideline, I think you're happy to see your team not rush forward, but to play what they'd consider to be Rise Lacrosse, right? It was a great offensive play, even if it didn't result in a goal.
Really good goal there for Forge, once again extending their lead to 11 now. The game has well and truly gone from Rise, and it's moments like that, the head drop because the pass has gone over the top of the head of Kyle McQueen-Kachow.
Yeah, there you go.
That just means it's not falling into place for them today.
It does really feel, when you're winning a lacrosse game, when you have the momentum, like the ball kind of bends to your will. We're starting to see that now. The bounces just aren't going Rise's way. Forge got out in front of this game early. They really dominated this game. And from there, it really has felt like they're in control the bulk of the way through.
Oh, brace girdle. What can he do? Oh, he gets the ball knocked out of his stick. I said it too soon. I did the ooh too soon. That's what it was.
You did. That was a rare moment of poo hands from Tom Bracegirdle there. Really, really rare.
Well, here come Rise to see if they can rise to the occasion and give themselves anything to cheer about.
Don't encourage him. That's a sensible timeout there. So, like we said, they know this game is out of reach. What they're using this timeout to do really is draw up what does our best offensive play looks like. Can we create a banker play that's going to work for us every game moving forward?
Well, Bracegirdle's side have really been the Forge to be reckoned with. But let's take a listen in to the Rise huddle before this final bit of action.
Pick on the ball, feed the slip.
Yeah.
Pick on the, what's that? One more pass. Pick on the ball, feed the slip. One more if you have it.
Yeah.
This is just about discipline now, guys. This is just about you working hard in terms of the scoreboard. So you just have to dig in. Yeah. Just dig in. Just decide how you finish.
Damage limitation now. Let's
get the next goal. Yeah, we're not to get 11. Let's get the next goal.
Let's go.
That's right.
Get to double figures. Let's get to
Next
10.
play, come on.
Come on,
Let's go, boys.
Come
Guys on third, let's go.
You're rising 3, 1, 2, 3,
Rise!
And we are back with... Oh, no. Yeah, we're back. 2 minutes 19 left to play.
Hey, that's my line. 2 minutes 19.5 maybe left to play.
You had to go up. The question for me really is not can Rise come back into this game, it's can they show something now, even downtrodden by this lead, that's going to make us really excited about watching their games moving forward in the tournament. And that's what the coaches are going to see as well.
Well, that pass to Prescott wasn't exactly what they were looking for. And instead, Powell will fly away with it for Forge. And has he got an opportunity on goal? He does, and he's got another score. It's 20 goals now for Forge. It's the highest scoring game of the day so far. I know we're only in game 2, but still, 20 goals is a lot.
That's a really impressive fake there. You see, we faked that shot. We had Patrick McGowan jumping across the crease. That's one he'll be clipping to show the boys at home, for sure.
Well, here comes Al Haig. He's thrown it forward to Powell once again. But a crease infringement, and he puts his arm in the air to say sorry.
Sorry,
he
fellas.
knows what he's done.
Look, that's an easy goal to convert. That could have been a 13-goal lead and a 21st goal for the team, but unfortunately throws one too many fakes, gets a little bit too excited there, and gets that turned back for in the crease.
Oh, good block going in there from Jack Allen. I saw a shout and I heard a scream coming in from Elliot Pugh.
That looked painful. Something interesting, I don't know if you'd picked up there, was Forge are actually voluntarily playing man-down defense here, with one man set up at the halfway just to transition back to defense, so none of those breakaway goals are available for Rise. That's something I think you'll see more in closer games as we come to the end, but definitely an interesting tactic if you have faith in your man-down unit.
And it's even harder to try and score against Jack Allen because he is the man that's on fire at the moment. And you've already said time and time again about how he is possibly one of the hottest talents in English lacrosse right now. And he's got his team back underway on the front foot once again.
Yeah,
he's almost scoring again. He's been a really key
excellent
figure.
player, both in terms of stopping goals, but also in terms of generating offense by feeding the ball out really quickly. That's what you want to see from a goalie. Can he save the ball? Can he clear the ball? Does the team play better when he's in net? Jack Allen's the guy who ticks all those boxes, and he's really shown that off today.
Aaron Davey will be feeling a little bit disheartened after this game, but he shouldn't be too disheartened because he has done the right things at the right times. He's made himself big in goal, but a little bit of lapse in concentration maybe on the defensive effort as a whole from his team just gifts Forge those easy opportunities as we see another shot flying off the post. What is it with this Rise team today?
Pipe God prefers the winning team. That's always the way. You're absolutely right about Aaron Davey, right? He's standing strong. Unfortunately, he's getting some breakaway attempts thrown at him, and he's also seeing the real birth of the Forge offense that we prophesized last week. So many great transitional players and so many really excellent offensive threats eventually is going to come into play.
Forge were making their way onto the field as if they had been able to call a timeout.
Yeah,
but there's a bit of a confusion here between the officials as to what they're actually going to allow. Tash has stepped up to the mark now. It should be fine. He's put them back in their box. He's trying to explain to them what's going on.
I'm unsure exactly what is going on, but they seem to know.
I'll tell you what's going on. A cracking game of Sixes Lacrosse at the Fly 2023 at Roslyn Park. And with 24 seconds left on the clock, it's 8-20 in favour of Forge.
Absolutely true. Those of you who watched last week will remember I picked Forge my favourite for the tournament. Today we've really seen the christening of that explosive offence. Another excellent game out of Jack Allen that's really demonstrating we are not a team to be trifled with, toppling the two-time champions in a really exciting fashion and really asserting themselves, I think, as real contenders within this tournament.
That one really running away from Drew Bickerton, unfortunately. He could have just done with a friend in the middle, and with 4 seconds left, Jack Allen throws it out from the back.
Nice bit of horseplay at the back there to wrap it up as well.
And the klaxon sounds for the final time. That's the end of the game. And at full time, it's Rise 8, Forge 20. The Forge is strong with this team. They really have gone above and beyond their performance of last week.
I can hardly hear you over all the booing from the rest of the comms team.
Well, I enjoy it, and I hope everyone back home also enjoys it listening along, because I enjoyed that Forge performance, Charlie. I'm sure you did.
You'll have to get a poll up on the Instagram on the puns, but certainly that was the most dominant performance we've seen at the Fly 2023 so far, and a birth of a really, really powerful offense from Forge. So really great to see. Another really great game of lacrosse. I hope you're sticking with us for the rest of the day to see some women's coming up next, and then some more excellent men's games later on in the day.
Yes, following this match pretty much straight, well, not straight away, but at 1:30, Hustle versus Rise will kick off here at Roslyn Park. But before we get to that match, we're going to watch the aftermath of this one, with Rise potentially a little bit disappointed not to have 3 wins from the get-go in this tournament, so they've got to really fight back for their mojo, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely they will.
And from a Forge perspective, you look at the positives from a Tom Bracegirdle's perspective. He spoke in the week about what he wanted to do, what he knew his side needed to do as well. And they have. They've risen to the occasion. They've come back stronger, and they've put on a really dominant performance.
Couldn't have asked for better, really, for the Forge, from a Forge perspective. I'm sure Connor Dock, coaching over in that camp, will be a very, very happy man today.
I tell you what I will say, though, and it'd be interesting to get your thoughts on it. They've now got to do that again. They've got to replicate that. They can't let that performance drop off, and that's going to be really hard to sustain, isn't it?
Absolutely. Look, lacrosse is a game of runs, and tournaments can be just the same as games. So they're going to go into that next game playing like they're 100 feet tall, and it'll be interesting to see whether that really plays to their benefit, or whether maybe potentially it opens them up to a little bit of a slip-up.
Well, who would your player of the match have been?
My player of the
match? I didn't ask you that in the first game. I do apologise to everyone at home who's still probably sat around wondering, who was the player of the match?
You know, there are a number of excellent performances. It's really hard to pick someone on the Forge side because there were lots of great performances. I think Tom Bracegirdle will be an easy one. For me, it's going to be Jamie Powell, just because he scored some of the most exciting goals of the game and really got his team going early.
It's not going to be Jack Allen. I know you love a goalkeeper, that's all.
I do love a goalkeeper. I think we can't give us Jack Allen every week. Certainly one of the most talented players out there, but for me, it really was the Forge offense's day to shine today.
Well, as I've already said, that is the end of action today for the Rise team. So they will now take some time off, take some time away from Roslyn Park and the beautiful west side of London. That's the end of their west side story in terms of the regular games. It's more going to be the games that matter will be the next ones that they come. The championship winning games will be the ones that are next for them.
It's going to be certainly a tough week for them to sit with that one. Question, are they going to be able to rise again at 2 weeks in the finals day here at Roslyn Park for the Fly 2023?
Who knows, to quote another famous band, maybe they're going to rise above it.
Okay, lovely stuff. Are we breaking out to an interview now? I think we are.
Well, Chris Knight seems to have forged together an interview. So we're going to fly over to him.
Risen to the challenge. There we go.
And we're going to hear from some Forge players.
Careful, ready to go. Are we ready?
Tom, congratulations. How are you feeling after that victory?
Yeah, really good. It was nice to get a win after last week. Sorry, losing in the last second kind of hurt. So bounce back, but we got to forget it now and go on to the next one.
Speaking ahead to that next game, is that a must-win in your eyes?
I think so. I think we just want to make sure that we're in that kind of 2-3 bracket, which I think is as high as we can finish now. So we want to be there and give ourselves a better day on the finals.
Long breaks between games. How do you sort of debrief and then pick yourself back up for that match?
We'll be having a chat now. We'll probably kind of move around as much as possible and kind of stay warm if we can, chuck a ball around, that kind of thing.
Nice. And reflecting on that victory, it was a very dominant performance. What do you put that down to?
Well, I think we've got the best goalie in the tournament in Jack Allen. We're learning how to play for him and get the best out of him. We've got some big strong boys that put in big performances and they couldn't cope with it ultimately.
And reflecting on the tournament so far, what have you made of the new format?
Yeah, I love it. It's fast. Some of the people from kind of Spencer and Richmond, where I play and coach, are down here watching. It's exactly what the sport needs.
Well, thank you very much. Cheers. Good luck with the rest of the tournament.
Right, boys, so you've got lunch until 1 o'clock now, so 1:45 just to touch base.
Presenter 2. Just stick your thumb out the window or speak on the radio. I'm hearing you, comms. Yeah, I can hear you, yeah. Yeah, yeah, hi Dougie, we're just doing a comms test on something. Yeah, I'll
I'll test the other mic for you. Hi, Diggy.
I think we hit the pipe how many times? I think we weren't quite on the same page on attack, and then I think that kind of saw its way into defense. But, I mean, overall, this is a great group of guys, and I have no doubt they're going to bounce back on the 4th for sure.
And what does it mean to be coaching this group?
I think honestly it's a privilege, to be fair. They've been really welcoming. There's a solid group of kind of experienced players here, and they've just been very willing to have different conversations. And I think it's been nice to kind of see the younger guys ask questions to the older guys, or even the box guys ask them questions about field and vice versa. So no, it's been a really fantastic experience.
And what have you made of the new setup, the new format? Obviously spread across 3 weekends rather than one day. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I think it's a really good thing, because I think then it's just the fun lasts longer, right? So you have 3 weekends that you get excited for. You have different opportunities to kind of get together as a team, Zoom calls, warm-ups. You have that over 3 weekends versus all the fun in one day, right?
Definitely. And you got one more, well, no more games for you, but one more game left. Are you going to stick around and watch that? Because it, guess, has big connotations on where teams could end up.
Yeah, I think we're all pretty much going to be standing over on the sidelines watching with bated breath. But also we're really excited to watch our women's team, because they had a really good first weekend. So I think we'll rise all the way today.
I absolutely love the cheatiness. But thank you very much, and good luck for finals day in 2 weeks' time.
Thank you very much. Is that okay? Okay.
That was fantastic.
So we are here for fun little fan favourite, Beat the Goalie, and I'm here with the lovely Annie as well, who's going to give us some technical inside know-how. But this is exciting. It's going to be really fun, and the sun is finally coming out. But to start things off with, Annie, how did you think? What did you think of that men's game and stuff that we just watched there? Was it exciting for you?
I mean, it was exciting. It was a bit of a turn up considering last week's results. Rise won both matches last week. They didn't quite turn up today, I would say. That being said, Forge also put some excellent plays together. So it's exciting for the tournament as a whole, because it's opened things wide open. But yeah, it was good.
No, it was good. And like you said, obviously Forge dominated. But let's... Oh, we still got people getting ready. But yeah, so Beat the Goalie. So we've got a couple of interested fans who are going to basically try and beat the goalie. I mean, it's exactly what it says on the tin. But from like a technical kind of like lacrosse perspective, what do our little young fans, we've got some little kids, what do they need to do to try and get their shot on goal?
First of all, open up, just aim for that area. It's quite a big area. That being said, we've got Matt Goddard, the Swift goalie, in goal. He takes up quite a lot of the goal. So I think just aim for the corners. But that being said, they're quite little ones, so we'll see what they can manage.
Perfect. So we're going to go over, have a little chat with some of our young players here. Perfect. Hi everybody, are we able to have a little chat with some of our young little players? Can we have a little chat with you first? Is that okay? Yeah. So what's your name? You're going to have to speak into the microphone for me.
My name's Florrie.
Florrie, and are you excited today? Do you think you can beat the goalie?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. And so is this your first time at a Sixes Lacrosse tournament as well, watching it in person?
Yes.
Yeah, you got the nod from Mummy there, yeah? And are you having a great day?
Yeah.
Oh, fab. And so what's your kind of what's your tactic going to be to try and beat the goalie?
Throw the ball.
Yeah, and try and get the goalie to move?
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful. And so do you play lacrosse yourself, Florrie?
No.
Do you think you want to after today?
Yeah.
Beautiful. That's exactly what we want to hear, but lovely. Good luck. I'm going to let you go, and then we're going to have a chat with another little player. Do you want to come in? Fantastic. So, what's your name? You're going to have to speak into the microphone for me.
Ewan.
Ewan, okay. Is this your first time holding a lacrosse stick playing lacrosse?
Yes. Well, I have been like practicing with this stick.
Yeah.
I do like training on Sundays, I think.
And so what do you like most about lacrosse?
Probably the defence, because my brother plays on that position.
Oh, okay. So your brother plays defence. So he's somebody that you look up to a little bit, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful. Is your brother here today? Is he playing?
Yeah. He isn't playing, but I think he's over there with my dad.
Oh, okay. So nice family affair. Love that. And so what do you think your tactic is going to be to try and get the ball in the goal past our goalie?
Through the legs.
Oh, through the legs. Okay, nice. Well, hopefully that's going to happen. That would be great and stuff as well. But best of luck, okay? So we are just getting everybody kind of mic'd up with the microphones, but we're going to bring the lovely Annie back in when she's ready in a second. Fabulous. Annie, I'm wondering if you can maybe give our young players here a bit of words of wisdom, bit of advice for what they should be doing today.
Absolutely. I think the main thing is to try and have your hands probably closer together if you haven't held a lacrosse stick before or not much experience. I think he already knows what he's doing.
Oh, no.
Fantastic.
Little mini superstars. Yeah, no, I love it.
Fantastic.
Fantastic.
And then just, yes.
So we have our lovely goalkeeper here as well. Ready to go into goal, are you? Yeah, fantastic. I mean, lead the way.
I can get it on. I can get it on.
So this is Matthew Goddard from Team Swift. Okay, so Ewan, this is a real exciting player, okay? No pressure for you, Ewan, but you got this, okay? So I think whenever they're ready, should we kick it off? So we'll leave it over to you, Ewan, after you. Perfect. Oh, so close. And he went for between the legs as well.
Oh! Back in.
We'll let it count. That was through the legs.
He was closest for the rebounds. I think he gets that.
Yeah. Fabulous. Okay. Whenever you're ready, Flory.
Oh, from distance.
Oh. Oh.
Off the pipe.
Yeah, she's going to have another little go. It's going to be great. Perfect.
Oh!
And it's in. Oh! So our little superstars are neck and neck.
Bottom left corner.
Okay. Oh. Yeah. So we've got some more little superstars ready to beat the goalie.
Oh, he's ready. Okay, ready?
Yeah. On a side note, I'm loving the colourful dress.
It's fantastic.
No, I
Dressed
know.
for the sunshine.
Exactly. Oh, bless.
Here comes Seb.
Oh, little siblings going up. Oh. a bit much. That's okay. Not a problem. That's fine. You can, yeah. Okay. Ewan, you're up, okay?
He's given himself a harder angle. Oh, no.
Oh! Not gonna lie, Ewan, that's probably one of the best goals I've seen so far today. And there's been a few. Fantastic. Flory, you gonna have another little go? Do it for the gals. Rebound. You've got this, Flory. One more. She gets the rebound. Oh. So Ewan is the winner, beating the goalie. But for you, we've got a little T-shirt here for you. Okay. So this is for you. So there you go. Take that for me. No worries. And you got it through the legs as well. Exactly what you said you were going to do. Fantastic. How was that? Was that a really fun experience?
Definitely.
Yeah. And would you suggest that everybody else who's here today as well, they come on down and they try and be one of our pro goalies as well?
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. So are we going to see you at the Fly in a few years' time as well, making some epic scores like that?
Probably.
Yeah, probably. I think it's going to be yes. Yeah? Oh, fantastic. Well, thanks so much for taking part, and a big shout out to Florian and stuff as well. You guys were absolutely incredible, and hopefully a bit of a fun experience for you, yeah? Perfect. So, I mean, Annie, with stuff like this, obviously getting the young kids and stuff involved, especially for this format of lacrosse, which we will be seeing at the Olympics and Commonwealth Games, how exciting is it that everybody's kind of getting involved?
Oh, it's brilliant. I think one of the kind of reasons that this all got developed was to try and widen the audience of lacrosse and to make it more accessible for everyone, and to try and get the younger generation playing. It's key to the growth of lacrosse in general.
No, definitely. And I mean, Annie, let's kind of go over to the sideline and stuff, and maybe let's have a little chat with some other people here and see if we can maybe get them to come in for our next Beat the Goalie, which is coming up in a couple of hours' time. Do you think we'll see some more kind of through the legs, maybe a nice little corner shot?
Absolutely, that's why we want to focus on getting the corners, especially when you've got a goalie as good as Matt Goddard.
Oh, definitely. So obviously, with this event like this today and stuff, and you know, with the whole Fly experience, having little things like this as well, I think it just helps to bring more people out, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I think I know the previous 2 years we've had it up north in Lilleshall, but now having it in London, having it where it's probably a little bit easier to get to, and it's just growing the game. The sun is out, which is fantastic because last year was a little bit rainy. And the fact that everyone's turned up, like, it's great to see the sidelines filling up.
Perfect. So let's have a little chat, try and have a chat with people. Hi, everybody. How are you doing today? All having a good time? Yeah? What team are we rooting for? Who are we going for?
Hustle.
Team Hustle. Okay. Nice. Perfect. And how are you finding today? Do you want to get involved maybe with a bit of Beat the Goalie later on?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. What's your name as well, if you don't mind me asking?
It's Lola.
Oh, okay, Lola. And is this your first time watching lacrosse?
I've watched it on like YouTube and stuff, but never in like real life, face to face.
And is this a fun experience for you, Jan? Oh, perfect. Lovely. I mean, thanks for speaking with us, guys. I'm sure we'll see you later. Let's carry on walking down and say hi to our lovely fans that have come out today. Hi guys, how are you? What team are we rooting for?
Team Swift.
Prediction then for this next game coming up. How do you think it's going to go?
I think it's going to be pretty tight. I'm going to say probably Hustle start out with a lead, but I could easily see Rise kind of coming back in that fourth quarter. We saw it in the men's. We saw Swift take out an early lead in the first match, and then Hustle brought it back and then ended up with the winning goal. So I feel like it's going to be very similar, except I think Rise might just pip it.
Oh, okay. Well, tell you what, I'm going to go for Team Hustle then, just to be a bit different, because why not? But I also went for them last week, and they did me good. They did me good on that front. But obviously, the women's game and stuff, and the men's game and stuff, for this format of lacrosse, we don't see that many differences. Obviously, the main one that our viewers will be seeing, obviously the men are still wearing their helmets and everything, but there's no contact. But what's something, you know, that is kind of different for kind of the men's and women's format of lacrosse we're seeing here?
I think the way that the shots are taken, it's still quite similar in terms of the men's. They're taking shots quite far out. I mean, I'm probably biased having played, obviously, women's lacrosse, but I think there's a bit more finesse with the women's things, and actually the shot percentage, I may be incorrect, but just based on what I've seen over the past weekends, the shot percentage is a little bit higher in the women's. They're placing their shots a bit more. Men are still going for those kind of rippers from out wide, which is good, and the other advantage is that there is no what we call shooting space, so people are allowed to stand in between the shot and the goal, the shooter and the goal, so they can kind of go for those big wide angle shots. But I would say the kind of types of shots are a little bit more finessed in the women's game still.
Yeah, and you've just reminded me here as well, because I got a question last week from a fan, and they didn't know what a shot clock was, or kind of what that concept is, because again, that's something that we don't really see in mainstream lacrosse, or like big lacrosse. So are you able just to quickly give a brief overview and explain that to some viewers who may be in the same boat?
Absolutely. So shot clock is essentially when there's a change in possession. In the Sixes format, you've got 30 seconds to have a shot on goal. If it hits the goalie, it resets another 30 seconds. In the Fields game, it's 90 seconds. So it's a lot more time, and actually that minute makes a huge amount of difference. An interesting thing that I know the women's Rise team have been using, they've called the shot clock their extra man of defence. So they're using that to try and get the turnover ball, essentially.
Oh, I love that. And do you think, obviously, these little elements and stuff, they're obviously helping this Sixes format? That's why we're seeing just such quick turnarounds and everything, and it's fast to play, which is great. And like you said there, 90 seconds for field lacrosse for a shot clock. A lot can happen in that time. So I just think, it brings out such a great element that we're seeing in this format of lacrosse and stuff as well, which I think is exciting. I mean, are there any other rules as well that kind of our viewers and staff need to be made aware of, do you think?
One of the other big rules is if the ball from a shot goes off the back line. In most field games, I need to be corrected on the men's, but definitely in the women's, it's whoever's closest to the ball. This time it's an automatic turnover, so then the shot clock is reset, which means that you have to be a bit more accurate with those shots. So when you're taking it and you're coming towards the end, you need to make sure it is getting in the back of the goal, otherwise it's a turnover.
Oh, fantastic. Well, we've had round one basically of Beat the Goalie. We are back doing round two of Beat the Goalie. So if you do want to have a go, please get involved, come onto the field. But Annie, I'm going to let you go because you are commentating now on the next game. So the best of luck. I'm sure we'll see you off. Be an epic game.
The excitement of the goal shootout with all our lovely fans, and you've come to join me here in commentary. How excited are you for this game?
Super excited. These are the two teams that are undefeated as of the first weekend. Hustle came away with 1-goal wins. They had a really, really tight match against Swift where they pulled away and then Swift clawed back. So I'm excited to see how it pans out because Rise had probably a bit more of a convincing win against Forge. But yeah, both very different kind of teams, so very excited for this match.
Well, we are ready to get underway with the draw in the middle. It'll be interesting to see who can win this because that really does put the momentum with your team from the get-go. And it's a fierce battle, and it's Rise that have come away with it. They've risen to the challenge straight away, and they are underway on the right foot as well. Good interception, though, from Hustle. And they've broken up play well, and they now get a chance to attack forwards. This is their first big opportunity on goal. What can they do with this possession?
Some solid defense from Rise there.
Here comes a big effort, surely, from the Hustle team. No, intercepted by Rise women, charging forwards. Let's see what Farham can do with an open net. It's a goal! Great score from Claire Farham, leading her team from the front, the captain and the team icon as well. That's a great start for Team Rise.
Absolutely, Claire Farham showing what she can do.
And now Hustle looking for a response of their own.
Claire Farham back with the ball. Nice, easy transition.
Be interesting to see what Rise's mantra is in attack here, because we've seen already, Annie, that Hustle's is very much calm, composed, waiting for the gap to open up, and Rise doing very much the same. They've matched them, and they've got a fantastic score through Alice Ripper, and they'll look to continue this going forwards. They've got a 2-0 lead inside the first 2 minutes of this first quarter, and really, the wind is in the sail of Rise at the moment, Annie. All the momentum is with them.
Absolutely, and it's starting with defence. And I know that after last week, Rise's head coach was saying how they focus really on defence and the attack will grow throughout the tournament. But the fundamentals all from the back, and they're showing it with the great turnovers.
Well, here's a nice, calm switch into attack for the Rise women. And a few substitutions making their way on, a few new fresh legs. And the passes are going away, though, for the yellow side. And that pass not quite making its way all the way out to Hannah Whiteley, but instead claimed by Hustle's keeper, Dylan Whittington. But Hustle still looking for their first goal, still looking for their first big moment. Oh, good block, really good block going in there from Sophie Allen, the keeper for the Rise women's side. And Whittington will come out of her net and now out of the crease to claim a ball from the touchline and get us back underway once again for Hustle. And you would argue that's a missed opportunity for Rise, really, but is this going to be a big opportunity? Because breaking away for the Rise side now, completely unopposed, is Whiteley. What can Rise do now with a little bit of space here?
Here comes Claire Farham.
Farham off the crossbar. Great work, though, from the Rise number 13. And Hustle, they need to pounce on this counter.
Off, and the one that they have done, Sophie Allen in goal, absolute brick wall.
Well, she was on fire last week for Rise, and I'm sure she can rise to the challenge again today and lead from the back. But here they come now, Farham. Passing it between her teammates now. They're looking for an opening here, Rise, and that shot just going a little bit too far over the mark from Millie Holm. But there's a very positive start from the Rise team.
Absolutely, they're definitely looking like the stronger team in the opening 4 minutes. That being said, Hustle has a lot of experience on their team, so I very much expect them to kind of really settle into this game. They just need to get that opening goal for them.
Another great set of defensive work from the Rise side. And they're now going to play out from the back. And getting ever closer to the crease, completely unmarked, almost there, and marching the ball forward were Rise, but Hustle have somehow managed to get themselves organised into a defensive effort. That shot going away, and the initial break came courtesy of Anna Saunter, but Rise weren't able to build on that, and instead it's Hustle. They come away with it. Really good shot thrown there by Nina Sherwin. The England under-20 trying to make her mark on the game from the get-go. And we're inside the final 3 minutes now. We've only seen 2 goals. Annie, this is good for Rise, but they're also not capitalising on a lot of opportunities they're given.
Yeah, there's been a couple of unforced errors. It's got a bit scrappy in the past minute. But it's been a lot of turnovers, so I imagine there's already some very tired bodies, even though we're only 5 minutes in.
Oh, great take. Great reception there from Laura Beeman. Hustle just about keeping the ball. Goodness me, the sticks are being thrown around very physically, Annie. Are we going to see this continue for the full game?
Well, I mean, they're not being called up, so I think it will definitely keep going until the referees and the umpires start calling these checks. You play to the ref.
Well, Ella Malik was looking to break away for Rise, but unfortunately, Hustle stole the ball straight back off her and her team.
There we are, first minor foul.
There we go, we found the line. We found the line now of the referees in terms of how physical they want this game to be. Don't cross that line now, everyone.
So Izzy Brand with the ball. Couple of changes. Oh no, Alice Ripper just being sent for the push.
She's the first one on the naughty step, Alice Ripper. So Rise are currently down a player on that pitch. But let's see what Hustle can do with this opportunity. They need to break the 0 deadlock. They need to get on the scoreboard at least with this attack. And are they going to do it here? Oh!
Once again, another save from Sophie Allen.
It's bouncing around awkwardly for the Rise keeper, but she's done really well there to stop the ball bobbling around into the back of her net. And so Rise get, oh, really big shunt. Really big shunt going on Millie Holm, but fantastic goal nonetheless. Are we going to see more of that from her?
Absolutely. Millie Holm has got beautiful stick work. And she was one of the all-star players at last year's Fly, so absolutely. She's someone definitely to keep an eye on.
So timeout called here by the Hustle side. They currently... And what do you think's being said inside this huddle right now, Annie?
I think they just need to calm down. I say that they are moving the ball nicely, but they're just not finishing them. So I'd probably say a little bit more movement as well, because they're moving the ball, but themselves are being quite static. Whereas you'll see Rise are kind of taking the catches on the run and really having to force the kind of crashes there. So I think a little bit more physical movement with the ball and just composure. I think it's only 3 goals. They don't need to worry at all.
They just need to wake up in a way, a little bit. Just blow the cobwebs out. It has been a whole week since they've played together, in fairness. Very minimal training for all of these sides. Is that a big factor in terms of on-field performances, do you think?
Absolutely. I mean, whilst it's great that you've got players from all nations playing, there's some people who have never played together, and it does say a lot. When you've got a team that are so slick and know each other, it makes it much easier for those connections to be made.
Well, good effort on goal there going in.
So
from Emma Oakley.
You will notice there are some players who have played together either in the England or the Wales or Scotland setup, and you'll probably see that they link a little bit more smoothly when they've got that experience behind them.
Will that be in field that they will have played together, or sixes?
Field and sixes.
Ooh, good shot on goal, but Whittington's been able to tidy that one up well. And for those who are watching along for the first time, first of all, hello. But Annie, talk to us more about potentially the benefits of coming from a field lacrosse background versus a sixes background externally elsewhere where they might be competing at this in this format of lacrosse.
So the field lacrosse I guess you have a little bit more time with the ball, and with that you probably have a little bit more tactics. The problem with, well, not the problem, but the interesting thing about Sixes is that you have to make a lot of quick decisions. You've only got 30 seconds to kind of get the ball in the back of the net, so it's very quick thinking.
Well, that's the sound of the klaxon to bring us to the end of this first quarter. And you talk about the fact that field players will be more tactical, and those who are used to playing Sixes will be much more accustomed to that shot clock and look to play a much faster game of lacrosse. We'll talk about that and how that might mix together in a little bit, but for now, we're going to take a listen in on the hustle huddle.
Don't have two players who have been used to playing that post. That's fine. Okay, just be aware when that happens. So Minty, you're doing a good job filling in down there when you're on. Chaz, whoever it is, Chess, just be ready to fill that low position if we need to. Okay, but other than that, in that defence, it's working really well. We've got the communication, we're passing those players on. Yeah, so it's just make sure we keep doing that in the D.
Attack-wise, similar to what we literally were just talking about in that timeout. Okay, get that movement going, ping that ball faster. So it was better, but we can still move it that bit quicker because they're getting those knockdowns because they can read what we're doing. All right, the quicker you do it, the easier it's going to be to find that hole and find that gap.
Yeah. I'm still not hearing, it's probably me, but I can't hear the time and I can't hear when we're getting from like 10 to 5. Yeah. Can we maybe say something different at 7 that's not a time? I don't know. I'm just not hearing it.
We can be louder on the bench, I think, to call that in.
Maybe we all have to do it.
We all need to be louder.
Because, yeah.
Pistol.
Let's call it pistol. Yeah. Guys, it's when we're moving onto the ball on the outside, you need to move onto it. They're coming out with these knockdowns because it's the flat passing lane. So come up onto the ball, you'll drag your defender higher, and then that like give in below is there. So just move onto it. Okay, here we go. We've got this. Let's go.
Straight in from that start.
We've got 3 whole quarters to go. Let's call it 0-0 and let's start again. Better intensity, better togetherness. Here we go. Hustle on 3! 1, 2, 3! Hustle! Come on!
Let's hustle. That's the message from that team talk. Let's pull something together. Let's get something out of the bag here. Trailing 3-0, but the game is far from over, far from done. And Annie, they're going back out onto that pitch with a lot of intent and a lot of energy, and they really want to take this game back to Rise.
Absolutely. We're only second quarter in, plenty of time, only 3 goals in it. I know it feels a lot because they haven't got a goal on the board yet, but they do have, what, 3 of the top 5 scorers from last weekend on their team. So you've got the Julie Wise, Laura Beeman, they'll find a way through.
Well, we're ready for the draw to take place in the middle, and
Chesgray wins it for Hustle.
What was the decision there?
Looked like it was an early draw by Ella Malik.
So Hustle get possession, and can they get a goal to get their second quarter started off well and started off strong? And they're moving the ball around really nicely, but that is an unforced error, really, you would say, from the Hustle side. Is the moment really getting to them? Because when you're chasing a game on the pitch, does the occasion suddenly feel so much bigger?
I do think so. As I said, I think you need that initial goal to break through. Up until that point, you start to force it a little bit, you start to panic, but they've got to realise they've got plenty of time, and they know they've got the players on the pitch to execute those shots. They just need to take their time with it.
That was a good shot going away from Claire Farram there. That looked to trouble Whittington, but the bounce was awkwardly away from her goal. So ultimately, the keeper didn't have to worry too much about that. So, Hustle now playing out of their own half, and they're in a very good attacking position. They're working the crease really well here. Lots of lovely passes.
Some good ball movement, but the shot clock is starting to tick away.
Oh, great score. That's it. That's the deadlock broken now. Absolutely. And it's a really good score from Julie Wise.
Absolutely. Top points last week. 15 goals.
Whittington claims that one easily for her Hustle side, and so they will come straight back at the Rise team. And a goal here would really give us a game on our hands because the deficit would just be 1. But passes like that going loose aren't going to help their cause, and we've been seeing a lot of those in this opening half.
Fantastic back with Rise and
Oh, really good shot on goal there for Rise, and Hustle doing really well in defence. What's key to remember in defence in Sixes? Because we've heard a lot of times about how you've got to be able to switch your mentality from attack into defence almost instantaneously. But are there other aspects of defending in Sixes that people aren't aware of, maybe?
the difficulty with Sixes is that you can get pulled out for a minor foul. So in the full field play, if it's a minor foul, it's you just have to pass the ball back, take a couple of steps back. With this, you're actually sent off for 30 seconds, so you have to be a lot more disciplined.
Oh, really good score. Really good score for Lizzie Rutherford. The Rise number 11 rising to the occasion. I'm going to use it over and over again, but Hustle!
Straight back in with Minty Loxton-Barnard.
She was a name we said a lot last week, so could she be another key figure for that Hustle side to potentially lean on to gain success?
Absolutely, she is the future of England, both Sixes and full field play. She's one of the younger ones out of these squads. There she is with a turnover pickup as well.
Big moves from the future of England Sixes, and she's going to go straight through on goal. Oh, just bouncing wide of the mark. Surely the pressure of the accolade you've just awarded her, Annie, was getting to her there.
I know, she heard every word.
Well, Rise were going to play out from the back, but the throw forward from Sophie Allen missed her teammate, and so Hustle will get an instant chance to score once again.
That is one of the things, because the pitches are much smaller than the full field pitch. Sophie Allen is known for her booming clears, and this has probably been the second or third one today that's just gone a little bit beyond the marked player.
Oh, that one just sailing over the top of the bar though, unfortunately. I'm really disappointed that no one caught that on camera, actually, because the ball pinged over towards our commentary and I just backhilled that onto the pitch for you all to enjoy, but no one will ever know. Instead, Rise are the ones coming forwards now with the latest attack. And Farham's looking to bring the rest of her teammates onto it, and Hustle managed to pull together a really good defensive effort. And they're coming forward with it once again. And now they're looking really dangerous with Oakley on ball now. But she's bringing the rest of her teammates into it, and we see Loxton-Barnard back onto the pitch. The future of England Sixes, I'm going to keep saying it now, Annie. You've given her the title. Oh, and she was the one throwing the shot away, but that's just gone over the top. And is it good that we're seeing these shots go in? Because we're seeing a lot of shots go in the early stages. And we should really encourage that, shouldn't we, rather than sides being too cautious from the get-go?
Absolutely, and I think the shot clock puts the pressure on that you can't just be kind of whizzing the ball around. You've got to actively go for goal, and that's part of the reason for it. It makes it much better spectator sport when you're seeing all these nice, beautiful goals going in.
That was a big moment there, big trip on Emma Oakley.
So Nina Sherwin, I think it was that.
It was Nina Sherwin. Tripped as she was through on goal.
She's also one of the young future stars.
But they can't all be future stars of England Sixes,
stars.
Annie. Well, no, they could. They actually could. Everyone out on these pitches at the moment are the future of England lacrosse, and a lot of these players we could see at the Olympics in 2028.
Absolutely. Well, these are the English ones. Wait till you hear the Welsh and the Scottish ones.
Hopefully, at some point, we'll say Pranam Dar to some Welsh lacrosse players. But for now, Hustle are coming forwards once again, looking dangerous. And oh, that pass just not finding.
Rise did well. They were man down there, and they had a little zone going on. Managed to force the turnover.
It was Izzy Brown that pass couldn't find, and now Sophie Allen is looking to play out from the back. And Loxton-Barnard was causing her all sorts of problems, but she's been told off by the referee. And so Sophie Allen's got a nice, easy throw out from the back.
Is that going to be a minor foul? She's going to be taken off? Yep, so not giving space.
Oh, it's only a green card.
Yeah.
I know that's the minor one, isn't it? What are the other levels of cards that we have available here for those who are watching at home?
We have minor, which is 30 seconds, major, which is a minute, and then expulsion, which it doesn't really sound like expulsion because it's only 2 minutes. If you get 3 or more, then you are actually expelled from the game as a player. 3 or more majors, sorry. Majors or expulsions.
Well, we've got a timeout here on the pitch with roughly 2 minutes left on the clock inside the stadium here at Roslyn Park, and this is turning out to be a much closer game than we perhaps would have expected, because Rise were the ones that were really starting to run away with it. They had the momentum. They were looking really sharp and as if they'd carry that momentum from last week forward with them.
Yep.
But Hustle are now starting to regather and come straight back at them. And what do you think will be crucial for them in order to really take the game back to Rise and maybe take a victory?
I think staying calm. They've had some beautiful worked goals. Rise do have a bigger squad. I know you're only allowed to have 12 playing today, but they've actually got a full squad of 14 for the next matches. So they probably got better legs in terms of the last quarter, so they just need to keep chipping away. They're up 2-1 in this quarter, so yeah, I think chip away at this next two quarters are key, because I do think Rise probably have a little bit more legs in them.
Well, Hustle are really fighting there to try and claim the ball back, and it's getting very physical out there. We've seen it right from the get-go, really, between these two sides. So you can tell that the rivalry in this match is there, and the intensity is definitely going to stick around as well.
Absolutely. They've the interesting thing is with the umpiring and the refereeing is that they've had to kind of standardise the men's and the women's, and traditionally I think they tend to be a bit stricter with women's field play and a bit more lenient with men's, but they've actually found this nice little ground where they're allowing the physicality for a good watch with the women's, but also being a little bit tighter on the men's side.
Oh, that pass again not working out for Izzy Brand. That's the second time that's happened in the space of a few minutes for the number 14, and they need to stamp those mistakes out as we approach the final minute of this first half, because you've got to capitalise on every opportunity given to you.
Absolutely. Evie Stevens, the head coach of Hustle, did mention last week that they were focusing on kind of getting rid of these little basic errors. It looks like they're creeping back in this second quarter now, whilst they managed to pull away at the beginning.
Well,
45
seconds left on the clock, well, 40 seconds left on the clock, I should say. And Hustle could potentially have the final attack. Loxton Barnard now just rolling that one along the floor to her teammate, who gets the shot away, but Sophie Allen was there to block it for the Rise side, and Oakley will come straight back at them with a shot that sails over the top of the crossbar, and that will bobble awkwardly away. And Allen will get us back underway. Coming up to 10 seconds remaining now. Rise, surely one more shot before the klaxon sounds for the end of the first half. Is it going to sit up for them? Oh. It was thrown around frantically like a ball pinging around in a pinball machine. No one could claim that. And I think we're just going to take a listen to the Hustle huddle, because they currently trail 2-4 at the end of the first half of action here in the third game of day 2 of the Fly 2023.
Ladies, the first big impression here. Nice job handling the pressure back and forth, okay? We need to dig a little bit deeper, and it's most apparent on the girls coming off the field for substitution. Last week, we were sprinting off, and that gave us the advantage on the offensive end. Now, tons of jogging. Get off the field. Get your teammate on. Let's press downfield. We have had nowhere near the transitional scoring that opportunities we had last week, this week yet, okay? We need to up that a little bit. We need to dig a little bit deeper, and we've got that. We're going to rest and eat afterwards, I promise. Okay? All right, I promise. The second thing is, if you are in the middle, you've got to step towards your pass, okay? If you're low and you've got defenders around you, if you just try to catch here, sticks are in your way. If you step forward, sticks are now behind you. Catch, control, shoot, and score. Okay? Does everybody get that? All right? Steve.
Just taking a breath. Take a moment on everything we're doing. We're frantic because we're trying, okay? But sometimes you just got to see it before you just chuck it, yeah? Take a moment on everything we do. Do it with a smile on our face. It's not always going to work, okay? But don't get bad about it. Don't get mad about it. Just pick it up. I think if we just take those 2 extra seconds that we were doing last week, that's where those openings are actually more visible for us. We're just forcing the issue a little bit quick, okay, especially on the offense.
On the back side, if the ball's over here, if that top girl cuts in front of that defender closest to her, and the low girl then sweeps around, that's the shot we've had 2 or 3 of, dead center, up high, okay? Let's start incorporating more off-ball movement, cutting through. Let's actually clog the middle just a little bit more than we have been. We look like a team that we're standing out on the perimeter, trying to move the ball, trying to just like dive or knife in, versus bodies coming through, displacing their defenders, opening shot score. Okay? Good? Captains, anything?
No, I think so, Maz, and like just take an extra second on our shot as well.
Yeah. You haven't heard a horn yet. You haven't heard you know. Oh, by the way, playing with a stick is illegal. We've cleared that one up. Okay? Just want you to know that. So ladies, if you drop your stick, you gotta pick it back up before you try to play it. All right, good.
I think not so okay.
Hey. Also, with even like in the attack, the passes around the outside, let's take that extra second and give the nice pass rather than they're sort of running past you and like giving a little shovel pass so that we can set to then go properly.
Maybe something else, retain possession, accelerate through.
Yeah, if it's going to be a flip, do a proper flip and let's work it.
And Faz had a good entry from the side. She stepped in, got that shot off. It was a good goalie save, but let's keep those things up. Let's get in through the pressure to get our shot off, okay? Good. Defense, we're solid, okay? I think there are times we can step out a little bit more, like if a girl is as far away as you and I are, and she's got the ball in control, don't be afraid to step out. Your defense has you. We've compressed from the backside. We've been doing a good job of shifting over and clogging their middle. That's why they haven't had too many entry passes, okay? They scored off a fast break and one little mini crease roll. That's it, okay? Defense has been solid. Let's keep that up.
Yeah,
All right, good.
Here we go.
The only thing I want to add is just bring more vibes for us. Bring our energy up. Do it for our team. Yeah? Big smiles. Bring the smile off the sideline. It carries on the field. Yeah, let's go. It's our game. It's our game.
That's all the celebrations as well, guys. Ground balls, everything. Like, let's be after it now. Here we go. Rise on 3. 1, 2, 3. Rise!
Here we go.
Here we go, Rise.
Well, we're getting ready to start once again with some fast, furious fly lacrosse action. There you go, some more alliteration my old English teacher will love. We're getting ready for the draw now to take place. Ella Malik in the middle for Rise in the yellow. And Nina Sherwin in the purple of Hustle. Ready to get the second half of this game underway, the third quarter. And after 8 minutes, they'll change sides and face off for the final 8 minutes to determine who will be victorious in Game 3, the first women's game of the day here at the Fly 2023 at Rosslyn Park in Week 2. And Rise are the ones that fly away with it initially, and it's a great score from the get-go.
Alice Ripper.
Fantastic.
Is that Alice Ripper? No.
That's exactly what you want
Emma Savage,
to see.
sorry. Beautiful, beautiful shot. Minimal angle, managed to place it though in the back of the net.
And here come Hustle. Once again, they've got to respond pretty much instantly, and they are not able to. Sophie Allen has got the ball in her net. The keeper blocking that shot. And Rise are attacking out once again. Well, that one bobbling around between lots of people's sticks, and ultimately it is Emma Oakley that comes away with it for Hustle. Oh, and another referee blowing the whistle. It's a very fine line, isn't it?
Oh, no, sorry. So that was actually for an offside there. So they didn't call the tackle. They've given it because they passed it back over the halfway line, which you're not allowed to do. Once you move the ball over into your attacking half, you can't step back in.
That's a nice simple offside rule, actually, to remember. Gosh. Everyone at home is probably thanking you, because that's way simpler than any football. And this is way more interesting than any football as well, because Hustle are back in attack straight away once again. This is end-to-end stuff. You don't want to blink, folks, because all of a sudden you'll have missed about 3 goals and 6 changes of possession. That's how frantic Sixes Lacrosse is, and just how entertaining the Fly is turning out to be for us all, which we always knew it would be as well. The attack very much still alive for Hustle, but they're in the final 10 seconds of their shot clock. They do get a shot away, and oh, Loxton Barnard firing one in and firing it in low. It's a good goal claim back for the Hustle side.
Absolutely good to get that rebound ball off the initial save by Sophie Allen. And Loxton Barnard back with it, with the
future of England's Sixes Lacrosse flying up the pitch and flying that one into the back of the net for them. It means the score is now 4-5. Rise holding on to a very slim lead now because Hustle have come hurtling out of the blocks in this second half. How are Rise going to respond? Is this going to be a long-range effort? Potentially it is. It was a very optimistic effort from Claire Farram, ultimately blocked by Whittington, and so Hustle attack out from the back. Oakley again looking to move this ball out wide for the rest of her team, and charging through the middle actually for that Hustle side and getting in a really good position was Chess Gray, and she
quite a few assists and actually goals last week. I think there has just been a minor foul from the initial play, and one of the Rise has been sent off for 30 seconds. So Rise are now playing zonal defence, man down.
Is that the automatic switch of tactics when you go a player down?
It tends to be. I mean, to be fair, they've been playing pretty zonal anyway with their full side, but the easiest way, especially with such fast ball movement, is a zonal defence when you are man down. So simplified, it essentially means instead of marking a player, you're marking an area. So any player that goes into that area, or when the ball moves into that area, that's where you are defending.
Well, Rise are restored to the full group of players, and so Claire Farron will assess the options for her Rise team now, and throwing that one into the back of the net was Millie Home. The assist coming from her captain, and that extends their lead back out to 2. So can Hustle get a goal to reduce it to 1 once more?
And they're now back to full 5v5, well 6v6, including goalies. And Sophie Allen with another wonderful save.
She is the keeper in form in this tournament, Sophie Allen. She's been doing wonders for her Rise team. Hustle again working the crease really well, moving that ball around. Intercepted though from Rise. Breaking away with it is Millie Home. Can Home get through on goal for a shot? She can, but Whittington blocks it with a stick. Malik with the rebound.
There's going to be a major card for a slash. Both of them are both being carded, so they're down to 3. So I believe
that's a bit. Oh, it's just one of them going off to the naughty step on those penalty chairs. It's number 14, Izzy Brand.
So they brought in Harriet Mann, who is a specialist defender. They've subbed her back in.
But really, you can't have specialists in just one area in Sixes because you need to be able to play anywhere on the pitch at a moment's notice.
Yeah, no, I would say Sixes is probably slightly more catered for the midfielder and probably the attacker, but it's great to see people like Harriet Mann. Emma Oakley has really thrived in this, and for England, full field. She was one of the straight defenders. You also saw Chloe Chan last week, who isn't playing, who had an absolute stormer in the first match, and she's also known for full field defending. So there are definitely some players who have transitioned really nicely.
That was really good defence once again from Loxton Barnard. She is a great utility player for this Hustle side, working hard in attack to get the scores, but also working back in defence to stop Rice from scoring. And is this tactical from Hustle? They just look like they're holding on to the ball as Loxton Barnard looks for an opening.
There we are.
But were they just trying to run down the shot clock so that they can get a player back on the pitch?
Yeah, I think they know that when they're 1 up, you've got to force the passing or force the drive. So they can take their time because, as I said, they've got that extra defender, the 30-second shot clock. There's no point going for it and risking a foul.
Well, Loxton Barnard has the ball at her feet. And she gets proceedings started, and let's see what Hustle can do. That's another wayward pass, which they won't be happy about, the coaching setup, but playing out from behind the goal now.
Yep, they're now back in their zonal defence as their man down as well. I think it's Ella Malik on the naughty step.
Well, Loxton Barlow with another low-driven shot, but that one going just wide of the goal, so it doesn't need any intervention from Sophie Allen, and she'll simply play that one out from her goal to get her team started once again. And Claire Farham is looking, assessing her options.
Wonderful stick block by Julie Wise.
Hannah Whiteley stayed in it though for Rise. She kept going, kept causing a bit of a nuisance really for the Hustle team that were desperately trying to defend. And Farham with the shot, bouncing off Whittington's stick. Oh, there's another big tussle going on in the middle of the pitch, and Emma Oakley's just thrown that one away.
It's always a shame when you've fought so hard to get the ball back and then a loose pass. Claire Farham bringing it down the middle, passing on to Alice Ripper. Lovely give and go. Oh, very close, nice little swivel shot, just wide of the net.
Well, Whittington gets proceedings started once again, and Hustle were moving this ball around, not at pace. They're moving it around in a calm, collected manner. Chesgray firing that one back in again, but that's bounced off another stick, and it's bounced out into touch again. So Rise have the ball again. Annie, I'm getting deja vu quite a lot watching Hustle in attack, because it's the same outcome a lot of the time.
Yeah, that final pass just isn't quite connecting for them. They had a storm of a start to this quarter, but it seems to have kind of gone back to how they started.
That is a fantastic score for the Rise women's side through Emma Savage.
The good thing about Rise, especially after the last weekend, is actually the scoring has come pretty much evenly across all the players. There hasn't been really one standout, which makes for good teamwork.
Ooh, that one not quite working out for Hustle. I was just about to comment on what you were saying about the Rise team, but then I got really excited because I thought Hustle were about to score with 10 seconds left on the clock. But you are right. Rise have certainly got the teamwork nailed, and that'll make the dream work. Oh, great score on the klaxon there from Claire Farham. They get the final say before the end of the third quarter, and they maintain their lead, and they now have a 4-8 lead over Hustle in game 1 of the women's action here at the Fly 2023 Week 2. Let's go join that Rise team huddle who are currently ahead.
Okay, so listen to me. When we go in, 5 freshest legs. 5 freshest legs, okay? You know who you are, 5 freshest legs. Ladies, this has been a slugfest back and forth, okay? But our defense is winning the day. Let's not forget that. Let's get back on defense. Let's get up. Let's communicate with each other. Communicate with the players who are above you. Make sure that they are where they need to be. Communicate with the teammates next to you. That girl up top can play a vital role in slowing them down because they like to move the ball up top first before dropping it down low, okay? Yes?
The only threat right now driving is Minty, and if you give her space to drive, she'll get speed enough to step you. If you're on her as she's catching the ball and you've got help, like, she's not going to get past. It's like stopping her from getting that momentum. Yeah, exactly. The top. So don't top speed. Yeah.
Everybody, deep breath. Come on, deep breath. Relax. One more quarter. We're up by 4. We are going to push this over the finish line, okay? With strong defense, patient offense. Let's get off those shots. Let's do more like fast. Just throw it in there. From anywhere. It was awesome.
She's the icon after all.
Awesome. It was awesome.
One thing that's giving us really good looks, but we're not quite seeing it in a minute, is that off-ball flashes to the middle. Ella's making them off-ball. When you're doing your little pairs, that little look in and then peel out. Ripper's been on the post as well at that end. But you've got to keep looking in, and as you're dodging, get that head up. Yeah, because there are looks in the middle, because they are watching hard.
Just make sure you're cutting the ball, you're catching through pressure, turning and shooting. Okay? Let's go.
Here we go, guys. Guys, here we go. This isn't a team that's going to take this line down, so we've got to bring an extra bit of energy in this last quarter. Here we go. Rise on 3, 1, 2, 3! Rise! Here we go. Let's go. Let's go. You feeling fresh? Go for it. You feeling fresh? Feeling fresh? That's 4, 5.
Well, we're now 8 minutes away from finding out who's going to take victory in this game. And currently Hustle trail Rise 4-8 in the first women's game in week 2 of the Fly 2023 here at Rosslyn Park. And the sun has stopped shining, the wind is blowing, and it's going to continue to be a little bit cloudy on one of these teams' Rise campaigns because only one of them can come away victorious. So let's see what happens here from the draw. Who's it going to land in favour of? An infringement called by the referees there, Annie?
Yeah, it looked once again early draw.
Malik needs
Or
to...
maybe early release, potentially.
It's a similar offence to the last draw that Ella Malik was included in, and so Hustle have an opportunity to score first, which really gives you the momentum in the quarter, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Possession is everything in this game, and being able to execute it when you get the possession.
10 seconds left on the shot clock now. Hustle need to strike. Chesgray offloads it though. And that pass has gone loose, and Rise are the ones that are going to power forwards with possession, but
Emma
Hustle
Oakley
claiming it
pretty
once
lucky
again.
there.
Emma Oakley is a fantastic figure, isn't she?
She's awesome. Cool, calm, collected, excellent defender, but has really come into her own in the Sixes format, showing her attacking prowess.
Chesgray just looked as though she realised she didn't have anyone with us. She was like, you know what, I'm going to go for a shot here.
Absolutely, why not?
No nonsense there from Chesgray.
The good thing about this is, whilst I did say possession is key off that draw, because there's so many turnovers, make a mistake, get up, fight for the ball back, go again.
Oh, and that attack from Rise is being disrupted really well from the Hustle defence. Less than 8 seconds left on the shot clock now. It's a low-driven shot, and it's a successful one as well for Millie Home. She strikes that one home and sends her side another goal further ahead. 5 goals the deficit now, Annie. That's a big mountain to climb.
It is, and we're last quarter, which was, well, my semi-prediction. Oh, as I say that.
Good
Beautiful
response.
Shot, Chesgray.
Good response going in.
Beeman? Sorry, Laura Beeman.
Good response going in from Hustle, getting a goal. The deficit's reduced to 4. But Farham is looking for an opening of her own. She wants that 5-goal lead restored. And that shot is just pulled ever so slightly wide from her Rise teammate.
It's Eliza Dennis there. One of the, I would say, future of Wales lacrosse.
Ah, so we are saying pronounced are some future stars of the Welsh lacrosse world.
Cardiff captain recently won varsity against Swansea.
And play just seemingly slowing down there for a little bit, and Farham suddenly with a quick turn of pace gets the tempo of the attack up. And then Rise, oh, I was going to say fire that one into the back of the net, but instead it's fired just wide. And it gives Whittington the opportunity to play out from her goal for her team. And that's another wayward pass. Is it going to go out? It is. This is not going to the plan of Evie Stevens and Georgie Hurt at all.
No, lots of little mistakes. There was no need to hurl that ball as they did. They had lots of space. No one really putting too much pressure on them. Oh. Good goal going in from Hannah Whiteley. Beautiful shot.
Played in the World Cup for Scotland, and she's certainly showing her international experience and talent here at the Fly 2023. Coming to you live from Rosslyn Park.
Oh, brilliant block by Alice Ripper.
Really good defence going in from the Rise team. Emma Oakley, she's the one that suddenly has the same attitude of Chesgray. She saw she had no option. She just goes, I've had enough. I'm having the shot. And is it better just to get one away rather than nothing at all?
Absolutely, and especially with the shot clock, sometimes it's just worth just going for the shot when you know you've only got a couple of seconds and it's going to be a turnover anyway.
Timeout called by the Rise team.
And it's time to pull away. 10-5 to Rise.
The yellow side currently in the lead. That Rise team on the right-hand side of your screen attacking towards the left. And we're going to go in to join that huddle because they are currently holding a 5-goal lead.
And as you saw, I think in that last one, the defense, she came back in, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So when they only have 4 defenders here, let's get in our pairs, but make sure one's low and one's high. And that's because it'll spread and open up the gap between. The other side, stay far first and then send cascading cutters 1, 2. And it's better to cut in front of the girl than the one behind, okay?
Right. Who's got the energy? Whoever's got the most, go get the ball. Let's go.
Come on. Rise on 3, 1, 2, 3.
Rise!
Let's go.
Here we go, Fazzy.
Who's got the energy? Who's got the drive? Well, that's what's being asked of the Rise team, because they are the team with all the momentum and all the energy seemingly in this game. 5-goal lead they currently hold, because they're winning 10-5 against Hustle.
They just tried a little fake hidden ball trick. Oh, and it's paid off. Beautiful
Really good
shot.
score. Really great score there for the Rise team.
That was Emma Savage.
You look a
with
bit
that goal.
starstruck really with that one,
No,
Annie.
It was great. Well, I love that they tried a little hidden ball trick. I mean, it didn't really fool anyone. Oh, straight back in. Laura Beeman with that beautiful shot.
Beeman bouncing back straight away for the Hustle team, and Rise are moving this ball around a lot between them. And they are only attacking up with 4, because it's interesting to note that... Oh, they've scored, but it was interesting to note, sorry, Annie, that Hustle have dropped back one of their players on a permanent basis, it seems. They've forced Julie, well, they're telling Julie Wise to stay up even when they're switching into a defensive mindset. Why do they use that tactic?
Absolutely. So we saw it quite a lot last year, and actually the very first year of the Fly. Oh, unlucky there by Minty Loxton Bernard. Basically, it just means when there is a turnover, you're just assuming there'll either be some sort of turnover or a goal scored, and you can then get the quick release. So hopefully it should just be one-on-one with a goalkeeper. So the idea here is that she's able to release it straight away and there's no defenders there.
Well, it's a risky tactic, but they've got to throw everything at it because they're currently trailing by 6 goals and there's 2.5 minutes left. And that shot, unfortunately, isn't going to trouble Sophie Allen because she scooped it right up into her stick pocket. Now Rise have another opportunity to attack, another big moment to stake a claim on victory, and they call the timeout again. And so let's go and have another listen in to what's being said in that Rise team huddle.
So, another timeout to rest and relax, okay? Deep breath, everybody. Defensively, they're going down the sideline. It's called ladders. They're actually pushing the ball down to try to get that open girl and bring her up from the bottom. That means the top girl, the very top girl, has always got to get over to ball side. It's almost like when they come down first, front the girl, but if they pass it, get down and across as quick as you can, okay? And what that'll do is that'll help free up the top corner girl to slide back down a little bit, put pressure. Ladies, just get on their hip. That's all we want. And when we bring the ball over, ladies, we're up by 6. When we bring the ball over, let's take our time.
This is a 5-possession game.
Here we go.
Use our possessions.
Yeah.
Here we go. Big breaths and work together.
Here we go. And let's talk to each other. Keep each other calm up there. Yeah. Relax. We've got all the points are in our corner. Yeah. Here we go. Rise on 3. 1, 2, 3. Rise. Here we go. All the points are in our corner.
Well, we've got 2 minutes and 20 seconds left in this 4th quarter. Rise currently leading Hustle 6 points to 12. And now they're the ones with a wayward pass. And so the Hustle coaches, Evie and Georgie, screaming from the sides, get going, get on the ball and get a goal.
The beauty of the Sixes, as we saw it in the Swift Hustle match, in the men's match earlier, is that actually you can come in a minute, you can score 4 goals. There we are, Minty Loxton Bernard with a beautiful shot to right in between the goalie's legs.
Minty Loxton Barnard, one of the standout players in this game, it must be said. She's been on absolute fire for the Hustle team.
Absolutely, both in defence. She's had quite a few good turnovers and also nailed quite a lot of shots in the back of the net.
Well, there's surely another opportunity to get Loxton Barnard on the ball, and they do indeed find her, the purple number 4, and she's looking to get Emma Oakley into the action as well. She's done really well under pressure from the Rise defence. Is this another score? No, because standing in the way is Sophie Allen. Of course it wasn't going to be another score. She's also been phenomenal from the back, hasn't she?
Absolutely. I may be biased saying I played with her for a good few years, but I think she's the best goalie out there.
Whittington, although living up to the expectations of the goalies in this tournament with another huge save. Loxton Barnard, can she get through on goal? She's handed off to Chess Gray now.
I say that, there's not a single bad goalie here. These are the top goalies in the British Isles.
Well, every player out on this pitch is at the very, very top of their game.
Absolutely. And I think the good thing, well, last year was fantastic because we got to see so many fresh talent and young people upcoming players. But this year, we've had all those who played in the World Cup back. Lots and lots of experience, so the likes of Emma Oakley, Claire Farron. We've got Jane Lee, captain career. She's on the sideline today. Not playing Liv Wimpenny as well in the next match.
Talk to me about that. Sorry, that penalty call from the referees. Lots of hand waving, lots of whistle blowing, and a card ultimately for Rise. So they are a player down. Did you manage to catch what happened there and can explain to everyone watching at home?
I apologise, I missed that one.
Well, whatever it was, Rise are down a player. So they're defending with 4 in the outfield.
27 seconds left, though.
The post,
I don't think it matters.
The post coming in for the hustle, for the Rise team, sorry. But the hustle attack is still alive. The hustle attack can still go. 20 seconds left.
It's all about points difference now for this final seedings.
Oh, great shot going in. Good score from Laura Beeman.
Laura Beeman has actually played exceptionally well. She's been consistent across both weekends.
5 seconds left on the clock. Is it Rise with the final say in this match? Are they going to take a shot? The klaxon sound. The full-time klaxon goes. It's Hustle 8, Rise 12. It was a fiercely contested game, physical from the get-go. Annie, who's been your player of the match?
Traditionally, you go with the winning team, so I'd say Sophie Allen.
Why not break tradition?
Otherwise, do you know what? As we've already said, Minty Loxton Bernard was everywhere on that pitch. But I do think I'd be interested to see what the save percentage was on Sophie Allen because she kept them out. There were some amazing shots, good work by Hustle, but Sophie Allen kept them locked out.
What do we call this tradition at the end as well? Sorry, for those who are watching at home, seeing it for the first time, it's only done here in England, apparently.
It is. It's just our 3 cheers that we all do. Yeah, whenever we go over to the States, they look at us. I think now they've played enough of a British team, so they kind of understand what's going on. But yeah, it's our 3 cheers that we do traditionally with all them at the end of every match.
Well, unfortunately, Hustle not able to back up their strong performances from last week. And they fall to the Rise team, 8 goals to 12 here at Rosslyn Park in week 2 of the Fly 2023 competition. And we've already singled out a lot of star performers, and one of them was Minty Loxton Barnard. And is it great to see a format like this existing and giving those younger players a chance to showcase their ability for the future of lacrosse, really?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think this has been a great opportunity for those younger players coming through, perhaps those which might not quite be ready for the full format. The difference is that this is a lot more athletic and actually maybe showing my age, but it's a lot more of a struggle the older you get to be running up and down solidly. So it gives them the opportunity to really shine.
Well, yeah, and talk to me about how much difficult it is playing on artificial turf versus natural grass, because it's a lot more tiring actually on this sort of surface.
The good thing about Sixes is that it's predominantly a summer game. So actually, I'd probably argue it's a little bit easier on this sort of terrain. Luckily, this is beautiful, well-kept pitches. In winter, when you're playing on grass, it can get pretty boggy, but the only other thing to say is that because it's so much faster, there's a lot more running, you need to really look after that recovery and look after your legs.
You knew you're an offensive player in mind and you want to get in our attack, but they drop a player and we just go, fine, I'll go mark her. You have to get back.
Well, what do you think is being said in that Rise huddle right now? Because they'll be ecstatic with their performance, just quickly.
Absolutely. Well, they've got another match today, whereas that was Hustle's only match.
Oh my God, yeah, I'm so sorry. Oh, you're running, yeah.
Exactly. You had just think of like, I want the ball. No, I'm going to go play her.
Fast break the wrong way.
I like it.
So ladies, 2 quick things. One, I thought our shooting was pretty much on point. Yes, those I said to you and I said to you, okay? When you step in the middle, just launch the shot. Launch the shot. And that's what we want. We want more of those shots, okay? And we were able to, against this team, open them up and sneak it down the middle. Some of those high shots were sick. Those low angles were really great, okay?
So good.
Let's just keep that up and be creative with your catch in the middle, turn and shoot. I will say it again. When you're in the middle, always step toward the feed. Always step toward the feed. You will open yourself up, you'll put pressure behind you, and you'll get that turn, and that's allowed in this sport, okay? There's no real, you can't really risk anything turning and shooting on somebody, okay? All right? Anything from anybody? We won't go around, we'll do that at the end. Right now, we are, oh, hello. We are 5 o'clock is our warm-up, so we got 2.5 hours. So do me a favor, sit down for a bit, don't stand, don't sit on a bench, lay your legs down, move them around. Please get up and walk around every once in a while, okay? All right? Eat, no issue, right? Hydrate, no issue, okay? Anything for the good of the order? Ladies, nice. This was a nice win. This was a different win than the last one, which was great. This was a different one last week.
Never in doubt.
Never dull moment.
Because you remember the name.
Carla, one big shout. Hold up.
We're going to 3 for 3. Here we go. Okay, rise on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Rise!
Woo!
Great job.
Just says it so casually. Fine.
Minty, commiserations. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a tough one to take, but we finished the game how we wanted to, and what we spoke about at, when we were having our breaks, we finished with what we wanted to do, so proud of everyone for doing that, but yeah.
Reflecting on the 2 weekends, how do you feel your team have performed?
I think last weekend was great. I mean, we won both of our opening games by 1 goal, so obviously really competitive games, and we did really well to secure the win in those. And obviously we've had some really good points that we've played today, but not everything went our way. So I think we know how everyone plays now. I'm looking forward to 2 weekends' time to the semi-finals. We know what to do.
Looking ahead to 2 weeks' time, is there any team that you favourably want to play in those semi-finals, or does it not matter?
I think, all the games are really close, so no, I couldn't say. That would be so rude, wouldn't it?
We love that. What of the tournament? Obviously, different format from last year. What have been your thoughts?
Yeah, it's interesting having it on separate weekends rather than all in the one weekend like it was last year. But yeah, it's been great. It's nice being in London. It means more people can come and watch. Yeah.
Amazing. And what do you make of the artificial pitch? Easier or harder to play on?
So much better. I way prefer it. Keeps the boots clean. Beeman's got special boots for playing on this turf, and then one playing in grass. I don't. Mine is disgusting. But yeah, no, it's really good.
Well played. A great performance, and commiserations a lot. And good luck in 2 weeks' time.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Cheers.
So, I am here with some of the lovely ladies from the under-21 Swedish lacrosse team. Hello, everybody, collectively, to start with. Lovely to have you all here. So, first of all, would you like to introduce yourself to the lovely people?
Yeah, I'm the head coach of the U21. I'm Tekla Jackson.
Oh, fantastic. And what's your name as well?
My name is Emma McRae. I'm number 8.
Yeah. No, I love that. And obviously, so you've mentioned to me already, you've got a couple, like only a select group of you and stuff came over. But so tell us what you're doing over here.
Well, we went to Wickham Abbey to play and practice with them for the weekend. And this was just like a bonus for us to come here to watch all this great play.
Yeah, no, it's great. I think when we got told as well that you guys were going to come down and say hi, I was like, fantastic. It's always great to kind of meet people, especially from far and wide. And I think, yeah, you guys have kind of topped that, So, I mean, if people living close and stuff are watching this now, they've got no excuse to come down because you guys have all come from Sweden. So, yeah. But so you've mentioned as well, so you're over here to try, is it for the European World Champions, yeah?
This summer in Prague is for the European Championship.
Fabulous. And obviously that is kind of field lacrosse, whereas today we've got sixes, which is obviously, we've just been speaking as well, a lot quicker, a lot of a faster format and stuff. But I mean, with this level of lacrosse that we're seeing, it's going to be at the Commonwealth Games and at the Olympics and stuff as well. I mean, would you girls fancy getting involved in like a sixes level format?
Oh, absolutely. We're also having the Swedish Championships in June, and that will be in a sixes format. So we'll be trying that out a little bit. And Swedes are not very used to that yet, so that'll be a lot of fun, for sure.
Oh, amazing. So, well, at least you guys can pick up maybe some little fun facts and bring it back with you. And then obviously top the league. That's what we want to see. Yeah. But so as well, obviously, with lacrosse over in Sweden, how big of a sport is it over there at the moment?
It's not that big. We've maybe got like I don't know, between 7 and 8 clubs, not even both men and women. So some clubs only have men. So we're about maybe 250 players overall.
Oh, wow, okay, so that is small and stuff, but I think great that, you know, that level of competition and stuff is growing and, you know, people are getting involved and stuff. So, I mean, with, you said obviously as well, you played at Wickham Abbey and stuff yesterday. Was it fun just kind of getting involved, playing against some English, like, girls and stuff as well, yeah?
Oh, for sure. So yesterday was more just a training session, which was a lot of fun. And then today we had more match game with Wickham Abbey. And since we're only a few of us here, we got to have some of their players playing with us, and then we played against them. And it was a great match, a lot of fun. And we were coached by Ruby Smith, which was a lot of fun. So big thank you to them for having us. It was a lot of fun.
Oh, fantastic. So I know Ruby Smith, so a great person, yeah, to have coaching you. Yeah, love that. And so obviously coming down here today, it's, you know, it's such a fun atmosphere, fun vibe. The sun has gone a little bit, so hopefully it comes out a bit more, we'll have a bit of warmth and stuff. But what's your kind of first thoughts and stuff at the moment? You know, are you enjoying yourselves, a nice atmosphere?
I mean, fantastic. Yesterday was just such a, I mean, the thing is, we don't play together. They don't play together, you know, all the time because we're all based in different cities and countries even. So this was the first time these girls sort of played together, and they did a fantastic job. And yeah, coached by Ruby Smith, which was excellent.
Oh, fantastic. And so what's, you know, obviously watching a little bit of the Sixes format and stuff, what's like one element from this that you would love to maybe bring back or maybe put into field lacrosse?
Definitely the speed. We were watching and we were like, oh my God, it's just going back and forth the whole time and they don't stop running. And like even if you shoot, it's just go back. Yeah. So definitely the speed of like the passing and just making decisions very quickly. We're definitely going to try to adopt that.
I love that. And so anybody else, because I know obviously passing the microphone around and stuff can be a bit of a challenge, but does anybody else have like one thing that they're keen to maybe bring into, you know, from Sixes Lacrosse to bring into field lacrosse?
Just like the decision making, I think, and the quick thinking on the field. Like, who am I passing? Who do I have? Just talking in general, because talking on field is very limited at the moment. So seeing that would be great. Any other pointers?
No, sort of any like Swedish players who may be playing in England, anything like that. If you're interested in sort of playing with us, we'd be very keen to have you. We do lots of training weekends and that. So yeah, it's great.
Fantastic. I mean, I love this. And this is my first time and stuff watching Sixes Lacrosse and stuff as well, which is always great. But, you know, it's great that you girls have come down. You know, I love this. I think I was actually thinking about going around today and just asking people, oh, so where have you come from? Thinking, oh, it might be Manchester or maybe a little bit further up and stuff. But yeah, like I said, I think you girls have...
from Sweden.
Exactly. You girls have topped it. Yeah, no, exactly. But it's okay. So we're going to wrap things up, but I'd love to know, have you girls picked a favourite team yet? Who do you want to win the whole thing?
Oh, not sure.
I'm putting you on the spot. I know.
What do you guys think?
I think.
What do you reckon?
We just watched Rise.
Yeah, we just watched.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe Team Rise at the moment. Yeah. Okay. Smart decision. Yeah. No, but lovely chatting with you all. I'm sure we'll speak again later on and stuff, but I'll let you get back on and enjoy yourselves. Great. But yeah, no, lovely to have you. It's been an absolute pleasure. Okay. No worries. Fab. So join us for the next game coming up shortly. But how amazing is that? The under-21 Swedish lacrosse team and stuff. Only a few of them over. But yeah, we'll catch up with you guys later on. So we are halfway through the day. Game number 4 coming up. We got Team Swift versus Team Forge. Oof, are you ready for another exciting game?
Do you know what? I'm absolutely buzzing. The action today has been absolutely insane. Like, we've been treated to some excellent Sixes Lacrosse across the board, across both competitions so far, and this game's going to be exactly the same. Like, you look on the paper, and these teams have quality coming out the wazoo. You know, as people would say, it's absolutely mental out there.
Yeah, and I think, rightly, like you've said, we've seen some textbook level lacrosse and stuff happening today. Just hearing from the fans and stuff on the sideline too, everybody seems so pumped for this. And it's great. I mean, it feels like, you know, we've been here for hours and hours and hours, but, you know, we are going to be treated to some excellent lacrosse here. But tell me, what players are you excited to see in this next game coming up?
Oh, I tell you what, there's one person from either side that's really caught my eye in terms of who's going to make an impact.
Okay.
I'd say from a Swift perspective, you've got to look at their team icon, Anna Neville. The Exeter One's captain has been showing quality every time she stepped onto the pitch. And she shows it at university level, she shows it at her level with England, and she's showing it here at the Fly as well at Roslyn Park. And that's probably what the crowd are getting so excited about, is these players just, they absolutely exude quality. And like, people just look, like, watch them and they go, oh, that's brilliant. Like, you just see her step onto the pitch and you're like, right, okay, we're going to have a good game now. She's going to basically be the front one that pushes Swift forwards towards that goal. And ultimately, that's what she needs to be today for them again.
A dominating force, I like that.
Very much so, very much so. But equally so on the other side, Iona Dryden.
Fab. Okay, great player to kind of keep an eye on. So, I mean, what's kind of piqued your interest then with her?
It's almost this sort of switch between the mentality of being cool, calm and collected and being able to sort of like mentor the younger players of the team into a really good position, but also whilst using her existing experience to drive herself up the pitch as well. And I think she's another one of those ones that's been really good in terms of how quickly she can switch from attack into defence and vice versa, because that's really the key to victory, full stop, for any of these teams. Yes, every player needs to be able to play, in every position on the park, but that speed at which they can actually switch their whole game mentality, that's the really crucial part, and I feel like that's what Iona does so well.
Oh my God, 100%. So I'm going to ask you for your prediction now for this game. You've got to give it to me.
I've got to give it the commentator's curse otherwise.
Oh, well, okay, I'm going to go for this one. I'm going Team Swift.
That's a very good choice, yeah.
I like what I see from them. Like I've already said as well, some textbook level lacrosse, and I love how snappy and how fierce and stuff they are as well, which is exactly what you need for Sixes.
I'm going to go with Forge.
Oh, okay. So, okay. Just to be different.
Well,
I
you've
like
got to
that.
have
Okay.
you've got to have difference, haven't you? You know, we've got to be very BBC in that sense. We can't all just be very biased to one side. No, I think Forge can really bring it to them. You know, they've got some really quality players, some star players, alongside the likes of Iona Dryden. You've also got Alex Cant. I'd love to see her on the ball more. Harry was saying it last week in commentary. He'd love to see her on the ball more as well. Harry's back. Will she be back in action? That's the question I want to ask.
Oh, you know what? I think you've ended on such a high note there. Oh, that was just magical. I could listen to you speak all day, which we can do because you're in our beautiful commentary box.
Which I guess I've got to run over to now.
Exactly, yeah. But hey, I mean, I'm excited for some good lacrosse. So yeah, let's go for this game.
Puddle might be on 3.
Right, guys, one game, we're nice and fresh. You ready? Let's go. Up there.
Fudge! Here we go!
The Women's Fly 2023 competition, and I'm pleased to say that joining me once again for another week of high, fast-paced Sixes Lacrosse action, lacrosse royalty himself, the King, Harry Dobson.
But yeah, very happy to be back, very excited for this
Yes, Forge, they lost both games last week against Rise and Hustle, so they'll definitely be looking to make a swift return to winning ways against the side in blue today. But equally so, Swift will want to capitalise on potentially being the favoured team in the eyes of Ash, but it is Forge that come away with the ball from the get-go. Well, here comes Iona Dryden first. Appearance on the ball. Is it worrying to see, literally within the first 10 seconds, an unforced error and an error in terms of handling possession on the pitch?
There might be a bit of rust here.
Well, here comes Emily Chandler getting her team's attack underway. Really good work from the Forge number 9, and they've worked their way up to a very threatening position now. Can they get a shot away is the question.
Very well defended by Laura Warren.
Oh, good fancy feet there from Forge, and that shot just going slightly wide for Ella Cohen, but we know how dangerous she is in front of goal, and that won't be the last time that we see her with a strong chance.
You know, Ella Cohen's got that really good stutter step and the really good upper body strength, and you know, we're going to see a lot more of those, you know, top-down, fast-paced shots.
So a Swift player has been sent to the penalty chair. Why might that have been, Harry?
I think it could have been a you know, stick to the body, or you know, stick in the sphere. That's in lacrosse. If you're going for a check, you've got to make sure that your stick is nowhere near the face or head. And if it passes through this imaginary sphere that goes around the head, I think it's around 7 inches away, you'll be called up for dangerous play.
5 seconds left on the shot clock now. Forge need to get one away, and they do, but it's claimed cool, calm, and collected by their keeper. That's Eleanor Williams on the ball for Swift, who got the big save in for them and has now set her team off on an attack.
I think Eleanor Williams was part of the team that went up against Nottingham a couple of years ago, and if you watch that final, it really was a game of goalies. She is very, very good when she gets warmed up, and I think that you know, hopefully again we'll see some good goalie action.
That was a great score from Liv Wimpenny to get us started on the scoreboards. So Forge currently lead 1-0 thanks to that score from herself. And Swift are looking for an instant response here. They're sniffing around the edge of the crease to see if there's a gap in that defence, trying to find a way through and break their way onto the scoreboard.
Some great defending, but a lot of choppy stick work there.
Talked about all these arms going up in the air, Harry. What do they mean for everyone watching at home? Why do they keep going up, and why are they stopping now?
Well, in certain instances, some officials will raise their arms to signal advantage, and that will allow the play to continue whilst the team attempt their scoring play. And if that ball goes to ground or it's turned over, then you know we'll see the foul called up.
Great score there for Swift, though. That's their first score in the game. And they've got it at a very important and a very crucial time. There was Millie Hughes scoring for them.
We're going to see a turnover.
Oh, and that's their icon as well. Anna Neville, mentioned her in the build-up, Harry. I said she was going to be dangerous. I'd learned from you last week. I did listen to all of what you were saying. And she can be very dangerous up and attack for Swift, can't she?
Yeah, of course. I mean, Anna Neville, part of the England, I think, I believe under 23s. Very, very good. Very, very dangerous in front of the goal. And she's going to be a force to be reckoned with. She's going to need close defending, and she's going to need some people to be watching out for her.
Well, here comes Cohen once again.
Again, signature Cohen stutter step. Great pass off. And a fantastic top bins goal.
Great score for Rachel Ball there of the Forge team. So they now lead 2-1 against the Swift. Here at Roslyn Park, and this is game 4 of the day, but the second one in the women's competition at the Fly, and they've been able to capitalise on some ball here, Forge, some field possession.
What a great shot. That was a great fake out. Would have been absolutely impossible to save.
That was Sophia Wise scoring there for the Forge side, and Swift getting a goal back straight away, pretty much.
And that was, I believe, from Zoe Dixon. Zoe Dixon had 9 goals and 33 draw controls at the World Cup just gone for Scotland. A very, very key part of their team.
So you could say that she's going to be one that potentially the rest of the Swift side might lean on in order to get some success from today?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw there the accuracy and the placement of that shot. It's very signature for her to do so. And I think, you know, when she is in front of goal, and especially in the midfield as well, when she's on the draw in the tens game, she is exceptionally dangerous and very good at what she does.
Well, here come Forge now. Oh, that shot.
Just wide of the post.
Very, very close, though. That was certainly asking some questions there of Eleanor Williams, the keeper for the Swift side.
I'm going to see Liv Thomas carry.
Let's see how Swift can respond here. They're trailing only by a single goal at the moment.
And a great save from Emily Chandler.
She's another one to watch, isn't she? Throughout all of these people that we see at the tournament here, of course, all of them are at the very top of their game.
Yeah.
But there are those that stand out above the rest, even in these sorts of situations. And Emily Chandler's one of them, isn't she?
We've seen someone go down.
Oh, that looks like a nasty fall as well on the ground. I believe that was Liv Thomas.
I really hope she's okay, James.
She seems to be holding her knee here, Harry.
My concern here is that she will have ruptured something or potentially done her ACL, and we don't want that.
No, sometimes that is the danger with this artificial pitch, isn't
Yeah,
it? Sometimes
100%.
it does encourage certain injuries to come out. But whilst we watch her receive some treatment, we've experienced now the first 5 or so minutes of this first quarter. Who would you say is kind of on top at the moment in your eyes, and what needs to be said to either team? We'll start with who you think is on top first and then go through each side.
I'm going to say something quite controversial. I think play so far has been, you know, average, what you would expect from 2 very elite teams, but you know, there's no serious standout moments yet. And I know that we're in early doors, but I think that, you know, if both teams are going to be looking for a win, a convincing win, and to sort of set up their performance for the rest of the tournament, I think they really should be stepping up and doing the things that go above and beyond.
And so in terms of what you think is being said right now, the players, they essentially, with this injury, they have a free timeout. So what do you think is being said in that little Forge huddle right now? 2 losses so far in this tournament. They don't want to make it 3.
Yeah, I think, you know, for a lot of these players, I think a lot of them will be concerned, because especially since they're Liv's teammate, and I think that, you know, whilst they'll be thinking, right, you know, that's happening. Let's, you know, calm and collected, just being treated. And I think they're going to go back and say, you know, okay, let's step it up a bit. Let's define Forge. Let's show them who we are and what we're made of, and let's, you know, seal this win.
Well, let's take a look at some of the best action so far from this game.
If you watch that final, it really was.
Harry, is there anyone that stands out for you in these clips?
She is very, very good in Nottingham a couple of years ago, and if you watch that final, it really was a game
play.
I think, you know, you've got Laura Warren. She's very good at defending. You know, she played at Maryland for Cindy Timchall when she was there, and you know, she was a defensive player while she was more of midi defence, and so you can really see that when she's in the defence. You know, she puts all of her heart into the game. She puts all of the heart into defending, you know, and she does it well, and she does it safely. And that's exceptionally important in defence as well, because a lot of the time you can end up, you know, being sent off. And actually, just thinking about that, she was sent off, so perhaps maybe she needs to tidy it up a little bit.
Well, the good news is that whilst we can't see it on our screen at the moment, they have been able to move Liv Thomas from the pitch. She's walking aided, so she is being able to just about move that leg, but move it very gingerly. So potentially writing off any super serious injuries, and we send her all of her best.
Yeah.
And we wish her the speediest of recoveries because we don't want to see anyone getting hurt in this.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it'll be gutting for her in particular because she'll want to have kept playing a part in this, you know, swift effort today for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Liv Thomas made her debut at the Senior World Cup last year, and she was a very, very good and key player, and actually a very key player of the game they played against the United States. She put all of her heart into it, and you know, it really showed in that game. And watching it, and if you watch it back, you can see that she makes a difference to the team. And I think because she's a CrossFitter, very, very, very athletic. So, and to keep up with the United States, you know, that's exactly what you have to be. And it will be gutting that we won't be able to see her for the rest of this game.
Well, a big loss then for Swift because she would have had the athleticism to keep going for all of the 4 quarters and the 8 minutes within them. And for now,
a great save there from Emily Chandler. Unlucky shot from number 13, I believe.
As Anna Neville, team icon, trying to make an impact, trying to get something for her team after they've lost a key player really in their efforts, and so
Lechowski.
Oh,
and a great save, Melanie Williams.
Great work there from the number 23 for Swift in goal. She's been phenomenal so far, it must be said.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, you know, she played at Durham, very, very good. First team, would have played with a lot of Americans, would have had a lot of shot practice. She's very good at what she does. Oh, and we're going to see Liv go over. No call on that.
Interesting. Liv Wimpenny fell there very much in front of us. We had a clear shot of it.
Great check from Iona. That's exactly what you want to be doing if you're forward. Those checks are really, really important and very, very, you know, they are time sensitive.
Oh, great score from Iona Dryden.
And that actually started with her all the way down there when she made that check.
Goes back to my point, Harry, in the build-up of how she's able to just switch from defence into attack instantly. She just has that mindset where she's able to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, Iona is, she played a lot of attack for Wales. Obviously did 1 year of training in Northwestern. So she's definitely got the mindset, and she knows, she's very knowledgeable of the game, and she knows exactly. We're going to see a goal.
Oh, here comes Cohen near the crease, but she's inviting her teammates onto it, but that pass has gone very wayward, unfortunately, and it doesn't find Rachel Ball. Instead, find the touchline, and it's back in Swift hands.
And that's actually something I think we've been seeing a fair amount from Forge. You know, Swift are making the passes, the basics. Forge are unfortunately making a few basic errors, and it is costing them.
Here comes the icon, Neville. She's inviting
great save.
She's inviting her team onto it, but Emily Chandler stepping in as the keeper, stepping into the right position and claiming that ball back for Forge, who now have another attack of their own. Hopefully no more wayward passes this time around.
And now we've got a sub, and we've got Maeve McKenny on the pitch. Very good defensive. She was trained up at Wales to be a face guard.
Let's see what Forge can do with this territory now on the pitch.
Eleanor Williams.
And Swift have broken away with it now, but that is the end of the first quarter. The klaxon has sounded. It's 4-2 in favour of Forge. Clearly, the Forge is with them in this fixture so far. And Swift really have to try and muster up something special here to take a challenge forwards to Forge, because they've come flying out of the blocks at the moment, Harry.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think they need to utilise some of their players better. I think that, you know, I think Zoe Dixon needs to step up. I think Laura Warren needs to step up. I think, you know, we're going to see, I think that's where what the coaches potentially might say. I want to see them, you know, take more of a leading role in this.
Let's listen in on that Swift huddle right now.
At where Chandler is, looking, take a second and place your shot.
They're just looking high, that's what it is.
Yeah.
And she's just jumping for it. We either need to fake it, we're catching it, turning and shooting at the same level. So we're all better than that. We know to change our levels, we know to fake the goalie. That's all it is. We've got this, it's something we can control.
Yeah, and just defensively, when we stack up, you're so strong, so let's make sure we're doing that. We don't need to keep having to tell you, let's just stack up. So many turnovers, stopping them every single time. We've just been caught a couple of times and we've given the ball away, so let's tidy that up. Okay, we've got this, let's go. So if we can have Emma, Lulu, Zoe, can you take the first draw, Laura and Lottie? Okay, so here we go, Swift. Let's relax our shoulders a bit, right? Have a little bit of fun. Push yourself with the ball in your stick.
In this,
on that ball.
in this together, control the controllables, make good decisions, back each other up. Okay, off we go. Swift on 3. 1, 2, 3, Swift! Let's go.
Control the controllables. That's the message to the Swift side as they get back onto the pitch, ready for the second quarter. And we're ready for more fantastic Sixes action. Harry, I love that sort of insight into the huddles that we get now. It's fantastic, isn't it? It really gets us into like what the mindset must be of all of them.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think getting into the huddles is really important because we can sit here and make assumptions on the sideline. But actually, I'm really excited for this. We're seeing two very, very good draw takers on the draw, and we're going to see Swift come up with it. But we're going to hear a whistle for that, James.
Oh, what's the decision here, Harry? Why is the whistle been blown?
Perhaps a personal foul. I couldn't quite see it. There's quite a fair bit of traffic, so to speak.
Well, here come Swift now, moving the ball around the goal, looking for that opening, potentially a long shot might be on the cards. Ooh, good defensive effort.
A great pick up from Zoe Dixon.
It's Ella Cohen putting the pressure on in defence, but Swift still have the ball somehow. They've only got a few seconds left on the shot clock. They've got to make a shot now. And that's that. Their 30 seconds is up. Harry, that's a big missed opportunity.
Yeah, if I was Laura Warren, I would have just taken that shot, because either way, it was being turned over, right?
Would you rather them have just taken the shot as a coach versus, just waiting too long and time expiring?
When you've got that time left, it just makes sense just to take the shot, it doesn't hurt to try, especially when the shot clock's about to expire, because it's a last-ditch effort.
Well, here come Swift, but that pass has gone wayward and potentially bouncing onto the ball is Wim Penny. She's won it for Forge.
And a
great score from Liv Wimpenny there. She pounced on the loose ball. Bit of a mismanagement there in the midfield by Swift. And she extends Forge's lead 5-2.
We're going to see Lily Rowlands at the top here. Straight into Anna Neville.
Oh, shot going away from Neville, bouncing off of the feet of her teammate.
Are we going to see a goal?
Lulu Rowlands, and Neville again losing the ball, and Iona Dryden's coming away with it quite fiercely here for Forge. Does she take the shot herself? She does, but it's gone wide of the mark, Harry. Should she have used the player on her left-hand side? She did. She did have a teammate next to her in the form of Sarah Butler.
I think, that was Iona's to take. I definitely think she could have utilised Sarah Butler a little bit more, but, she's got the power. She's got the. She made the face dodge, and I think that either way, she could have passed it off, and I think that perhaps it might have been a bit different story. But it's in Forge hands, so we're going to see another try at that scoring play.
Second time's a charm. Let's see what they can do with possession, and it's rolling away from the Forge side, and it's rolled so far that Swift have come forward to claim it now, and this could be the moment for them to strike. Will they do just that? Yes, they will. Great score. Fantastic score going in from Lottie Robertson. Down. Oh, I hope this isn't another serious one.
I think it could have been to the head.
Is this the risk that we have with and sort of aggression that you can play with in the women's side of the game is a lot more so than field lacrosse, for example, and that's where a lot of would have been playing their season.
Yeah, I think so. I think the Sixes game is a lot faster, and it's a lot more frantic. So when you're defending, it is very much defend, very, very, very hard. I think that in situations like that, you are going to get a little bit more elevated danger. Especially, you know, we've seen, you know, a fair few people sent off in the last couple of weekends, and those have been to try and keep the game more safe.
That was Millie Hughes making her way off the pitch. She was the one that took the nasty fall, but she's received some treatment and is just off at the sideline, just probably getting some air in the lungs, because this is exhausting, isn't it, Harry, being out on that pitch?
Yeah, absolutely. The up and down makes it really, you know, a game of athleticism. And that's a great turnover by Anna Neville, but it's going to go straight back to Forge.
Oh, the referee spilt his cards.
That's going to be a green card.
Against Anna Neville as well, and you were just complimenting her doing so well in defence.
Yeah, she did a very good job of turning the ball over, but I think, you know, there may have been a reduction in composure just there, which saw the ball, you know, go back to 23, and I do believe that she tried to, you know, tap her elbow to try and lift a stick, and that's a common thing we see in women's lacrosse. Not allowed, but we see it.
Well, that's why she's on the naughty step, Harry.
Yeah,
that's why she's sitting on the very plush penalty chair. And here comes Wim Penny for Forge. She's kept the attack alive with her teammates, but passes ricocheting like that off the stick of Cohen aren't going to help. And are they getting close enough to the crease for a shot? They must be. It's another loose pass. We're coming to the last 10 seconds of the shot clock. They don't need it, because getting the score was Rachel Bull. And just when I was worrying that we're going to run out of time, Harry, they go and score.
I love it. And another errant pass. We're going to see the over and back. I believe they've implemented for this.
What's caught your eye so far in this game, Harry, as we see a timeout called by the Forge side? Is there anything particularly that stands out for you before we quickly join a huddle?
I think, you know, what Forge are doing is you can see a lot more ball movement. You know, down there was a very good defensive effort by Swift. However, we saw that, you know, Forge were distributing the ball more, which is what I said that they needed to do better last week. And, you know, they're gaining from that, and they're getting some success.
When you get the reset, you've got 4 minutes and 30 seconds as well, yeah? No, we can't just run it though. Yeah. That's fine. So like move it around, because they're double teaming onto the ball so fast because they're so worried about our drive. So sell the drive, and then heads up and be there for each other. Really strong, right? Really strong finish to the half, guys. Let's go.
About how long is left. Yeah, so when it's a bit hectic, someone just get a message about how long is left, because I think we don't think there's as long as what there's actually ages. Yeah? You ready? Up there! Forge!
Here we go. Let's go, Black. Here we go.
Well, it seems upbeat in that huddle, Harry, and why wouldn't it be?
I couldn't hear it. So you know, I think, you know, in the Forge huddle, you know, there's definitely things to be happy about, but there are definitely things to improve. I think, you know, they're leading for a reason. They're doing a lot more work than they did last week to distribute the ball, and again, this is what we're seeing. We're seeing success.
Sophia Wise coming in to make the latest score for them, and Anna Neville will bring it out from the back for Swift now. They need a quick response in this second quarter. They've got to go looking for it quickly. That's a lovely turn and a lovely shot going away as well.
Laura Warren. Want to see more of her.
Why do you want to see more of her, Harry?
You know, I think Laura Warren, I mean, she's played in several World Cups, and she's made some great plays here today. Defensively, especially, she's played in several World Cups. Very highly capped player. Very experienced, and you know, I think to see her have more of an active role in the goal scoring would be beneficial for Swift.
Well, Forge are really pressing and knocking on the door of the Swift goal, but Swift managed to intercept and come away with it now. This could be the moment for them to strike. Lulu Rowland's on the ball with the shot. Emily Chandler, cool, calm, and collecting that ball though for Forge, and Wim Penny now has it upfield for them.
We're really seeing Liv Wimpenny take a leading role here, and I'm enjoying that. You know, I think she's got 8 points so far, and I think that you know, seeing her lead the offense and lead the team to getting goals is something really good to see.
Well, the score now currently lies at 7-3 in favour of Forge, and Swift are coming from behind the crease now. What can they do with this ball? They've got to make the most of the territory when they've got it, especially now trailing by the 4 goals that they do. Anna Neville with a bit of a shot that bounces.
Great shot, especially in that high-pressure situation. You know, she did very well to keep hold of that ball.
Do you deliberately go for a bounce shot sometimes to trouble the keeper more? Is that the aim?
Absolutely, absolutely. Bounce shots are notoriously hard to save.
Well, let's see if there's going to be another one utilised here by the Swift side. Goal for her Swift side. It's now 7-4, still in favour of Forge. And we're entering the final minute of play in this first half. And both sides will want their team to have the final say, the final act in this first half, because then you really carry momentum forwards, don't you, Harry?
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think Swift are doing well defensively. And, you know, I think, again, we're seeing some very good forced turnovers by the Swift. And I think that, you know, are we going to see
another goal here? No.
Just shy.
I think that was the crossbar more than Emily Chandler actually deflecting that ball.
Yeah, that came right off the crossbar. You know, they say that the post is the goalie's best friend.
Well, it certainly came in handy there, and so we are going to get back underway, but instead coming in now is Lottie Robertson to throw it in from the side for Swift, and they're moving these passes around very confidently, Swift, but they need to get themselves into a scoring situation. It's all well and good moving the ball, Harry, but unless you're able to take a shot, it's not going to work. And that is the klaxon for the end of the first half. Time for a quick 5-minute break for these teams to breathe a little bit, take on some fluids, collect their thoughts, discuss tactics with coaches. And with that in mind, we are going to go and join the Swift huddle, and we're going to see what their thoughts are on that first half.
Like so angled.
Guys, just have a think about one thing you want to make sure. We try and step up on later. You just need to wait out. We're taking the shot. Yeah, so we're doing 2-1 at the moment, aren't we? So you should be in the hole.
That's how we stopped that last one, because both of us went.
I think we can stop earlier.
Yeah. I think defensively what we need to focus on is the hustle back. If you're the lowest person in, you can't be subbing up, you're just going to drop and get in. Okay, when we're down there, keep the pressure on the body, okay, but make sure we're really sealing off those cutters. That's the only way they're getting their feeds in is from the cuts. Okay, so let's go. Yeah.
Cool. And then, like, when we're getting the turnovers, we are free. So if it's there and it's on, like, keep taking them because we're putting them away. The shooting, like, the finishing's on a different level to last week. Okay, so feel really, really good about it, but keep that focus going into the second half. Okay, we've had a couple of nice posts help us out in the second half there. So I think just making sure, as you know, Amy said, that we're still putting the pressure on the person with the ball, and that we've really done a good job on those cutters. They didn't like they're going past us any other way really. So let's make sure that the cutters are coming in.
To try and get in front rather than...
Yeah, you don't need to be goal side, you can just be ball side almost. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. And then from an attacking point of view, let's give ourselves the right space, okay, and rotate, right? Because like the thing is that we are opening them up when we rotate well as a team. When it's one person with the ball doing the work and the others are standing still, it's when we look easy to mark. Okay. So keep it nice and alive. Keep calm heads. Okay. The intensity will rise as the game gets further away from them. So make sure we keep our calm heads, calm and level decision making. Yeah.
3 sets, it's nil all. It's nil all. We're just going to keep going.
Yeah. Q3 better than Q2.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Let's go.
We've got 3 minutes. Woo! That's plenty of time. Yeah, you look at drawing now. Yeah. You know on that last draw? Did you start a little bit further back? Maybe. Well, no, because Emma was behind me, so I reached, and then I had to balance it, otherwise it would just sort of flat on my face. But then I would have gone either way. Either way, yeah.
I don't know whether it's that or whether whoever was to get the ball then got empty stick checks, which was their
No, they said it was illegal. Remember, as you're moving through on the rotation, if you're not used, it doesn't mean you're a failure. Okay? Keep coming all the way through, because we're just slowing a little bit as we cut through and then we're not being used. So make sure you keep going all the way through so the space is there for the person that's coming in behind. Yeah, and that's sitting back.
Yeah, I think I cut myself a little bit in the middle.
That's fine, yeah. Okay. But the one-on-ones are there for us, so like when you see them, like you're taking them and they're the right option to take. So like if you see someone and you're like, okay, yeah, it's Sophia or Rachel lining up to go, let's make sure we get like off ball, like the people that they're worried about, do more work, because that will give us the space for everybody else.
Same again, Rachel.
Yeah. Yeah, step it up a month.
Here we go, guys.
Really good.
Woo! There's also a lot of so as in on our attacking area, so can we just make sure we're backing up the middle? That's those 2 high players, yeah? Ready? Yes. Up there! Forge! Here we go. Let's go, Forge!
just standing there.
Start of the second half here between Forge and Swift. Forge currently lead 7-4. And after that half-time break where everyone's able to compose their thoughts and gather their tactics, it'll be interesting to see who's going to come out on top now. And we're just going to have a little bit of a delay here because the in-ground scoreboard seems to have completely reset. But it gives me a chance to bring Harry Dobson back into the conversation a little bit. Harry, what are you looking forward to most in this second half? Any matchups, any key standouts?
I am very much looking forward to seeing Swift, come back from their errors and really start to push the elite and get those key players involved. So far, I think where they've been lacking is the scoring initiation of the scoring plays. However, I reckon we're going to see a little bit more of that as this goes on.
Well, I hear you've got some other lacrosse news that you want to talk about, Harry.
Yeah,
some other things that people will find interesting back home. If you are a fan of the world of lacrosse, listen to this.
Absolutely, yes. So last Tuesday we had some fantastic action in the NCAA quarterfinal playoffs with Syracuse, BC, Denver and Northwestern making it through to the semi-finals. Denver actually overcoming previous national champions UNC. Which was a fantastic game to watch and also a great upset.
Well, we're underway here at Roslyn Park and Wimpenny won the draw. She got Forge off on the front foot straight away and they looked to make a really threatening shot on goal, but Eleanor Williams was able to tidy that up really well.
Great
but it's
interception there.
It's broken a bit loose here and potentially a score. Yes, it's that dreaded bounce shot that you spoke about and Sophia Wise strikes for the Forge.
Absolutely. They'll be looking to utilise the turf. The turf is making a big difference for goalies, making it hard. It's making it more difficult to save. And I think that the goalies are going to have to adapt very, very quickly to that.
Almost adds speed onto the ball, you would say, Harry.
Sometimes it adds a bit of curvature as well. So as a goalie, it's exceptionally hard to read. The way the ball rotates when it hits the ground can actually send it in a different direction. It's a bit like cricket when you rotate the ball.
Well, it was Lottie Robertson that was hurled to the ground there when Swift were trying to attack forwards. And so the officiating team are calling play back.
It's still going to be Forge.
Forge are off to the penalty box, though. Swift will have possession, because going off to the naughty step is Iona Westwood.
Brilliant defender.
That's a big loss for Forge then, because they're a player down and they're in defence currently. What can Swift do with the opportunity? That's a loose pass, and Wimpenny will come away with it now for Forge as a result.
Liv Wimpenny is exceptionally good in those close quarters situations. You know, she has a very tight cradle, very strong cradle. Again, strong wrists, as we see when she's on the draw. She, as I said last week, she's had 19 draw controls at the World Cup just gone, and it shows. And you can see how well she does with her stick work.
Well, Ella Cohen got us back underway for Forge. Wimpenny!
And a great goal again. I'm
really
so happy to see Liv Wimpenny leading the offense today. It's definitely making a difference.
Really good stuff there from Liv Wimpenny and the rest of her Forge team. And that pass once again going loose from a Swift perspective. Harry, they really need to stamp out these unforced errors, you would call it, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. I think these unforced errors are, you know, part of the basics. Just need to clean it up. Plays a bit choppy. Once they clean it up, I'm sure we can see some goals starting to be scored.
Well, here comes Ella Cohen around the crease.
Great pressure from Maeve McKenny.
The pass not going to plan, though, for the Forge number 12, but they do still have possession. It's back with her. It's in the back of the net now, and it's another score.
You do not want Ella Cohen that close to the goal, James. And unguarded.
Well, because she does exactly that, Harry.
Exactly.
That's why I don't want her anywhere near my goal. But Swift are the ones attacking forwards, and they are looking a little bit menacing when they're in the right position, and that was Anna Neville with the shot. Initially assisted by Millie Hughes, but Swift couldn't come away with anything on that occasion. They trail by 6 goals now. Harry, that's a big deficit in the world of lacrosse, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, as I said last week, it's difficult to come back, but not impossible. And we did see a comeback. The Forge versus, I believe, Hustle game. It was a
it went down to the wire, didn't it?
Went down to the wire. And Julie Wise scoring the winning goal, a buzzer beater.
Oh, well, that one almost a goal in favour of Forge, and one to add to the tally of Rachel Ball, but instead it's Swift that come away with the ball. And they are charging towards the net. Emily Chandler's got to be on her toes, ready for anything really, because they're looking to move this ball around in front of her, and almost getting the shot away for Swift, but not able to control the ball was Laura Warren. And Emily Chandler wasn't able to control that one. She was almost in a bit of disbelief there. She puts her hand up in the air to say sorry, and she can't understand how that one bobbled into her net.
Yeah, I think so. I think I was very surprised that they took the shot on that one.
Well, here are Forge now. This is their latest attack. Dryden, what can she do? She comes under some significant pressure. And ultimately, Swift earn possession once again. And they'll take it straight back to them. The fight in the Swift side is not dying down at all.
And a goal.
And another score, another great score for the Swift side. And like I just said, Harry, their fight isn't going anywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, we've been seeing some very, very close games.
Cohen with the bounce shot in.
Signature.
Cohen, that was fantastic.
Yeah, great power on that. We're definitely seeing some fight from Swift.
Oh, that's an equally great goal.
A fantastic goal.
That was Lottie Robertson scoring for the Swift side. This game is filled with quality. Winpenny lost possession, but ultimately
save from Eleanor Williams.
The shot still came away for Forge. Defended well by Eleanor Williams. And Sophia Wise, once again, she was up there in the right position, but just slightly wide of the mark, not really working out for her. But Forge still hold on to the lead, and they hold on to it by 4 goals currently.
What's going on here? Ball's going to go to Forge.
Why would that be, Harry?
Trying to see what that was. I think it could have been walling. We should get these refs mic'd up, James.
Well, it's a timeout called by Team Forge. We've got about 2.5 minutes left to play in this 3rd quarter. It's currently advantage Forge as well, because they hold the lead. And so why don't we go join that team huddle and let's see what the discussion is in there.
Okay, we're all over this game. We're all over this game. It's going to take an extra second. Keep finishing well. Okay, defensively, let's keep stepping up. Like, don't let them have that drive in that space. So you're on the ball, pull who you're on. A couple of times we were really backdoored there. So let's make sure we're really communicating clearly who's on who, covering the cutter in the middle. Okay, so nice and focused. 2 more minutes left in the quarter. Keep on
They're subbing 3 on at once, so we really need to swing from that side to the bench.
Attack, let's go. Let's go. 30 seconds.
If you're backing in, let's just make sure we're talking up pitch.
Up there, Forge!
Let's go, Forge!
Love that at the end of the Forge huddle. Let's go, Forge! And they certainly need to forge their way a path to victory.
And are we going to see an embattled Swift side make a recovery?
It's just nice to see Forge still have the enthusiasm and the energy. Even though they have this lead, they're not going to get
great double team
arrogant.
switch.
And here comes Ella Cohen. And there goes Ella Cohen. Another amazing score there from the number 12. Harry, she's on fire.
Absolutely, and she really, really fooled the defence there. You know, that's signature and textbook lacrosse. When you draw the double team, there's always an opportunity to either see the free player or take advantage of the fact that, you know, they're focusing on driving you one way and rolling back and taking the shot because you have the momentum.
Iona Westwood desperately trying to work hard in defence for Forge, and oh, this will be a penalty card because they were standing too close to Westwood when she tried to restart play. And so going to the penalty chair is Zoe Dixon of the Swift side. Look at me go, Harry. Getting the hang of this thing. And Westwood retains the ball for Forge. She brings them up inside the Swift half, and now Dryden's on the ball. And oh, that's just gone too far over the head of Sophia Wise.
Just wide.
And this is a chance now for Swift to capitalise on some possession, and they need to score really, Harry. They need to score consistently with every attack now.
Absolutely. Again, like I said last weekend, you know, if you've got a deficit and your goals are being answered consistently, you're never going to get there. So what Swift needs to do now is, you know, make the good defensive turnovers and make the shots and capitalise on the score.
Emily Chandler has found Sophia Wise downfield, and she's found the back of the net.
Brilliant goal from Sophia Wise. No relation to Julie Wise.
Be wise of us to find out if there was. But for now, Swift still with possession, still trying to attack, still trying to look for a goal. It's been a while since we've said that from a Swift standpoint. Oh, and Neville strikes. Neville scores.
A great goal.
Anna Neville doing really well there, finding herself in a really good position around the crease there. And to be honest, there wasn't a way that Emily Chandler was going to stop that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, being that close to goal and being one-on-one with the goalie is always going to be trouble. And that was a quick stick, and quick sticks are, you know, unless you're focused.
What is a quick stick, Harry, for those watching at home for the first time?
So a quick stick is when you receive the ball in the pocket of your stick and immediately release without cradling. Very quick stuff.
18 seconds left. Someone's got to have a shot, surely. Come on, Swift. Put it in the back of the net. Give us a score. But really well defended by the Forge team.
Oh, they're going to get a goal.
Low-driven shot.
Fantastic
Saved by
save
Emily
from
Chandler.
Emily Chandler.
How did she
And
do that? That's
we
insane.
are
There
done.
goes the klaxon. That's the end of the third quarter. And somehow Forge hold on to the lead and hold on to a 5-point lead, despite the best efforts of Swift there right at the end as well. And we're going to go and join the Swift huddle now to see what their reaction is now that they're trailing by 5.
Guys, let's just take ourselves back to last week, that last quarter, and what we did in that last quarter. Okay, the deficit was much greater than this, and we pulled it back. Okay, there's no reason why we can't do that again. Okay, but we've got to dig deep, we've got to step up to that ball, and we've got to be smart in attack. Can we please make sure we keep our heads up and we move it too? Sometimes we are not seeing both the player and when we've got the space. So we need to know the difference. When we've got the space, take the shot. When we don't, let's ping it on and find that free player, because actually you are shifting the defence and you're creating the space, or you're creating that opportunity with the free player, but we don't see it. Okay, so let's make sure we ping that ball a little bit quicker.
Can I add one thing I've noticed? So this is the goal, the person that's in the middle here. A couple of times we've got the ball in, if we can do a straight pop out. And then that person, does that make sense?
Yeah. Can we go 2-2-1 with one behind? Can we avoid having somebody static in the middle? Okay, because it's just pulling in defence, gives Chandler time, and we're too crowded. So let's make that box nice and big, and let's have that one person working behind. Okay, but we got this, yeah? Just chip away, goal by goal like we did last week. Okay, here we go.
Every time we get better now, okay? I know what I'm doing better next time. Everyone else to have a quick think about what they're going to do better, okay? All right, Swift on 3. 1, 2, 3, Swift! Come on, Swift!
Let's go.
Here we go.
Emma, Amelia, Zoe, Lottie.
Interesting to listen there on the huddle led by Karina Bates. She was talking to her team, Harry, about trying to move the ball into space, and when that space is there, just take the shot. And if the space is not there, move it around again. And another point that she mentioned, she singled out Emily Chandler. Don't give her so much time to be able to think about how she's going to position herself in the goal. Don't give her the time of day to even think, oh, I'm going to block the shot like this, or I'm going to move like that. Just go for it. Do you think that's what Swift need to do?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you know, I've said absolutely about 4,000 times on this commentary, but it is my token word. But yeah, I do agree. I think Emily Chandler is a very experienced goalie. She knows what she's doing. You know, you're going to have to move her, and you're going to have to make your intelligent scoring plays. Now, Swift, from that, I think Swift need to, you know, when they get the opportunities, there is no shame in pulling out and trying again. It's, you know, sometimes there is this sort of essence in lacrosse that you have to go to goal and score, but actually the best way to play is to, you know, take your time, reset, move people in and out of space, and get that ball into the back of the net.
Well, they've not done well there, because Iona Westwood is away for Forge.
And a great one-on-one save by Eleanor Williams.
Eleanor Williams, fantastic work from the keeper there for Team Swift. And just as we thought Westwood was away to score for Forge, it's back in Swift hands. Let's see them work it into that space then they were talking about at the break. Let's see if they can get a shot away.
To 9.
They're knocking on the door of the goal, and they were looking for Anna Neville, who was cutting across the front of the crease.
Well guarded by Iona Dryden. Laura Warren looking, and an unfortunate shot clock violation there.
They just took too long, Harry.
Yeah, that's the thing. You have to balance taking your time, but also there is the shot clock aspect of Sixes Lacrosse. So, you know, you have to really walk the line in a very balanced way.
Here comes Sophia Wise. We know that she's dangerous around the crease, and indeed with shots on goal, and that one on that occasion is saved well once again by Eleanor Williams. But we've got a big blow up here by the officials. And another card is being shown to Team Swift, so they are down a player. So they're going to have to defend against Forge with one less than they normally would, and that's not the sort of news you'd want to hear.
Yeah, and I think that's really difficult for Swift. I think, you know, being a player down and this far in the game with the score deficit that they have is, you know, is not something that's ideal. But, you know, what they need to do is they need to move into as a zone, they need to pass off their players, they need to make sure that they're well guarded and that they're communicating and that communication is there.
Well, they're moving it around the crease really well, Forge. Big, strong passes going in. They're looking to try and dominate that area in front of goal, and Sophia Wise was looking to get the shot away, but that's just gone way wide of the mark. Maybe that was a pass?
I think, yeah, that was definitely a shot, James. But we're hearing Sophia Wise's name a lot today. I think she's, you know, stepping up and taking the places of Alex Khan and Millie Khan, who are noticeably absent today.
Crease violation called against Swift and also called against Millie Hughes. So she'll be disappointed with that because that's just a silly error to give away. And you're almost not aware of it, aren't you, when you're out on that pitch? Because you think, oh, I'm not going to go in the crease, I'm not going to go in the crease. But even just the smallest fraction in, that's a violation.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not like football where, you know, needs to be in the sphere, or the sphere, or the
whole ball across the whole line.
Yeah.
That's a great score for Forge, and it takes them even further ahead. It's now 14-8 in their favour, and Swift have got a mountain to climb, and they've got to do it swiftly. And Anna Neville's coming forward with something to...
A great goal from Anna Neville, really difficult to save. I think Emily Chandler just came off her post there and gave her, you know, the opportunity to score.
That's why she's the team icon. She's showing her quality there for us all. Running straight at goal, running one-on-one with Emily Chandler, who is a very well-accomplished, well-established keeper, and she was able to score. Here come Swift again, looking for the quick pass off to Robertson, but it's been intercepted by Sophia Wise. She's running away with the ball, but it's spilt out of the pocket. Can she get it away? She does. Wimpenny!
A great goal from Wimpenny.
Really good score there for Liv Wimpenny, but equally so, Swift could get their own in response.
Fantastic goal.
Zoe Dixon getting the score, but we're just trying to listen in here, Harry, because I'm not sure if that is actually counted as a goal.
No, I think Zoe Dixon potentially may have crossed the crease on her follow-through on that.
Well, there was a lot of shouting and a lot of arm waving and a lot of whistle blowing. And no, this isn't a newspaper scandal, this is a game of lacrosse.
Swift have got to do something really magical here to try and make up this deficit or even try and get close. You know, every goal counts here.
Well, they've got 5 goals to claw back and 3.5 minutes to do it in. We've seen bigger mountains climbed by teams in that space of time. So let's see what Swift can do here. Oh, great save by Emily Chandler.
Just wide.
She forced that ball wide of the post and she's rolled it along the ground to find her teammate Ella Cohen.
Very good tactical play there.
I guess you can do that a lot more on this artificial surface than you would a field pitch normally, because you can never really see those small the small mounds and crevices.
Yeah, and grass definitely slows the ball down much more than turf. You know, when you're playing on a hockey astro, it's even worse. When you're hustling to the ball to get out on the sideline, are we going to see a goal? We're going to see a turnover from Katie Lachowski.
Great turnover there from Lachowski.
And another turnover. And
she's come under some pressure. Always been knocked out of her stick, but we're being blown up now.
Ball goes to Forge.
And that's Anna Neville's being sent off to the penalty chairs. She's on the naughty step now for Team Swift, so they are down a player. And Forge are going to have an attack. Iona Dryden with possession.
And that is not going to be good for Swift, James. You know, we are wanting... We want Anna Neville on the pitch. We want people to, you know, we want her to be leading the attack on the Swift side.
Well, that's a timeout call. So both sides get to have a little bit of a breather here. And Anna Neville is, as we say, she's out on the penalty chair. She can't even join in with this little huddle now. That must be the biggest downside of being sent into that penalty box, is you can no longer go in to talk tactics and talk the game with your team.
Yeah, and that'll be really tough, especially as a team icon, you know, not being able to listen to your teammates and what improvements they're making. You know, so they're going to have to do a really good job of communicating on the pitch those improvements. But you know, it's Anna Neville. I'm sure she can manage.
She'll come flying back on, even more determined than she already is. Well, that's the end of that brief little timeout. And Forge are the ones with possession. They've got the player advantage on the pitch as well. And surely, would you argue, Harry, a goal now could close out the game?
I think so. You know, it's getting less and less likely that Swift can make a comeback at all. They're going to, but you know, they're certainly trying, James.
They are. They've intercepted possession here. They're flying towards the goal now.
But a great turnover and a great check from Rachel Ball.
Really good work. It's now with Chandler, who sends that downfield to Winpenny. Winpenny finds Dryden. Ella Cohen with the score. That is textbook lacrosse, Harry.
Absolutely, tic-tac-toe, James. And I fear that goal may have put a win out of reach for Swift.
Well, the deficit is 6, and we've got less than 2 minutes remaining.
A great check there from Liv Winpenny. You know, it's in lacrosse, it's really, really easy to make a dangerous check, but to make a good, clean defensive check like that is, you know, a very big indicator of the skill that Liv Winpenny beholds.
Westwood's now on the ball thanks to Winpenny, and Forge are just eyeing up their options and taking their time here, but Anna Neville coming in.
Great defence.
To knock the ball out of the stick of Rachel Ball.
And we're going to need to see Swift do something exceptionally quickly here.
Well, they're throwing the kitchen sink at it. It looks as though they've just sent 3 dedicated attackers onto the pitch, and surely firing a low shot in, but blocked by Emily Chandler. Millie Hughes' effort was not good enough to trouble the goalkeeper. And so she sends that one out to Iona Westwood.
And I think the Swift coaches will be, you know, disappointed with shots like that. You know, when you are in these sorts of situations, what helps is not taking shots straight at the goalie's chest. We need these shots to be smart. They need to be quick, and they need to be coming off, you know, by moving the goalie, especially like a goalie like Emily Chandler.
And that's Millie Hughes, who's just been carded as well and has been sent off to the side of the pitch. So as we enter the final 50 seconds, Swift are again down a player, and Forge have the ball in possession up their end of the pitch as well. So things really haven't gone to plan for Swift in this game, and it looks like it's going to end in the same fashion. Winpenny decides to start marching forward. Westwood.
And a goal.
It's a score. You can see what it means to Liv Winpenny as well. She was jumping up with joy in the air. 25 seconds left on the clock now. This could be the last attack of the game. Or will we see one more thanks to some spilled possession? Robertson taking a bat to the face. And Winpenny breaks away with it now for Forge. And she'll take her time as well as we enter the final 5 seconds of play. Westwood. Does she even need to look for anyone? She's found Winpenny, who sees out the game. That's the end of the match. The klaxon sounds, and Forge can celebrate a 17-10 victory over Swift in the women's competition at the Fly 2023. Game 2 of week 2 in this competition. Harry, who's your standout player of the match?
You know, that match was an incredible comeback for Forge. You know, last week it was really, really tough for them. 2 losses in a day, and to have their first win will really, you know, boost their confidence and their chances. However, my player who really stood out for me today was Sophia Wise. You know, it's a tough one between her and Liv Winpenny, but Sophia Wise, we said her name a lot, and that was for a good reason. She was making those goals, she was making those passes, she was helping out her teammates, and I think that, you know, she was my standout player today.
Anyone from the Swift team you think deserves a mention, really?
An honourable mention.
An honourable mention.
You know, I think Eleanor Williams did well to, you know, try and keep the Swift in that.
Well, that score could have been twice as much as what it was at the end if it wasn't for Eleanor Williams.
Yeah, you know, I think there were some really good moments from her, and I think that they owe her thanks, I guess. But you know, also as well, there's some really good close defending from people like Maeve McKenny and Laura Warren, both Welsh internationals. And I think that, yeah, I think it was so unfortunate from Swift, but the drive to make scoring plays for me was just not there. And I think that they'll have to come away and you know, renege and replan and yeah.
What do you think needs fixing in that sense then? Because Anna Neville did look really good in front of goal and she got a couple of scores herself.
Absolutely.
So is it a case of just giving her the ball more, or is the issue more complex than that?
The issue is, yeah, I think it's a little bit more complex than that. You know, I think the Forge knew that Anna Neville was going to be a danger, so they made sure to slide early. And coaches will say that to players so that they can't physically, you know, make those shots, because she is dangerous. When she gets the ball in her stick and she gets that close to goal, she's going to be making the goal. But they're sending their slides early. They're really, really putting pressure on her, and I fear if they lean on her too much, we'll see another loss for Swift.
Well, that's now 2 losses from 2 games for Swift. But for Forge, it's a big victory after 2 losses last week. And that's a great way to end today, because of course that's the only game they'll play today. But does that give them a bit of momentum? And scheme of things. But actually, can they remember that to give them momentum going into that final week of play?
Yeah, absolutely. I think they, you know, they came back from last week. They made massive improvements on the way that they distributed the ball, and they really, really utilised, you know, the players that were necessary to make those scoring plays. I think that the ball distribution was so much better than it was last week, and I think that, you know, Iona, Liv, Sophia Wise, you know, they really stepped up and they made those good shots. Put them on the ground, bouncers, a lot of top bins. It was brilliant.
Well, we're going to fly over to join Chris Knight again, because he's joined by Rachel Bull of the successful Forge side.
Rachel, congratulations on your first win of this season's tournament. How's the vibe in the camp?
Yeah, brilliant. I think after last week we really wanted to come back and show everyone what we have, because I don't think that was our best performance last time, and I think we just did really well there and showed what we could do. Yeah.
You had a fantastic game yourself. Give me some insight. What was said in the huddle after the game?
I think we did what we wanted to do. We had training earlier and we practiced a few new things, and we really implemented that, and I think it worked. So yeah, just good vibes.
Amazing. And you're the youngest player in the squad. How do you take on that mantle, and how's it been this year competing in the fly?
Yeah, it's a privilege. I mean, it is scary. I think there are a few younger girls across the tournament. But yeah, you just got to take it. Everyone's lovely, and it's just experience. It's all good. Yeah.
Fantastic. And heading 2 weeks' time, will you be able to carry this momentum into the finals day? And who do you want to play in the first round matchup?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think we're playing Hustle, and the last game it was only 1 goal in it, so we can definitely come back and do that again. Yeah.
Well, I'll let you rejoin your squad. Congratulations and good luck in the finals.
Thank you very much. See ya.
So we are back with another round of Beat the Goalie. Oof, that first round was exciting. Do you think the girls have got what it takes?
I think so. They look pretty professional. There's some really nice hoodies on display. So got big expectations.
So we did see a couple of the girls practicing as well, and we've got 2 of our lovely girls from Sweden as well trying to beat the goalie. So we all kind of know the rules, yeah? So we're all going to take it in turn in a line. If you get it past the goalie, then you come to the back of the queue. If you miss, game over, you're out, okay? So no pressure. But are you all excited? Do you think you've got what it takes, yeah? Okay, it's going to be fun. Well, let's get stuck in. Should we just throw ourselves in at the deep end?
Absolutely,
yeah,
let's go.
Fab. Okay, so if you guys want to line up for us.
You can do a little run-in if you want, so you don't have to, like...
Yeah, you can. Well, let's do a little run-in. Yeah.
So you...
You got what it takes, girls. We feel this.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can do like a little run-in for us.
Give it a chance, not straight on the crease.
Yeah.
But...
Whenever you're ready. Oh, nicely done.
Lovely. Oh, through the legs.
Well, these guys have got what it takes. You loving what you're seeing so far, Annie?
Absolutely. Oh, nice save from Dylan Whittington.
So our first one is out, unfortunately. Oh, but great job. Trying to keep
She's
the
out
ball
and gone.
She's gone.
Oh, good stop.
Our goalie's getting in on it.
There we are, bottom left.
Okay.
Bottom
Ooh,
right.
Nicely done. Okay. So we're back to the start. Okay, so round 2. Take some deep breaths for us. Okay, you got this, you got this. Oh, great save. Unlucky. I'm loving some of the skills that we're seeing here, Annie.
Absolutely loving the fakes they're throwing.
Oh, no. Our goalie, though, is doing a cracking job.
Down to the final 2.
Yeah, lovely.
Oh, bottom left
nicely
again.
Done, nicely done. Okay.
Oh, lovely. We've got the 2
nice.
Swedish.
Okay. 2 Swedish girls left in. Okay. Yeah. No pressure, no pressure.
We've got the 2
no
under
pressure.
20 Sweden girls left in.
Okay, so whenever you're ready, again, no pressure. Doing it for Sweden, no pressure. That's fine. Yeah.
Well, I feel like they zone it out. They want every reaction.
Oh,
nice
straight
one.
through the legs.
Okay.
I didn't like that camera so close to us. I was like, what?
Everything you say is like the camera catch.
Oh, great save. We have our winner, which is exciting. Okay, so for all the lovely viewers watching, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm Tori. I play with Sweden Lacrosse, but also I live here in the UK and I go to school at Wickham Abbey.
Oh, perfect. Which explains why you were like training and everybody together yesterday. Amazing stuff. But listen, beautiful textbook lacrosse. I think we had an exciting time. Yeah, so it was great. But obviously from our goalkeeper as well, I know she's on her way off and stuff. But that was just amazing skills that we get to see and stuff as well.
Oh, fantastic. Some top quality lacrosse there.
Oh, I love that. But yeah, so back to you guys. We're going to kind of wrap things up here, but I'm sure we were going to have some more kind of fun little things that the fans can get involved with in 2 Sundays' time for round 3. I have no idea what's happening.
I know, you just booting your stick around.
What am I meant to do now, you know? Hand free.
One ball that one. I'm not going over there. You got one out of it. Who's what?
Go on. Johnny, how long do we have?
Like minutes. Seconds.
Until the game?
Yeah, we've got walkouts.
Yeah, but then there's like 20 minutes.
final match for you?
Yeah, could do with a win. Yeah, we went down in overtime in the last game, but yeah, looking forward to this one.
What have you made of the format of the tournament so far? Obviously different to last year across 2 weekends. Is it something that you think is better or worse?
Better, I've loved it. I mean, it's just great. You get to spend more time. Last night we got a team hotel and we had a meal and players got to know each other, so it was really good for the cohesion of the team.
Brilliant. And what have you said to the lads ahead of this important last fixture?
Don't get outworked. Don't get outworked on the field. Work 32 minutes hard and, you know, you should win the game.
Fantastic. Good luck for this match. Thank you very much. Cheers.
At Roslyn Park for the final men's game of week 2 of the Fly 2023, and Swift are off to a very swift start indeed. They've not even given me a chance to introduce my very prestigious co-commentator alongside me for this game. I'm pleased to say I'm joined by Mr. England Lacrosse himself, Paul Coops.
What a great event this is, absolutely brilliant. What a lovely setting and 2 great teams out for the final men's game of the day.
And before we came onto airport, you actually said straight up you were like Forge are the team to win this. You were very confident in your prediction as well. Talk to me why.
I think we ought to be careful on this format of the game where things can turn very quickly. However, I think they've just probably got a little bit more in the tank. So a couple of the players to obviously watch. Nice save there. Obviously, Tom Roach, Tom Bracegirdle, really good players who are going to really go for it on today's game.
Well, so far the score is still 0-0. We've gone through the first minute of play, so the cobwebs have been shaken out by either team because we've had a bit of a break with some women's lacrosse action so far, and now we're back in the men's competition. They've had their time to rest and gather their thoughts, and let's see what they can do with a bit more energy in the tank. That was a huge deflection flying up into the air. Really good stop there from Jack Allen. And my previous co-commentator on this men's action, Charlie Albury, talks time and time again about the importance of the keeper in terms of success for the game. Do you reciprocate those notions?
Absolutely, there's going to be there's a lot of shots. So if we actually break this down, you're going to be looking at a minimum of 30 shots per team per match. A lot from very close shots, close distance. So within that, your goaltender is going to be an integral part of the scoreline.
Playing in from behind the net now, behind the crease are Forge, and they're looking to try and muscle their way through the Swift defence at the moment. And oh, that's a really good shot being fired in from just outside, and that is deemed as a goal. So it's a really good score for Forge. But let's see if Swift can respond. They need to respond pretty much instantly here as well, with a score of their own.
Lovely save. That's a really good save from a good shot, because he tried to move the goalkeeper. Really nice pick out.
As Jack Allen making the big save for Forge, and we spoke about him time and time again about being one of the hottest talents in English lacrosse, and we'll probably see that again in this game. Bracegirdle with the score for Forge. That's a fantastic goal from the 22. He's going to be one that they lean on in this game for sure. I mean, you mentioned him in the build-up to this game.
He is. He's a super athlete, and he's got a great all-round game, and he's a real leader as well. So he's wanting to take the responsibility.
Let's see if Forge can withhold the Swift pressure, because they're still on the attack here. 5 seconds left on their shot clock. Let's see if they can make the most of it.
Nice save.
Jack Allen once again. Fantastic work there from the Forge keeper, and Bracegirdle will come away with possession now for Forge. They're just taking their time. They seem a little bit calmer on the ball, but that's a good strong shot that's gone away. That one again on the rebound. And Bracegirdle comes in to try and muscle Swift off the ball. He's got 3 of them around him. Can he win the ball? I don't know how he's done it.
Really good from Bracegirdle. Really good to fight for that ground ball. It's another possession for Black, and a nice finish.
Great score there for Forge, courtesy of Louis Alhaig. Doing really well for the team in black and green.
And that was all about the fight on the ground ball and wanting that ball off the floor and just to recycle possession again.
Swift trying to come out from behind the net of Forge, looking to take them off guard,
nice.
and that one going in from distance and going in super powerfully as well from Sam Burgess. That rocked the back of the net. Forge just looking for that opening once again. They've been able to find it really well so far in this match because they're currently leading 3-2 against Swift in what would be both these teams' final games of the day. So it's time to empty the tank and throw everything at this, and they certainly are doing that in these opening exchanges, Paul.
They are. Standard of play is excellent, and it's the really positive stuff from both teams. Really nice defence there from Swift. They really put their bodies in the way, got the ball down twice, came up with another ground ball, turns the possession over. So if you notice them making the save.
Well, let's see if Forge can replicate that in their own defence as they look to try and repel the Swift attack, and that shot just going wide of the mark. But Swift maintaining possession here, so they will start.
I think goalkeeper got a touch on that. For them to keep the ball, the goalie have given it a nudge around the post.
Better to be safe than sorry, really. And Jack Allen
Good
once
pick up,
again
another
stopping.
good save.
Oh, he's not happy about that decision from the referees. What could they be blowing up on?
I think he's called somebody for cross-checking. So it's going with the shaft of the stick between the two hands. It's very dangerous play.
Now, for those who are watching lacrosse for the first time, they'll probably know that the men's side of the game can get a lot more violent, hence why they all have to wear helmets and a lot of padding to protect them. But there is that fine line, isn't there, that they're not allowed to cross when it comes to physicality on the pitch.
Yeah, and you've got to keep control of yourself, basically, and it's like with any contact sport. It's that the officials are there to keep that balance between that physicality and playing within the rules.
Brace Girdle once again attacking out from the back for Forge. And they're looking for a way through this Swift defence. Pretty sharpish. I say pretty sharpish. Will Brand's actually taking his time on the ball. He's now found his way in an adventure behind the net, and he's coming under some pressure. He's got to be careful around the crease here. He doesn't want a crease violation.
Swift have got an extra player because they doubled up there, so Luke Mills-Doig did a really great job of doubling on the ball. It caused the turnover.
Well, here comes Swift now. It's their turn to try and attack, to try out something fresh. They only trail by a goal as we approach the final minute, so this game is still very much up in the air and in the balance. But who can capitalise on possession? And Swift have done just that with a score going in to tie the game as we enter the final 50 seconds of play here at Roslyn Park for the final men's game in week 2 of the Fly 2023 at Roslyn Park. And it's Forge who have flown forwards up the pitch. That one has bobbled into the back of the net for Louis Alhaig. That's a really good score for Forge.
It is, but I think Swift are going to be a little annoyed about that on defence. They didn't step into him at all. They gave him enough room to move himself and get the shot off.
Could have moved the house in the space that they were providing him on that pitch, you might say.
There wasn't enough cover down from the top to force the ball back high. The goalie's going to want the ball high, as high as possible, to give themselves the best read on the shot.
Well, we've got 10 seconds left on the clock here at Roslyn Park for this game. So let's see if Swift can make the most of those final 10 seconds. It's flown up the other end.
Some poor handling there from Swift to cough that one up. So they missed the chance to get the final quarter, to find a shot off for the quarter.
Well, that is the end of the first quarter. The klaxon sounds, and it's Forge who are currently 4-3 up against Swift in this final men's game of day 2 in the second week of the Fly 2023. And we're just going to go and quickly join the Forge team huddle. Let's have a listen in and see what they have to say.
We need to communicate earlier on when we get into that house. Start from the bottom, so start with the lows, the anchors, then the middle, and then the 2 last guys can get in top. That needs to be loud, it needs to be earlier, all right? Because once we're doing that, they're forcing passes.
They're going to X on that, yeah? So we've either got 1 or 2 options. Crease guy can go like play and we just lock off and stop that option, or I think we have to either go cross crease or from the crease when they're pushing a pipe. We can't commit that the low pipe, because there's just a pass up and we're in a full rotation.
Let's commit to the middle guy going play next.
Yeah.
Let's all commit to that. Remember, boys, just to lay in, yeah? Just don't get beaten so we're naked. Just play solid defence. Nothing too, not playing takeaway.
They've had a few, sorry, go ahead. So in O, follow cutters, we need to cut more, don't we? Like, Vince had a look, I need to get off cut. Like, it's simple things, isn't it? It's simple game, this. Yeah, we set up in a 1-4 in 15 seconds, and then we cut. Yeah? That's all we're going to do. Yeah, keep to the game plan. I'm starting to get locked now, so if the pass, I'm going to V-cut, I'm going to push off, throw the ball quick, yeah?
Here we go, shot.
Hey, let's get it, Forge!
Forge on 3, 1, 2, 3, Forge!
Well, we're going to start once again with action here at Roslyn Park. The second quarter about to get underway, and we were having a really good chat, actually, Paul, just out of vision and off mic there for a second, but I think it's important that everyone at home hears it as well. You were talking to me about how important it is to actually take your chances in this format.
It is. With the shot clock, basically everybody gets, if everyone takes all their time up within available, you essentially have 8 shots per quarter. So that's 32 shots per game. So if you take a shot within 10 seconds and miss that, you've essentially given 20 seconds back up into the quarter for one team or the other to decide who gets that shot. So you've got to think really carefully as a player and about game management and time management. So no game's ever, even if you're 4 down, and we've seen it already today, you can come back into a game if teams make a poor decision.
Oh, I thought there was going to be a crease violation there.
It was.
And there was. Luke Mills-Doig was flying in from range there, and I don't know how he thought he was going to control or stop himself, but he ended up creeping into that crease.
And yeah, Luke's a super athlete, was obviously going at pace there. He actually only started the game when he was 18 at Loughborough University, and done obviously so fantastically well, and represented the country at within the box setup, etc. So just it shows what you can do in terms of if you want to put your mind to it and achieve what he's managed to do, even starting the game late.
I'm going to ask you another question on that front, but after we've watched what Swift can do with this territory on the field now, they're knocking on the door of the Forge goal and they're looking for another one to add to their tally, and they get it. They get the score with Luke Mills-Doig.
And that's actually a really, really, really nice play where he had the shot. So Ollie Lee had the shot from the top and just pulled the defence and looked down for a simple put in close by. And again, that's managing your time, managing your decision making.
Really strong stuff from Team Swift. And on that point of Luke Mills-Doig only starting at age 18 when he made it to Loughborough University, is that quite common in the men's game to see boys only really pick it up when they make it to university because they haven't had the exposure at a younger level?
It does depend, but we do have a lot of players at university that take up the game. So within our university setup program, 62% of players start at university, which is a super recruitment base for us, and we've got to obviously maximise that as best we can as a sport, alongside those who start the game from a young age group.
Well, there's the shot clock violation against Team Swift,
and that's good defence. That they limited the options there, so you end up running out of time. So it's good defence by Forge, super defence.
And it was Tom Bracegirdle that punished them straight away. He just ran away with the ball completely unmarked, used his physicality and his presence on the park to fight his way through, and he got a score. Oh, that's a big long-range shot going in, but dealt with well by Jack Allen. And so Swift's latest attack comes to an end. And do you think that shot went in too early?
No, I think obviously he got a step on his defender and fancied that, but it's a long way out against a good goalkeeper. So you've got to really have a very good shot there. Forge has just committed a foul though, so slashing, so that's uncontrolled use of the stick.
Oh, define uncontrolled. That's like the football handball rule, having your arm in an unnatural position. What is unnatural? So what is uncontrolled?
It's just that the officials deem that you've essentially just swung your stick at somebody rather than actually used it in an effective way within the rules. So you've just hacked at someone.
Been a bit careless in a way.
Careless rather than hacked.
Well, I mean, we're not talking about inciting violence. I feel like we can use the word hacked. But for now, Forge are going to play out a really good attack here. They are holding the ball in behind the net, playing down the clock. Can't be many seconds left on their shot clock, so they've got to make something of this unless they're just going for a wasted possession here. But I don't think that's the objective. I say that, they roll it straight across the back.
No.
What do you make of that?
That will have just, I must admit, I'm quite a little bit...
bit bemused.
Bemused by that's a good word. I'd have at least had a shot on goal.
Even if you were a player down?
Yeah, you've got to try and score.
That's what this format encourages as well, isn't it? The amount of shots that you have to take and the goals you've got to score, because we end up with some quite colossal score lines.
Oh, nice shot from Luke again. Luke Mills-Doig, super shot.
Do you know what? I think he knows you're watching. I feel like that's what this is. Luke Mills-Doig getting yet another score for Team Swift. We're all tied up at 5-all, but I say that straight away, responding is Will Brown for the Forge side.
Will's a lovely player. He's coming through from Heaton Mersey, up there in the northwest, Stockport area. Group of players that are all coming through together. They've got a super set of midfielders up there.
Good throw over the top of the net, and Swift are looking to use it maybe tactically to play out from the back. Long range shot straight into the net of Jack Allen. And he's got that in the pocket. And you could almost say that Forge had Swift in their back pocket during that defensive effort.
Well, he generated the space for the shot, but basically shot stick side. And you've got to work the goalkeeper. Someone of that standard, you've got to make him work for his saves.
And Forge are the ones that make Swift pay. Louis Alhaig once again getting the score. And Swift need to respond and respond quickly. That ball was pinging wide and pinging free and hitting our TV cameras.
But a great defence. If you see where he released that shot, he had no angle at all. And so the defender had done a great job of getting him down what we call the alley. So down the side of the goal and forced. So if it wasn't a great shot to take, it would have been better to try and recycle possession, but he shot that and he was never scoring that goal.
And that's good work from the defence, giving them the awkward angle as we see Louis Alhaig score yet again for the Forge side, the number 30, pulling his side away now to a 3-goal lead.
They've just stepped up a bit, haven't they, Forge, this last 2 minutes?
They found that second gear, haven't they? What is your margin, would you say, before a team starts getting comfortable about a lead? Because we've had people say it's 4, have some people say it's 5, but we've seen teams come back from 6.
Yeah, it's as I said, this format is a great leveler, and you've got to really manage your time and manage your decisions when you're up. I think really if you're 5 up, you should be sealing the game off.
Well, Will Brown has now made it 4. Forge are up by 4 points against Swift. They're 9-5 up against the boys in blue, who desperately need to start a comeback. Be a comeback story. But I think they're going to need to leave it to the second, because we've got 40 seconds left on that in-game clock. And that's going to roll out. Oh, it's not going to roll out. It's rolled into the hands of Tom Bracegirdle, who looked to go through the middle.
Nice defence. Really nice defence there.
That's a check, isn't it? They checked across and stopped Bracegirdle from running through them. And that one's just rolled away, and Jack Allen gets us started once again. 15 seconds left on the clock. This will be the final attack of the first half. At the end of the second quarter.
And another goal.
Forge make them pay. If you give a team with their quality too much time in possession, people like Ming Trin will punish you.
But Swift have just, they've given up 3 possessions there. So they're feeling the pressure defensively. So they haven't quite got their brains clued up, because they know that they've not actually generated decent shots 3 times, which then puts pressure on them and defensively.
We're having a quick timeout here, even though we've only got 10 seconds left to play. So
I think there was a timeout call before the shot.
Is this a tactical move, as in like you're going to use that final 10 seconds now
I'm
to
just
run a set
having a look
play?
at the score line. I don't think that last one, I think that the Ford coaching staff called the timeout before the shot was released, so that goal wouldn't have counted. So that they did that to make sure that they got a decent shot.
Well, let's hear what's being said in the middle of that swift huddle. Just a little cheer to boost the mood and boost morale.
Two very good coaching staffs here on show.
Well, talk to me more about them. What makes them good examples of lacrosse coaches?
Well, Ravi Sitlani, who is the head coach at Swift, he's one of the GB coaches for this format. Connor Dockery won last year with one of the women's teams, so has a great experience in the format. So I think that it'll be interesting to see how they react within this challenging position that they both face in. So one's 4 up, one's 4 down, and how you manage your squad. I think it'll be interesting to see what comes out in the second half.
Well, let's take a listen in on that Forge huddle now and see what the words being shared are as we take a quick break here at half-time.
So our D principles then, now we're going back to man-on-man. Still honour those low spots, aren't they? Yeah, still concentrate on cutters. Yeah, don't give them anything easy, okay? Yeah, anything else from anyone else? Right, chill, have a chill. Get some air, get some oxygen on board, yeah? Right where we want to be. Yeah, 9-5, good time, chill.
We're not taking a goal off yet.
Don't tell them.
Shooters don't shoot at us.
They can't handle that, and then we do, as we said, we need a second cutter, yeah. And also, as I said to you, the $1 million pass doesn't have to go at 1,000 miles an hour. We just take a bit of pace off that pass, put it in sticks, yeah. Move the ball, count in your own minds. 1,001, 1,002, 1,003, and move it on, yeah. If it sticks for longer than that, that's making their life very easy. Move the ball, move our feet, work off the ball. The one thing I will say to all of you is, these situations can be very frustrating, yeah? Don't let it get to you. You're just here to play lacrosse. Don't let it get to you. Don't get frustrated. Stay calm. Stay within our own minds, yeah? Forget what they're doing. Stay calm, all of us as a team, yeah? And the goals will come. Keep plugging away. The goals will come. James will make saves. We've got to keep doing what we do and not worried about what they do. Yeah. Okay?
Make this our game and keep our heads up.
Yeah? But at no point, and I mean this, at no point do I want to see people pedestrian and walking, and I don't want to see people giving up. Yeah? That is not what we wear this jersey for. Yeah? That is not what we've been about. That's not what we've talked about. It's not what we've demonstrated today. Everybody plays till the final whistle. Okay? And enjoy yourselves. This is what you do for fun. Yeah? Unless, I mean, I don't know, unless somebody's getting a wage that I don't know about. This is what you do for fun, yeah? This is what it's all about. Absolutely. You don't play in bigger things than this. This is amazing. Yeah? Enjoy it. Let's go.
Let's do it. Get back to that Swift brand of lacrosse that we're trying to build, yeah? How long have we got?
I don't know, but let's just get a shot anyway. Let's get that ball spinning like when we get it up there. Sorry. 2 periods, fellas. We know what we can do. James is making some big stops. Let's honour that. Let's start putting him in the goal. Swift on 3. 1, 2, 3. Swift! Ah!
this event.
Here we go. We're getting ready to start once again the second half in this fiercely contested game between Team Forge and Team Swift. Team Forge with the upper hand, the Forge to be reckoned with in this competition so far. Don't roll your eyes at me too much. I know you enjoyed that, really. But we are back underway. And let's see what we're going to be greeted with at the beginning of this second half, this third quarter. I saw the net even take a little bit of a wobble there, Paul. From the get-go, we're getting very physical.
Another good save from Jack Allen, absolutely lovely, because that was close in.
And here we go, one-on-one with the keeper, Louis Alhaig once again. And he's the man in form at the moment for Forge, it must be said.
He's putting the legwork in, so if you see there, he made that move from 40 yards back. So he spotted nobody was tracking him back and kept his legs going.
Good shot going away there, but stopped by Jack Allen once again, who's not letting anything past him today.
Another narrow-angled shot, though. So you against a keeper of his standard, it's got to be a really good shot to go in from that angle.
Well, and that one's gone in for Team Swift, thanks to the efforts of Taylor Harrison there. And Forge will look to instantly respond, as every team does in this game. But that one has ricocheted away, and they can't deal with the rebound. So Swift come away, and they're in a bit of open space. But again, being forced out into that wide channel creates a really tight angle. So this is good defence from Forge.
Again, good defence from Forge. They'll get back in numbers, simplicity as well. So get the attacking player out wide, force him to a neutral spot.
Oh, and that shot going away, but coming off the post. Jack Allen didn't need to intervene that time, and so hurtling towards it.
That one up. That was a good shot. That had some heat on it.
It's Sam Mottershead that claimed the ball back for Forge. It's still being thrown around by the team in black and green.
This is better from Swift defensively. They've got more structure.
And here comes Brace Girdle. Oh, and that's a big shot coming in. Now Sam Burgess falling to the floor, and I think we're going to see...
And rightly so. Cross-checking.
That's Vincent Cugner going off for Team Forge, so he'll be on the naughty step for a few minutes, and his team will be down a player.
And that's one of those fouls as a coach that you're never happy with the foul, but that was really silly, because that was from behind. There was no reason for him to even think of making that defensive move.
Is that a fatigue error?
Yeah, I think they've just had a break. I think it's more about that it's the...
Oh, Brace Girdle, surely for the score, and he does!
It's that bit where it's that aggressive motion, but part of the game, and probably not thinking it through, letting your emotions get on top of yourself.
Well, Forge fighting fiercely there in the backfield, in their own territory.
Take. That was going nowhere. That's really good from Brace Girdle to pick that out.
He's your star man today so far, surely.
He's playing well.
He's looking for a way through the Swift defence, and he couldn't find it.
Lovely look.
At speed, at pace, taking that one into the back of the net was Sam Perry. Great work from the Forge number 18. Keep your eye on him, because he came flying out of nowhere. Didn't even realise he was on the pitch. And that's a great over-the-head shot, or behind-the-shoulder shot, I should say, sorry, going in for the Swift team. And that was due to the efforts of Luke Mills-Doig once again. But here come Forge. No longer knocking at the door, banging at the door of Swift's goal, and getting another score, Louis Alhaig.
But he made that move in the second quarter, and again, they didn't react to it. The Swift defence, they know what he's going to do. So you, as a coach, you're going to be a little frustrated. Ravi's going to be quite annoyed about that, because they've talked about it, about doubling down and forcing the ball back high.
Is that a moment where you would have thrown your coaching hat down on the floor?
I probably would have thrown my cap on the floor with that one. I might have got a little frustrated.
Well, Jack Allen is quite far out from his net. I know Forge are in possession, but he might want to step a little bit back because we know how quickly possession can change hands, and that one's rolled back to Tom Bracegirdle, but he had to react quickly to pick that one up because he was coming under some significant pressure from Sam Burgess.
Oh, he's in.
But Bracegirdle,
Good save.
He's waving his arm around as if there's some sort of...
That's a really good save. Close in against a really good player, and to pick that one and push it round the post was lovely.
Well, Forge still have possession. That's two deflections in a row.
Two saves on the go as well.
Oh, you don't want to give Tom Bracegirdle that much room, and that's exactly why. Great score there for Bracegirdle. That takes his tally well beyond 5 or 6 or 7 goals in this game now.
I haven't been keeping count, but yes, he's on fire in this match, and you can see that that Forge has really pushed the scoreline on since the half-time break.
Well, it's now only a 6-point gap between the two of them.
That's a great shot. Off stick side high, at pace.
Didn't give Jack Allen much time to think about that, really. Is that the key to maybe scoring against him?
Well, it was a decent distance, so he was shooting from 8 yards, 8-9 yards, but it was the placement. It was off stick side, over his left shoulder, at pace. Really hard for a goalie to make that stop from that distance.
Well, we've got a timeout call here for Team Swift. Do you think that's the right decision as we approach the 2-minute mark?
I think that is a good decision, because it just means as a coaching staff you can settle everything down. It's been a bit frantic. You've got possession. Forge was set up defensively, so the structure was there in front of them. So it's a good time to just pause that shot clock, have a chat, and say, okay, let's think about these 2 or 3 things on our to you know, try and get our way in through this defence.
Well, let's have a listen in on that chat now.
When we are leaving, when we score a goal, and we are coming back to defend, let's have our sticks up. We're running with our sticks down here. There is so much space for Jack to throw his ball. Yeah, get your sticks up, look for the knockdown. Be hungry out there, gents. We want our ball back. Stay together as a team.
Let's go, let's go.
Who's out there?
Swift on 3.
1, 2, 3, Swift!
Dan, get yourself.
Stay together and stay together as a team was the message from Coach Ravi there to his Swift boys. And with 2 minutes left and a deficit currently standing at 6 goals, you'd say they need to make the most of every attack now in what remains of this quarter.
Absolutely, and you've got to hope that they get a good shooting opportunity now and then get at least another 2 before half time, but the 3/4 time, sorry. But that's going to be a tough ask, I think. And you're probably going to take a shot with 2 seconds left on the shot clock. Why wouldn't you? Swift's done well there. They got him back over the halfway, so it's an over and back. So it's going to be turnover ball.
3 seconds left though. Not a lot that Swift can do with 3 seconds. And there goes the klaxon for the full-time score, which reads 15-19 in favour of Forge. They have defeated Team Swift. And that is a resounding victory for the side that went in as your favourites.
It is a good win, and really that second half, Forge stepped up and they really dominated straight after half time. That they really was where they put the legwork in.
Now, who is your player of the match?
I think my player of the match it's got to be Jack Allen. I just thought that he really pulled off some stops in that game. And gave them the platform. It gave the defence confidence to step up, because they knew he was seeing the ball really well, and he turned the ball over so many times and gave them the ability to get the extra attacking shots.
The magic number 2 making too many saves in the eyes of the Swift team, but there's still some positives for that Swift side as we head towards finals week. That's their last game today. So now we've got a 2-week gap. What do you think they need to talk about and maybe address in that 2-week window?
And I think when you look at what they've done over the games today, they clearly created some really decent shooting chances. Dan Jones, especially that last period, really stepped up for them. I think possibly got to talk a little bit about some of the decisions they made. So some of the times when they shot, when they really didn't have the angle to create a decent shooting chance, I think probably also need to think about their defensive setup. So sometimes did they really step into the player early enough? Did they help each other out when strong players were coming from certain areas? And I think they've got to think through things in those two areas.
And it's not a lead that suddenly came all at once, all of a sudden, is it? It's a lead that was really got to make the most of the opportunities when they're presented to you on this pitch.
Absolutely, and it's that baseline thing, which is really I should be having 32 quality shots in a game. So, and if I can force the opposition to give up a shot, a 10-second shot, then I'm going to get more chances. So we need to think along those lines as coaches and as players, and understand that those 32 quality shots in the match. So if I can create an 80% shooting chance, can we get then towards that sort of 18 to 20 goal mark, in which case I'm in a really powerful position as a team.
Well, we've seen a fantastic game of lacrosse sixes. We've witnessed some fantastic individual performances as well. One of those as a standout was definitely Jack Allen, amongst others. And what do you think Forge need to remember then going into this 2-week window? Obviously, they've won both their games today. How do you ensure you carry momentum with you?
I think, sure, Connor will be talking to them, you know, and talking to them about all the time when you're dealing with players of this standard you know, there's no I in team, but there is a me, and I improve me, we improve the team. And I think that it's getting them to reflect on what you did well, and can you do that better, and what might you have areas where you didn't quite play so well, can you get those to a good point? So I think it's simple messaging all the time, when you're not trying to worry too much about, you know, you're catching, you're throwing, you're shooting, because that's why they're here, because they can do that. So it's about the mentality, and it's about the players taking care of themselves and making steps forward all the time.
And just talk to me about what an amazing opportunity this tournament is as a whole to develop more future stars for England lacrosse, for Wales lacrosse, for GB lacrosse, really, because Jack Allen's one of those who's very young and is coming through this, and he's showing his talent at a very early stage here at the Fly. So what is the importance in the bigger picture of lacrosse?
I mean, this is just such a super format for performance sport. There's nowhere to hide on this pitch. And it gives those players that are coming through, and both on the men's and the women's, to play with players who are currently playing at world level. So you've got to step up your game and recognise what you're doing well, and understanding about the level that you want to come at in every match, and the standard that you've got to put in. And I think it just shows when you look at someone such as Jack, who's put in a really great performance in that match, is stepping up to be counted. So he's understanding already about what it takes to go perform, because I've got players in front who are shooting on me, who are playing at international level.
And that will be just huge in terms of his overall development, and really we could see him tearing up on the world stage, couldn't we?
Absolutely.
Well, we are going to hear from Jack Allen in just a second. But in terms of who you think might go on to win this whole tournament, Forge...
Oh, that's a tough one.
Forge lost their opening match. They've gone on today to win both. Do we start talking about them potentially winning the whole thing?
No, I think that we've got to see who's going to turn up in those playoff matches in 2 weeks' time. Who's
fantastic.
Really
I'm here with Forge winning goalkeeper Jack Allen. How are you feeling after two great dominant performances today?
Very good, of course. It was good to get the 2 wins. Big performances from the boys. Yeah, looking forward to the next time.
Fantastic. And last week, obviously, you had 1 goal lost to Hustle. What was said during the week that kind of brought out these performances?
Yeah, I mean, I think we knew we had it in us. I don't think it was something that we were worried about too much, but it certainly gave us a bit of extra motivation. It never hurts, so can't complain.
Fantastic. And finally, you've got 2 weeks off.
Yep.
What are your plans and what are your focuses going into the finals, final weekend?
Yeah, for us, I think it's just keep doing what we're doing. It's it's working. We know we're getting more and more chemistry every time. It's perfect. And for me personally, take some more shots. Always good.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Cheers. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Am I good?
So we are here with the manager from Swift. Lovely to see you again today. How are you feeling that the day has gone for you, Ravi?
Good. I think I'm the coach, not the manager. Yeah, no, it's all right.
Manager, coach, all good.
All good, all the same. No, yeah, we've managed to run all our players. We've lost 2 or 3 through injury who couldn't make it, so we're missing them. But yeah, glad that we got to take all our players, give them a run out, and now obviously we're in the last week, which is semi-finals. Win the first game, hopefully.
Fingers crossed, anything can happen on any given Sunday. So what are some big factors that you would like to take from, today and last week as well into the final weekend in 2 Sundays' time?
So I just said to the team there, we sometimes focus on the things that we didn't do well, but let's focus on what we did do well. And we scored 15 goals in that last game, which again, I think is a decent number at Sixes. That's where we want to be. We want to be around that as a team. I think we need to make a few more defensive stops and we need to control the tempo a bit better.
And also as well, obviously, we're seeing some great atmospheres and stuff here today. I know, obviously, these guys won't have all played together and stuff before, but how are you feeling that the team has gelled together?
Really well, yeah. We did the smart thing of getting in a hotel yesterday and getting a team meal, sharing a few pizzas, going around the table, talking about Sixes, talking about stories from lacrosse. It was really good. It was good for the team. They're very much together as a team, so the cohesion's there. But yeah, I think it'll serve us in good stead week 3.
Oh, fantastic. Well, listen, thank you so much for having a little chat with us. Best of luck for 2 Sundays' time. I'm sure we're going to see some more epic lacrosse, okay?
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Cheers. No worries. Thank you. Fabulous. Last game coming up shortly. Come back to us soon where we're going to wrap up day 2.
Games apart can always make it more fun.
Sorry. Hey yo! Hey yo! Hey yo! Okay, just do that. I will say that straight away. We'll be like, have you got this because I'm freakishly tall, or you want me to be Freddie Mercury? Which one is it?
Did not know. Let's go. Woo! Let's go. Guys, that was awesome, by the way. Yes. I believe in everything that one. Oh, respectfully now. We felt it was better for him not to make it something skirt the whole time than the rest of the street. Yeah. Yeah, in that warm-up, the way we moved the ball in attack, brilliant, and the way we were stepping up that last defensive play, really, really good. Be tough, guys. I love games where there's nothing to lose. Yeah. Have fun. You know, play great. Yeah. Oh, I agree.
Game of day 2. First of all, how are we feeling? How's today been for both of you?
You go first.
I think it's been brilliant. We've had some amazing matches, some close matches. We've also seen some teams kind of pull away a little bit, starting to see a few dominances in both in the men's and the women's section. So, yeah, brilliant lacrosse.
I can't believe what we've been able to see today. We've seen some fantastic action from both sides of the tournament, as you've already said. And to be honest, it's just proved to be more and more entertaining as time's gone by. Just the level of play that we're seeing and the standard just keeps going up every single game. Why would you want to miss out on this?
Oh, exactly. Textbook level lacrosse, I think we've seen across the board and stuff. And like you've said as well, Annie, some dominance is starting to creep in and stuff. And maybe not from specific teams that I thought about last week and stuff as well, but that just goes to show how this game can change and how fast-paced and quick it all is. But so let's have a quick rundown about this final game and what we might see. So we've got Team Rise, Team Swift for the women's. It's everything to play for now, isn't it?
Very much is. I mean, it's all about placings and where you kind of stand. Swift, more than anything, will be determined not to walk away from this match with 3 losses to their names. And they're definitely going to be looking at their key players as well. Anna Neville will be one for that Swift side. She's their team icon. She's been on fire when she's been up in the right end of the pitch. She's been around the crease and she knows how to score those crucial goals. And so she should just really, stay with that.
Oh, I think just a little bit of mic trouble. We won't ask you to repeat all of that. That's a lot. Oh, goodness.
No one needs to know what I had to say anyway, really. Ash. No one wants to listen to me.
You're commentating on it also.
If you want to listen to my voice, you can just listen to the other matches. That's fine.
No worries. But yeah, so obviously Team Swift, they don't want to go with 3 losses under their belt. But so what do you think we should be seeing from Team Rise now for this last game of the day?
So I think the thing that stood out to me about Team Rise is the fact that actually they're one of the few teams that I don't think have had standout players. Like, they've just been even across the board. They are playing this match without goalkeeper Sophie Allen.
Interesting.
They put Amy Ivy in instead, and I think she's a young up-and-coming talent. Really excited to see how that plays out. I'm sure she'll absolutely rise to the challenge.
That is a pun.
I'm rubbing off people. This is great.
But I love how we're all just shocked, just like, that's a pun.
That's fun.
But obviously, like we've all said, I mean, what a great way to kind of finish day 2. We started off just with an epic game as well. So hopefully we kind of finish on that same level and same par and stuff as well. But especially with the women's game, I think everything is still to play for. These matches have been so close. And I know we do have a week off next week before we come back for round 3, the last weekend, the last day, however you want to describe it. But I think it's exciting and it's great to see the players and the teams all gelling and meshing together because, and I know we've said this already, but they don't normally play within these particular teams and, it gives the opportunity to play with people that you wouldn't have before. So, I mean, what's been great for you guys to see, with these teams and stuff that have gelled together? Has it been nice to see it all coming?
Absolutely. Yeah. I think as you've said, as the time has gone on, especially the difference from last week to this week, you're starting to see more attacking connections. Zonal defense is playing a lot stronger, more efficient. You're just seeing the connections really click this time.
And how about for you? Yeah.
Yeah, get the right microphone. Yeah, no, I would probably echo that, but then I'd also say it's also been great to see that there is a platform for young talent to come through and work with the experienced players, those who've done their time on the world stage, and really kind of like nurture the next great names in GB lacrosse to come through for all of the individual nations, not just Wales, even though we love them the most, but also England and Scotland, and just the whole of GB when it comes to future endeavours, really, in the world of lacrosse.
Oh, rightly, like you've said there as well, just great talent that we're seeing. And these guys, they're awesome. I mean, I can't hype them up anymore. But I know you two are both commentating now on this last one, so I will let you guys go to get ready and prepared.
Yes,
and
we're going to make a swift exit. So.
Nicely done. But we'll catch up afterwards to have a little rundown and stuff, so I'll leave you guys to it. For more puns, please. Thank you very much. But yeah, rightly like both of them have said, we've seen some textbook level across here today. We should be in for a great game to finish off day 2. I don't know who's going to win. I don't know who to pick. I've been trying my best all day, but I mean, Team Rise are looking good, but Team Swift, they need a win under their belt. So let's have a little look and walk around and stuff. I mean, we've had some great fans down here today. Remember, we had the under-21, a team from Sweden, come all the way down. The weather hasn't been too fruitful on our side, but it hasn't rained, so that is a plus. But if you are free, if you haven't got plans yet, on Sunday, the 4th of June, we are back here again for round 3. Make sure you come down, make it an event, make it a day. There's so much fun things to do. We have Beat the Goalie today. It's been great to see the young kids get involved and just people of all ages getting really excited. But we are shortly about to begin. You can see Team Swift starting to take to the field. I think Team Rise and stuff will be too. So we're going to throw it over shortly to commentary, where we've got James and Annie, who will be talking our way through that final game of the day. And so we'll send it over to them and we'll catch up with you guys afterwards.
Welcome everyone to the final game in today's action. It's a Rise versus Swift in the women's section of the Fly 2023, the final game in week 2, day 2 of competition. And by the end of today, one of these teams will have one more victory, one more accolade added to their name. Will it be Team Rise or will it be Team Swift? Well, that joining me once again for another scintillating match of lacrosse sixes action. Annie, you've come back.
I've come back.
How have you found it today?
I think it's been fantastic.
Because this has been your first week of lacrosse in 2023 at the Fly.
Absolutely, yeah.
And how have you found the experience?
I think it's been wonderful. I was lucky enough to commentate last year, and I'm just glad, even though it might not be too sunny, it's dry. I'll take it.
It is dry, the wind has picked up and it's got a little bit more chilly, but that's better for these players who are under a lot of pressure to continue running around for 4 quarters of 8 minutes. That's a lot of running to do, a lot of energy exerted. In the boiling sun that it was last week, it would have made things even harder. So potentially a little bit cooler conditions would be welcomed by everyone. And we are underway, and Rise are currently forward with the ball, looking for a way through. Getting dangerously close to the edge of the crease there as well, but just losing possession was Hannah Whiteley, and that one will roll out of the back, and so it means that Swift are going to get back underway once again through Sienna Perek.
Another loose ball by Swift and a turnover.
They were making those
For
mistakes
Rise.
in their previous game, weren't they? And it's something that you said needs to be stamped out, because unforced, unnecessary errors like that just really hand the other team an opposition to come into the game and potentially win.
Absolutely, and a beautiful goal there.
Great work
Millie Holm.
by the Rise team. Millie Holm, as you say, the England player, also plays cricket. Hope you're bowled away by that talent, because she's showing talent here today for the Rise side. And they're coming forward once again with a really strong attack. What can they muster up now with this field position? Looking around from the back of the crease is Whiteley, on the ball now. She's gone round the back of the crease. And that pass has gone askew. And it's going to roll out for a possession change over to Swift. Both sides making a few mistakes here and there in the opening stages.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit scrappy, but to be expected. It's been a long day. There's probably some tired legs.
Ooh, good fight going on behind the crease there. Anna Neville claiming the ball for Swift. And it's being thrown across the park quite confidently by the team in blue. And that's a good shot, but it's just wide of the mark. And that, unfortunately, well, unfortunately from a Swift perspective, is not going to trouble Amy Ivy one bit.
We are expecting Rise to probably be the favourites for this match based on the past 2 games.
You don't sound too confident on that. Are you worried potentially about the attack that Swift have, or the way they can bring themselves back into fixtures? So we see Ella Malik score though for Team Rise.
Beautiful.
That's their second goal of the game with just about 3 minutes played. But we can't write Swift off at all, really,
No,
can we?
Not at all. So it's not that I don't feel confident in Rise, I just feel that Swift are probably very fired up for this. They have to win this match to get any decent seeding. Otherwise, I anticipate they'll be facing Rise again in the first match of the finals.
Oh, and that was a good shot on goal from Anna Neville, but it's not quite found the mark. And it's bounced away awkwardly for a Rise turn of possession. Now they're going to bring it straight back to the Swift team. And running around the outside of them all was Whiteley, and she's now behind the goal looking for some teammates. They've got 2 open at the back. Malik is one of them. Another really good score from Ella Malik. The number 7 is going to be crucial for the Rise team in this fixture. 3 goals to the good for Team Rise against Team Swift, and another interception sees them come hurtling up the pitch once again. And can Millie Holm go one-on-one and get the score? Yes, she can. That's another really good score from Holm. And she sent that one flying into the back of the net. And Sienna Perec looked to get Team Swift underway quickly, but it's not worked out because Rise are straight back in possession once again. And they're desperately looking for a gap to exploit, and they almost found it, and that one bounced off the post, off the goalkeeper, Perec. And now Anna Neville's fighting to claim it for Swift, and they will come away with it. Nervy beginnings, really.
Nervy beginnings. What I do like to see, Claire Farram is taking those nice shots from out wide and far out, which you see a lot more in the men's game, less so in the women's game, but it makes for exciting lacrosse.
Well, we've got a timeout called here by Team Swift. They were in possession, going straight for that Rise goal. But let's see if we can take a listen in the Rise conversation, because they'll be very happy with their start.
Somebody, that low girl, if she goes behind and she wants to stay on, she can stay on. That burns clock. That next high girl on that same backside now, because the ball's going this way, has got to start to slide down. We'll leave the girl open up top here in this corner. We will not leave him open down below. Okay?
Yeah.
Got
Here
it?
we go, guys. Good job.
Awesome.
Great hustle. Here we go. Guys,
Big shout, big shout.
1, 2, 3. Rise! Here we go.
Really cool to be able to get right in the middle of those huddles there, Annie, and it's really great to see that Rise are just as fired up for this as they seem out on that pitch, because they are the ones in control right now.
Absolutely. And I anticipate that even though they're, if they do extend this lead, they'll probably be wanting to focus on practicing little set moves and things that they can bring into the final weekend. I don't think they're going to take the...
Wow. Team Rise, and she's worked themselves into a good position, and going for the shot on goal was Emma Savage. And that was a really dangerous looking throw. And now playing it out from the back is Anna Neville, the Exeter One's captain, the team icon. She needs to step up for her side and lead them forward by example from the front. But Rise have poached possession once again. Neville with the last gasp defence. It's been enough to deflect that over the top. Not deflect, sorry, but to put them off. And so Rise weren't able to capitalise on that latest passage of possession, Annie.
Hop. But here they come again. Is that Hannah Whiteley down the middle?
It is indeed Whiteley off the crossbar.
That had some power behind it. Back over the halfway.
We've seen a lot of shots ricochet off the crossbar today. I don't know what it is with that goal, but here we go. Rise still very much banging on the door, trying to find a way through and get another score. And Whiteley's taking that behind the crease once again. It's out for another goal in favour of Team Rise. It's Claire Farram, the captain. She's fired that one home. And with 2 minutes left on the clock in this first quarter, it's 5-0 in favour of Team Rise.
They're building up a nice solid lead there. Obviously, Swift have had some injured players, so they are a slightly depleted team.
What else do Swift need to do, in your opinion, to stay in this game and to fight their way back, really? Because they need to get probably 3 or 4 goals pretty sharpish.
They just need to execute. They just need to execute those shots. It's not that they haven't had the possession. They're keeping the possession, but then they're losing it on those shots.
Well, that pass, again, hasn't found a Swift teammate. Instead, it's been picked up by Team Rise. It spilled out of Amelia Miller's stick most recently, and so Farram trying to fight her way past Anna Neville's, doing really well to defend the captain to stop her advancing any further forwards. But Rise have used their passing ability, have used their control on the game to get to a dangerous position.
Oh, great stop.
Really good stop there from the keeper, Sienna Parrock. And she's going to be pivotal as well in order to keep her team in this fight and keep them in the game. 40 seconds left on the clock now, 15 on the shot clock. So Swift need to do something quickly. They get their first score of the game. Great work from Robertson. And now with 30 seconds remaining, it's Rise's turn to see what they can do. Oh, the bounce shot going in from Whiteley. That was certainly going to trouble even the best of keepers, but just bounced a little bit too wide. Eight seconds left. Oh, bouncing off the top of the stick of Amy Ivy, sending it behind, and the klaxon will sound for the end of the first quarter. Quickly, Annie, before we join a huddle, what stood out for you most?
Do you know what? I think Amy Ivy, considering she's had to follow a man of the match performance by Sophie Allen, has absolutely held her own. She's had some incredible stops and kept them just to 1 goal.
Well, Swift are the team trailing 5-1, and with that in mind, let's go join that huddle and see what they have to say.
They're just going to step up to the ball, sink back in. Step up to the ball, sink back in. You've got to break that zone by cutting through, okay? Even if we end up with one side overloaded, if we don't break that zone and pull them out of their zone, we're not going to get space, okay? A couple of times we did actually create it on that post. We were just unlucky with the shot, but we're getting there. Just keep chipping away and defensively keep stepping up, keep putting that pressure on them, yeah? And again, we will go for, if it goes off the back line, we'll go for that lock again, because actually they don't like that midfield pressure.
But everybody has to do it.
Yes.
Yeah. Every single person.
All the time now until we hear. No, if it goes off the back line, everyone is locking on, okay? And we all have to commit to it, yeah? Otherwise it doesn't work, okay? So if we can have Maeve, Emma, Laura, Anna and Millie in this squad. Yeah. Okay.
Just one quick, can you take the draw?
Yeah. Maeve will take the draw, so Laura, Maeve will take the draw.
Just one quick thing, when we're in something like 3-2, you know, don't be afraid, if you're on that bottom post and everyone's locked on, don't be afraid to drive it and we move into it, you know.
Yeah, you're getting a bit stuck
Yeah.
in areas. You
Yeah,
can
we need
move
to-
around, it's just to give you a bit of structure. You can still move around, and if you cut through, can you clear through? We kind of just cut a little bit, clear through, make sure you're taking that defender away.
Also, if you're if you're cutting through, if somebody cut through, drive into that space, because as soon as one person's gone through that zone, there's nobody covering that zone, so that second person should be really free. Yeah. 2 people through that zone.
There we go,
Guys,
here we
we've
go,
got
Swift,
this.
here we go.
Come on, Swift.
Here we go.
Okay, Swift on 3. 1, 2, 3,
Swift!
Come on, guys. Let's go,
Here we
Swift.
go.
Nice work.
Let's
Great now, work.
Let's go, guys.
Well, let's see how those tactics play out now as we enter the second quarter of action here at Roslyn Park for the Fly 2023, the final game of action here in week 2, day 2 of this tournament. And this is the final piece of action before a 2-week break before finals day on the 4th of June. Annie, will you be there?
I will be. Will you be there?
I'll be there. Do you know what? These teams are going to be there as well, and everyone should be there. And if you can't be there, well, that's a shame, but make sure you tune in on YouTube like you are now. But for now, Swift are underway once again, and they're looking to start strong.
Great work by Maeve McKenny to keep that in.
Well, let's hope those efforts don't come to nothing. Can she turn and get the shot away? She's arguing a hit on the back of her head.
There'll be turnover possession for going back over the halfway line. Unless are they coming back for the headshot?
That's a yellow card being shown and waved in the air. So can you just explain to our viewers who are new to lacrosse what that means, being shown a yellow?
So that counts as a major foul, so it was contact to the head. So that's 1 minute off. You've got minor fouls, which is green card, 30 seconds off. And then you've also got expulsion, which is 2 minutes off.
And that's Ella Malik, who's currently in the penalty chair booth on the naughty step and out of the game. So Rise are down a player. This is the chance for Swift to pounce. Can they do it with Neville? Anna Neville's shot stopped superbly by Amy Ivy. And then breaking away for the score for the Rise team, Millie Home. Oh, intercepted. Could this be another one? They're right on the edge of scoring. Oh, great save. Fantastic work from Sienna Perek. The tension in the moment when they get right on the edge of the crease, it's just, oh, it's insane, isn't it?
I'll be honest, there's probably nothing worse as a lacrosse player when you've got too much time, because then you start getting mental games with yourself. That and an empty net.
So actually, it's quite difficult to suddenly find yourself one-on-one with a keeper running straight at them, because you start overthinking it.
Absolutely. You don't play what's in front of you, you start thinking, oh no, should I fake a bit more?
Well, with that in mind, Rise have got themselves another score, so it's 6-2 now in favour of the yellow team. 7-1, sorry, scoreboard changing scores completely. And they're going to have to make it 7-2 now because Swift have responded. And our stadium scoreboard is keeping up now with play.
Too many goals, too quickly.
It's just such a fast, fabulous game. That is the beauty of Sixes Lacrosse.
Stunning.
And that is a beautiful solo effort from Claire Farram.
Rolling ankles.
Well, rolling on to another attack are Swift. Can they get something together quickly? They need to close this gap. And that is certainly getting them started on the right foot. That was Maeve McKenny there.
Interestingly, they've been playing her more on a defensive string for the past 2 matches, where she's kind of been running up and down and just playing defence, but they've given her a bit more freedom in attack now, and it's showing.
She was reserve at the most recent World Cup in 2022, so she's got some international experience to her name, involved in the Wales setup as well. Oh, and here we go. Swift are flying away with the ball now. Oh, that's a bit of a harsh collision there. I think we might come back for that, but let's see if Swift can score quickly first. And what can Millie Hughes do? She looks to find a teammate. Swift are moving this ball around a lot in front of goal. Rise doing really well to disrupt all efforts. And that one just wide of the mark once again. And we won't go back for any sort of penalty infringement by the looks of things in favour of Swift. Or maybe we will. Well, I'm still watching Amy Ivy with the ball. She's now given up the ball. So it is back with Swift. And Rise do have a player in the penalty chairs, so they are down a player. They've got 4 trying to mark 5 in the outfield, trying to stop a goal.
So back in the zonal defence, so they're defending areas rather than the player.
Is it hard to switch suddenly from player to player marking to a more zonal approach, or is it quite seamless the more you can practice it?
It's pretty seamless the more you practice it, and especially it's probably easier with less players on the pitch. It's a bit harder in the full field game because you then got to suddenly manage a lot more players and get them in the right position.
Well, Ella Malik looked like she'd broken away there, but just as she'd broken away, play got called up. She got clipped around the head by Sienna Perek, and Perek was very quickly to apologise. She was putting her hand up and saying, I do apologise, I'm very sorry about clipping you around the face. But we have gone back for a penalty in favour of Swift because the captain, Claire Farram, has been sent to the penalty chest. They're now going to defend with 3. How on earth did you do that, Annie?
Just try your best.
Well, it's not worked. It's not been good enough because Swift have scored yet again through Anna Boyne. And Rise
they're back to 4.
We're back to 4 for Rise. We've still got Claire Farram down in the penalty chairs. Swift don't look as sure in attack as Rise from my standpoint. Annie, what do you make of it?
They do have a mix of experience and younger players.
Well, Zoe Dixon getting a score there for them, but it just didn't look as certain and as assured as the Rise attack.
Yeah, I mean, they've lost one of their kind of stalwarts, Liv Thomas, who's been running the attack a lot. So I think that's probably playing quite a lot into kind of their hesitancy. I mean, they do have Laura Warren, who's kind of leading from the front.
Well, talking of confident attacks, let's listen to what should be a confident team talk.
Okay, so let's not rush into the offense. Like, let's not rush down into there. Okay, let's bring it out, pull them out, beat 1. We've shown we can do it by a number of you. Okay, you all understand what beat 1 means. Okay, so let's do that. Let's just not rush down unless we get all the time to roll. The second thing is, when we're back down here on defense, we don't sit back, let a girl come running at us and take a shot from what is inside the 8, okay? We need to be able to step up. So, especially if that top middle girl is like displaced in some way, the other 2 high girls have got to step up just a little bit because we want the ball out there, not down here. Let's get more pressure on.
Here we go, guys. Rise on 3, 1, 2, 3. Rise! Come on, here we go. Let's go, guys. Let's go, baby.
Reassuring words coming in from Mike Molster, the head coach of the Rise team. They're doing the right stuff. They just need to wipe off those small errors, Annie.
Yeah, absolutely. I think actually Swift have done really well from that 5-0 down to kind of scrape it back to 8-5. And they still man up? No, evens again.
We've got a game on our hands. That's what we've got. We are going to be treated to an epic showdown here at Roslyn Park for the final game of the day in the Fly 2023. This is week 2 of 3. Finals week approaches, 2 weeks away. Same location. We're all going to be there. Why not you at home? Here comes Anna Neville now. Oh, that shot just going wide of the mark, though.
You can see the experience of Laura Warren, who's bossing around her team, trying to keep the rest of the team nice and calm and composed and just chip away at that Rise lead.
How important is it to make sure that those calm, composed heads, those experienced heads, are still heard within a relatively young vocal side?
Oh, absolutely. It can get a bit overwhelming for a lot of these girls. This is probably the biggest occasion that they played, and also a lot of them are age group. So actually they haven't played with people or players as senior with this experience. So to have that reassurance and have that support is huge.
Ella Malik bullied off the ball in the backfield, and so Swift will fly away with it now. And what can they do with this latest passage of play? Well, they make a really good shot on goal. And that was a bit troubling there for a second from Amelia Miller. The number 8 for Swift, putting in a really good shot.
Another loose pass, out boundary and a turnover.
Those are the costly errors. The smallest of margins is going to separate these two sides because they make the biggest of difference in the full picture of this match. And here they go again, moving the ball around. What can they do with this possession? They've got to make the most of the ball. And again, Rise steal it away. Both sides disrupting each other's attacks really effectively.
Wonderful take there.
Oh, and spinning out of the defence and scoring really strongly. Emma Savage of the Rise team extending their lead 9-5. But what sort of response do Swift have at their disposal? It's worked out wide. Dixon threw it back in towards Anna Neville.
Shot clock resetting from that shot with the save, but they've lost the ball. Another costly error.
What would be your remarks as a coach potentially to the Swift side? Because they were in a really good position there, but another mistake throws it all away.
I think just calm down and give themselves easy passes. They're going for longer passes, which I guess when you've got less players, yes, you need to have bigger passes, but I think just move towards the ball and just make it easy for each other.
Well, the referee's stopping that latest surge forward by the Rise side. And it's Swift who will start once again with the attack. So an infringement clearly from the Rise side.
Not sure what that was for because they're still fully all on the pitch. Must have been a shot clock.
Oh, lovely out the back effort. You don't see that very often, but Laura Warren certainly had the confidence to give it a try. And is she going to go for a longer range effort now? No, she passes it to Neville. Oh, and Warren's come back into the picture to score. Great work, great movement, even without the ball in hand.
She's a stunning player to watch. You know, she played football for Wales as well.
Wow.
No.
I just lost for words. Wow, that's really impressive. I mean, it's an achievement enough to represent your country in one sport. Two? Wow.
I think 6 World Cup, 2 kids. Superwoman.
MBE, OBE?
Yeah, should be.
Definitely should be. And that is the klaxon to end the first half. That's the end of the second quarter. So it's time for the 5-minute half-time break. With that in mind, Swift currently trail 9 goals to 6. It's only a 3-point deficit. But let's hear from that team huddle what their plan will be for the rest of the game and how they can really take the end of the match to the Rise side.
So solid, and when we do that lock and we put pressure on them, they do not like it. So look, much more of that. You're going to start to get tired, you're going to start to feel this in your legs. That's when you need to rely on each other. Okay, so it's when you need to help each other out, lift each other, keep pushing. It's another, what, 20-something minutes? That's all it is. Okay, so it's going to start to hurt in those legs, but that's where we've got to help support each other. And actually in attack, we can take a bit more time.
It does already feel so much better. Yeah. Like we're getting like those few plus up and those feeds are coming. We've had like 4 or 5 just then. We just need to get the shot off.
And let's just recognise, so if we are in 3-2 and the first 2 cut through, then their zone is, they're going to be overloaded. So they're going to have to make a decision whether to leave these players on this side or whether to cover. Do you see what I mean? Yeah. They're either going to have to go, and actually even though the space of the defenders stay there and we end up with overloaded attack here, let's look to ping the ball there. Does that make sense? Yeah, because they've not been used to this, so their zone is going to start to come apart, and then they have to change what they're doing, and then it becomes disruptive. Okay, so just make sure that we are moving through before we take any drives. Yeah.
May I add something? I don't think we've tried this. This is the front of the goal, and we've got the 3 up top. We've always taken that drive. Why don't we go ping ping?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
So
if these.
If you're the top one, go sit up at midfield. Dare them to throw that long pass. Let's create some turnovers and some fast break opportunities for ourselves by going after that ball.
And they've had a few times where they've nearly like taken up their 10 seconds. The goalie's been like, I need a pass. So we could actually, like, if we've got the energy, lock on a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, the good part is we've played back and they think they can keep doing that. Let's now step up into them and let's create some opportunities for ourselves. Yeah. Good? Anybody else? Anything?
I was just going to say in D, I think we could be louder. Like, I think we're not going out to the ball because we're like, I can't hear anyone. So let's tell each other, like, push each other out a little bit. And just be louder in there.
Stay dynamic even if you're not the person on ball, so that when the ball comes to your player, you're ready to move out into it. You're not there like...
Yeah, with that clear bit as well, because we had multiple numbers back to really like encourage them to
step out.
Yeah, just louder,
And names and stuff.
Yeah. I think we need to celebrate things more as
Yeah.
well. I think we've slightly lost that.
Yeah. We had the first point. We come back a little bit. We're a little deflated. It's an epic.
Sam, you scored one, and I just started shaking my head. I was like, it's too good. I was like, me shaking my head isn't helpful as a signal for you.
That's safe.
I was like, nah, stop it.
More nods
Yeah,
than
nods are
shakes.
better.
More nods than shakes. Okay?
But I was like, it's too good.
Anybody else, Steve? Anything?
No, the vibes are strong. Just get the energy up.
Yeah,
just
we go.
Don't let their energy dictate ours. We bring what we want to do, and we just take it to them.
Hey, and
Let's
here's
go.
the thing, as your coach, I'm going to give you the rest of the week off after this game.
Oh, yes,
We got
maybe 2.
Maybe the rest of the week off
Yeah,
after this
2
game.
weeks.
Give me all you can, the rest of the week off.
Go on, Ewa.
Here we go.
Keep
All
it
right, cheer it up, ladies. Let's go. Step on the field.
Good
Step on the
times.
field.
Guys, what they said, energy, and that's all everywhere. From the bench, on the field, like, let's just get after it. Here we go. Rise on 3, 1, 2, 3!
Rise!
Here we go!
Sorry, you go for it.
Well, we are moments away from getting back underway here at Roslyn Park in the final game of proceedings today. We can see the team huddle for Swift has just finished. And Annie, I know we've heard briefly from both sides what their halftime messages are to their players, but what's your personal halftime message to both sides? Let's start with the team that are winning at the moment, the Rise side, winning by 3 points.
Yeah, they kind of sat back a little bit in the last quarter, so I think they need to go out like they did in the first quarter. And they were 5-0 up, and they've now, well, since then it's been 6-4 to Swift. So I think they need to just really focus on keeping that momentum going and just pushing forward and getting the goals in.
And from a Swift perspective?
Just keep chipping away. Keep
going.
chipping away.
Do not stop. Well,
Exactly.
Rise win the draw. And so they'll be the first ones to fly forwards, and they get the score. That is the way to start off a second half. And Emma Savage has put her mark on the third quarter. After only 20 seconds as well. That, again, just shows the quality of Emma Savage.
Oh, absolutely. As I've said, this Rise team, it's pretty even across the board. They're all contributing both defensively and offensively, which makes for a very pretty game, and also makes it difficult to defend because you just don't know where the goals are coming from. Loose pass there by Swift.
But it's been picked up well by Rise.
And Claire Farham, off the pipe. Lily Home picks it up.
Thank goodness Home was there to clear up the spoils, and so Rise have an attack that's still alive. 20 seconds left on their shot clock. They don't need to rush anything, but Claire Farham fires that one into the top corner. And you can see what it means to the bench as well, because they were jumping up off their feet.
That is highlight reel stuff.
Hang it in the Louvre. That was a work of art,
Stunning.
that
Not
goal.
only the take, not only the initial take offside to then bury it top corner.
Oh, good shot going in from Whiteley. She was going right around the edge of the crease there, desperately looking for an opening.
Another loose ball picked up by Hannah Whiteley. Taking it on herself. Nope, settling it down. In comes Ella Malik. Oh.
Well, the ball just going over the head, unfortunately, of Emma Savage
That
on
was
that
off,
occasion. And it's gone out, so Swift will have possession once again. And, you know, the thing that's probably meaning the Rise have come out with this energy is the fact that their coach is also so energetic. During the halftime team talks, he was up with them. He was giving them the energy. Mike Molster's bouncing with them, encouraging them. And even from the side right now, those players that aren't on the pitch are kind of, you know, they're radiating that same energy still.
Absolutely vibing off each other.
And with the little time they have together, that's going to be so important, isn't it?
Absolutely. They're only getting stronger and stronger, which says a lot for how they've already started off. Once again, beautiful take.
Really good footwork there in the middle of the field. Oh, Zoe Loverbond there, and it's made its way out to Millie Home. And she strikes that home. Yet again for Rise. It's now 12-6 in favour of the yellow side. We're coming up to 5 minutes left of this third quarter, and that's gone over the head once again. So Swift really need to clean up the errors, and they've got to score with every opportunity, haven't they?
Absolutely. Rise have done as what I would have expected them to do. They've come out firing. Hope they've been called back.
Well, Rise thought they could go quickly there, and Millie Home was in acres of space. completely unmarked. But they'll start again. They're not starting from 0 though, they're starting with the ball in their possession, and they fire it into the back of the net for another score, thanks to Zoe Loverbond.
Beautiful bounce shot. And once again, Swift straight off the sideline, Rise possession.
This is Loverbond's 3rd year at the Fly as well, so she's got plenty of experience in this tournament, in this format, so that will be invaluable, really, to the Rise team as they progress through this tournament. And Swift really have to get something magic here together and quickly, because it's another score for Rise. It's another score for Emma Savage.
That was stunning.
This is one-way traffic at the moment, Annie. Why?
It is. They've just come out firing, and it's pretty much a reflection of exactly how the first quarter went. I think they were up, what, 6 goals, 6-0? 5-0, sorry. Exactly that, 5-0. Oh, Swift have answered back.
Robertson's fired that one home for the Swift side. She's had enough of waiting around for someone else to do it, so Lottie Robertson sends it into the back of the net.
From a goal-scoring point of view, she has been carrying Swift.
She always makes a dynamic impact coming onto the field, doesn't she?
Absolutely.
And also making a dynamic impact was Hannah Whiteley.
Charlotte Williams making her Fly debut this year. Well, I see. This year's debut. She's an old hand.
Hey, I didn't say that. You're the one in trouble later with her.
She recently had her 40th birthday.
Now you really are in trouble. Oh, Anna Neville's just been caught there by the stick, and Swift will come away with it, so she's going to ride the pain, and she's going to try and switch straight back into attacking mode. Now, Rise right from the other end of the pitch now. Throwing that up, getting them underway, Amy Ivey. She's been fabulous in goal in this game.
Absolutely, she's completely stepped up, and it's going to be a bit of a selection headache, I think, for the finals week.
I can think of worse selection headaches to have. And Whiteley's coming under all sorts of pressure here, but she's done well to hold it off. But now's the chance for them to break away, but the referee's blowing the whistle. This is not going in favour of Swift one bit.
Who's been called up for that? Maeve McKelly? Oh, no.
Amelia Miller is heading off the pitch. Clearly being a bit too aggressive in her defensive efforts, because she's taking a seat on the plush, comfortable penalty chair. And she shouldn't get too comfortable, because her team are a player down, and that's not how they'll want to continue this third quarter at all. We're approaching the 2-minute mark now. Oh, and we were approaching potentially another goal-scoring opportunity for Zoe Loverbond. Perek throws that one long. That's a risky pass, and it's found the clutches of the Rise team through Loverbond back across the field of play. Could this be another score? It is!
Emma Savage again.
It's Savage, really. It's an onslaught that just won't stop from the Rise team. They've not had enough yet. They're 15-7 up, and they're just going to keep going. But it gives Swift an opportunity to chip away at the score, which they start to do. Good score going in there for the Swift side. And that's thanks to Millie Hughes, who's always looked really threatening around the edge of the crease. And it's good to see she's getting scores in this game as well. Timeout called. Timeout called by Team Rise. They're 15-8 up currently.
I'll be interested to hear what tactics they implement.
Well, let's take a dive inside the Swift huddle and see what they've got to say.
Ball straight from this whistle, but just watch that two-man game. Okay, so if the slide's coming from, just watch that. We need the second slide there. Yeah. But just watch that if you slide, that your player isn't the one that's sneaking in, because they're working in partnerships quite a lot, so we need that second slide ready. Yeah, so if we just sink in, on ball pressure, the rest of us are sinking in, ready to cover. Okay, and let's go to get those turnovers again. Keep going, guys, keep going. Come on, we've got this. Let's go. It's going to take one person to step up, okay? So let's all do it. Let's fight against each other to see who's the one that's going to step up, okay? I challenge you all. Here we go. Swift on 3. 1, 2, 3. Swift! Let's go. 1 minute. Let's go, Law.
Well, it's going to take one person to step up and make a mark on this game. Who is that person going to be? Let's find out. We are creeping towards the final minute of play here in the third quarter. So let's see who's going to be the one to step up. Oh, and just being able to interrupt that attack and just about avoiding the crease for a crease violation as well was Laura Warren of the Swift side. And Swift's attack is still alive thanks to her efforts and her teammates. What can they do from here? Warren's shot goes wide. 40 seconds left on the clock. Annie, what do you do?
You just got to push. For Swift, there's nothing to lose. So you've just got to take all the shots they can get. And in terms of Rise, I'd be, as I said, interested to see whether they're going to go for it or whether they're going to try and play out the clock.
Great save from Sienna Parrock, the keeper, coming in at a crucial moment there for Swift and stopping that shot on goal. Oh, and that one just going over the top from Lottie Robertson.
But you love to see it.
We want to see more shots on goal. That's what Swift need, because you can't score if you don't take the shot.
Exactly. Good use of the subs bench there. Oh, but lost ball.
3 seconds left. What can they do? Well, there goes the klaxon. That's the end of the third quarter. We're 8 minutes away from deciding today's final winner in week 2 of the Fly 2023. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Forge with their 15 points? Or Swift, can they come back with their 8 points and challenge them for victory towards the end? Let's take a listen in on the Rise Team Talk.
We're just going to get big, okay? When I say beat one, if you hear me yell beat one, I'd like to see us clear a little bit of space for the ball carrier, yes.
I think we're maybe getting a bit excited and we're not setting up in our twos. Yeah. Right now it's like 4 on one side, 1 on the other, 2-2, 1 in the middle. You know how we talk?
Someone to be like, you're in my path.
Yeah, you know how we talk in D, we've got to do that in attack because we're all getting maybe a bit excited. I don't really know.
Even if I'm yelling get big, we can still do that. Those 2 pairs just pull out, which means I should have one up here and I should have one over here. You know, 1 low and 1 high. Okay? And if I yell beat 1, if there's separation between these 2, then just clear through. Give that person the 1v1. I think we can take them 1v1, and with our head up, again, beating 1 from distance, you beat the 1, your head is up. Look, if you need to beat 2 or 3, like some of us like doing the teams, savage, you know, then we do that, okay? And I think that 1, it'll take the air out of the ball. 2, it'll still have us attack the goal, and it's going to settle things down for us a little bit. If we have the fast break, push the fast break, okay? What 5 are in? What 5 are in? Raise your hands. Who's got it? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's these first 5, okay? Nice. Who's my top girl? You're my top girl, right? Then you plant yourself up here on defense, please. Yes, please. Okay, got it? So every one of their clears is their goalie from there throwing at least to midfield. So the top, and we're dropping back. I want the top 1 up at midfield looking for an interception. Right. Because she's launching it. So high pressure on that one. High pressure on that one. And I'm saying go for interceptions. Okay, we'll already have 4 going back. We should be fine with that. Okay, let's just try that.
Yeah. Here we go.
Also, guys, if we're setting picks, like run your girl into the pick. I feel like we're not actually using our picks enough. Like,
We're going a bit before.
Yeah. But yeah, let's play hard. Here we go.
Remember, one last thing. You don't all have to be in the middle. I know it's the glory spot right now, but we're all trying to get there. Yeah? Just one of you working on the outside. We got this.
Here we go. Rise on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Rise! 1, 2, 3, forward.
Here we go, the final quarter, the final 8 minutes of action today, and the final 8 minutes for Swift to make their comeback and claim victory in this fixture. But right now it's advantage Rise, and they know it. And they've got Loverbond in the middle, ready for the draw. And she's going to compete against Zoe Dixon for the ball. Well, it was Loverbond that flicked it up and flicked it back, but it's fallen in favour of Dixon's side. But the defence coming in straight away from Rise to reclaim the ball. And so Claire Farham breaks away with it, the captain for Team Rise. And we talk about winning possession from the draw being a crucial part of this game. Just reiterate that point for me, Annie. How big a deal is it to win possession from the get-go?
Absolutely. It's a free possession without having to give a goal away. And also I feel it sets the tone of that quarter if you're the one who comes out with that ball. Loose pass there by Rise.
Oh. Let's see if Rise can really rise up to the occasion now. Let's see if they can fulfill their expectations and close out victory.
Although they're now man down, so back to their zonal defence.
Let's hope they can switch into it quickly, because looking for that swift response.
Oh. Fantastic by Ella Malik. And she's running away. Oh. Fantastic save there.
Oh, that ball is not sitting up for the Swift side. It's not sitting up for Rise either. Can Ella Malik do something with the ball now? Lover Bond.
Shot clock reset again.
Oh, call coming in from the referee. Just when Rise thought they were starting to get a good flow together and get a good string of passes together. Here they come once more. Rise looking for that opening. Have they found it through Whiteley? That one just wide of the mark, unfortunately, on that occasion. Perek fires that one from deep. That's bouncing really awkwardly on this artificial turf. And the energy the ball gained from the bounces, unfortunately, means it rolled out. Well, unfortunately for Swift, it rolled out. And so Rise have possession once again. They've got the ball. And they're going to have another go through Millie Home now. She's got their attack started and underway. Rise working the ball really well around the crease. That shot going wide. It's good that they are taking these shots, though, Annie.
It's good that they're taking them, but I believe there hasn't been a goal yet in this quarter. A lot of shots wide or a lot of brilliant saves.
Are they not using this quarter as what you thought they would earlier? If they've managed to eke out quite a big lead, that they'll start to try out some new things ahead of the finals week in 2 weeks' time?
It's difficult because they're not executing them.
Well, there's the goal from Lottie Robertson to respond to the game that Team Rise have been having so far. She has been on fire, though, Robertson, it must be said.
Absolutely. She had an absolute stormer last week. This week been a little bit quieter, but still keeping the Swift team afloat.
She played in the Australian Nationals in 2018 for the New South Wales state team. So she has got experience of lacrosse at the highest level, and she can bring that to her side today for sure. Millie Hughes being bullied away from the goal there, but unfortunately they did not dissuade Anna Boyne, but her shot didn't quite sit up where she wanted it to, and instead Rise will come away with it now. And twirling and shooting and scoring.
Of course, it's Claire Farram.
Who else was it going to be? Really good score there from the captain, leading by example from the front. Oh, and Anna Neville, the team icon, desperately looking for another score for her side. That one's ricocheted away, though, off a Rise player, so Swift still with the ball. And what can they do now with this latest passage of possession? Are they going to be able to...
on the shot clock.
Oh! Anna Neville fired that one in on the sound of the clock expiring. So if that had gone in, would it have counted?
I think so. It depends when it loses the when it leaves the stick. I'd have given that.
We'll stick with that.
We'll stick.
Well, Rise have fought their way forwards up the pitch, and oh, I thought they were going to get another score there for a second. They're just, every time they attack, they seem to look just dangerous, really dangerous.
I think they're definitely growing confidence throughout this tournament.
Warren. Dixon brings in her players. Oh!
That would have been beautiful.
That would have been brilliant lacrosse. Lots of passing, then a moment to take the shot. Oh, we've got a call here in favour of Swift, actually. They're going to retain possession here, Annie. What would you call? What would you do as a player?
It's difficult. There's 2 minutes 32. They need 7 goals. I think you just got to take the shot.
You've just got to go for it.
You just got to go for it.
Long range effort, short range efforts,
Any
just
range
all of them.
effort. They don't have time. There's nothing. They're going to. Unfortunately, if they don't shoot, they're going to lose. So they may as well take the risks. It doesn't matter how much you lose by.
You can't
There
score if
we
you
are.
never make the shot. And proving that point right, because they did take the shot, was Amelia Miller. And Miller has hit them into double digits now. They're 6 points behind Team Rise, but they are now on 10. Call here against Team Swift, and Rise will be the ones that are gifted possession after an infringement coming in from Millie Hughes. So Claire Farron, what can she do? That's another wide shot, but you'd just rather people at this stage took the shot.
Well, I'd say for Swift, yes. For Rise, I would hold on to the ball until the end of the shot clock.
Whiteley's intercepted that. Can she go one-on-one with the keeper? Anna Neville's coming in. A bit of last-ditch defence, but it's ended in another score for Rise.
Fantastic take.
Here comes Anna Neville. Oh, it's been knocked free from the pocket on her stick, but she's managed to reclaim that. Really good work from the team icon on the Swift side. Can they get a score? That shot has sailed over the crossbar from Lottie Robertson.
Just under a minute left.
Well, you can see why Amy Ivy wasn't exactly in a rush to get that ball back, and Ella Malik is getting Team Rise started once more. Really good run for Rise. Is it going to be a score? Oh, good last minute, good last second save there from Sienna Perec.
Fantastic defence by Charlotte Williams.
Rise have turned it over once again. How do they keep doing this, Annie?
They're just hustling to the very last second.
Oh, that was an optimistic over-the-shoulder shot, but
Little
that's the sort of
behind
thing
the
that we
back.
love to see.
Absolutely. These girls are good enough.
Well, less than 20 seconds now on the game clock, and Emma Savage is flying away with it for Team Rise, and that pass across the pitch. That didn't work out for them. 8 seconds left now on the game clock. This will be the final passage of play. It's with Swift. Can they make something magical with Warren? It's sailed high over the bar. And we've got 0.5 seconds left on the clock. So as soon as it was brought back into play, time expired. That is the full-time klaxon. The full-time score is Rise 16, Swift 10. And unfortunately for Swift, that means it's 3 losses on the bounce at the fly. But for Team Rise, that's another really strong win.
Absolutely. I think the first quarter and the third quarter is what pulled them away. Swift did well to kind of claw back, but ultimately it was Rise's day.
Who's your player of the match, Annie? You've got to have one.
Do you know what? Purely for that one goal, Claire Farron.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Out of everyone else on that pitch?
Just for that goal. I thought they all played well, but...
Fair enough. Is there anyone who you think deserves an honourable mention on the Swift side of things?
On the Swift side of things, do you know, Laura Warren, I think, did well to keep everyone in check and calm, because there were moments of panic there, and I think she was the reason why they were able to kind of get over those kind of flurry of goals.
Swift, 3 cheers, hip hip, hooray, hip hip, hooray, hip hooray.
Well, the 3 cheers exchanged by both sides. They should both be proud of the display that they've put on, no matter what the full-time score, because it's been a fantastic game of Sixes Lacrosse. But this isn't the end of the road. It's not the end of the journey, because in 2 weeks' time, both these sides will be back for finals week. And speaking about the broader women's tournament, who do you think is going to win that, based on the performances you've seen now, Ali?
I think if Rise play like they've played today, I think they've got it. They've got it. But that being said, I think all the teams have got the personnel that they could, if they turn up, it could go to anyone. But at the moment, based on the past 2 weeks, I'd say Rise.
Well, Rise have won it before. Well, no, sorry, Rise haven't won it before. They came third last year.
To the day.
Swift have won it
is
before.
Chilly, I will say that. Oh, but we've rounded up day 2 on a high note. So obviously Team Swift sadly lost that game. Team Rise dominated throughout. They are just having their little kind of end of game chat and stuff at the moment. So I will go over there in a second, but I can hear them having a nice little discussion and stuff. So, but let's be sneaky and kind of go in and see what's happening, see what the crack is. I mean, just textbook level lacrosse. We heard from our amazing commentators throughout that. The play that we've seen today has been amazing.
Great job, and like, let's bring it to finals next time. Get some rest, enjoy it, and then we'll be out again.
Wait, 2 weeks off? I said a week.
Yeah, and 2 weeks.
I thought you were trying to make training.
Yeah. Look after yourselves. Rise on 3, 1, 2, 3.
Rise!
Good job.
Can I grab you for an interview quickly? Is that okay? It's gonna be great. Tell you what, let's take everybody.
What?
We're gonna take you all if this is okay. Yeah. Can we have a couple of mics? Perfect. If I give that to you, and then I can do this. Yeah, perfect. So, guys. Oh, another one. There you go. It's amazing. Today has been an awesome day. Congratulations. What an epic way to kind of finish round 2 and day 2. How's it kind of been for both of you?
You know, I think the team has played different games. Each of our 3, the way we were scored in the first game is a lot of transition. This morning, it was a lot of like inside moves. Here, it was kind of a mismatch of both. I just told them in the huddle, effort is everything. Yeah. And they have given effort from beginning to end in all 3 games. And I think that's kind of the real difference. This is a really strong team athletically, and they're showing it.
Nice. And what do you think that you can bring from last weekend and today into the final on the 4th of June?
I think it's just the team camaraderie and the way we're pulling together and working hard for each other. There's no one person that's trying to do it on their own. They're all working for each other, and we just have each other's backs. So for last week's game was very different, like we said, to the games this week, but we've shown doesn't matter who goes out there, they're doing it together, so that's what we've got, that team spirit.
That team effort, team spirit, you've taken the words out of my mouth. But it shows and it comes across, and I think, you know, the fans that were here today as well, they were so excited just to watch great lacrosse and stuff as well. But guys, thank you so much. I know it's been the end of a long day and stuff, so I will let you guys go. But congratulations again, and can't wait to see you on the 4th of June, okay?
Thank you very much.
No worries, that's fine. So let's go over and we're going to go and see if we can find our lovely commentaries who've done an amazing job today. We should just say that. Ah, my lovelies. Grabbing their microphones. Let's have a little chat with them. Guys, awesome job. What an epic way to finish another Sunday of lacrosse. How did you find it?
Oh my goodness.
I can't believe what we've just watched. Like, that was just frantically end-to-end, let alone just the typical end-to-end that we've come to expect now in the fly. It was it was frantic, it was furious. Possession was changing every other second. It was so hard to keep your track of, Ash. I loved it. I absolutely loved it. I don't know about you, but that was fantastic to watch.
It was wonderful. It was great. There was some exceptional kind of showcasing of skill there. That Claire Farram goal, even Laura Warren trying to go for a little Twizzler, a behind the back effort. It's the stuff you want to see, and it's the stuff that is the reason why lacrosse is so exciting, the skill level there.
Oh, exactly. And can we talk about that interception, by the way? I genuinely thought we were going to have back-to-back goals. I was up off my seat. I was literally ready.
I think the crowd were.
Oh, I know.
We were.
Oh, and then what a save by the goalie and stuff as well. But, I mean, that just goes to show what level of lacrosse that we're seeing at the fly in Sixes in this format. And it's exciting, you know. We're trying to convey to everybody kind of watching at home, online and stuff, just how exciting it is. And it's those little elements like that that just prove how great this game is. But what's kind of been another standout kind of moment for you maybe today?
I'm going to say it once. I've said it about 10 times. It's that Claire Farram goal. That was, it's when everything's pretty, it all works out. And also, she's such an incredible player. She's a great leader. She captained the World Cup for England in the full field game, and to be able to do that and also take the younger players along with her and like support them as well, but then also to show off a skill level like that, I thought was phenomenal.
Oh, amazing. And how about yourself? What's been a highlight working in commentary for today?
I mean, the fact that I'm just here to experience this amazing event, Ash, really, that's the main highlight for me in commentary. But and to obviously spend time with you guys. But really, for me, the main thing is that Forge actually turned up today. We hyped them up so much last week, and we said they were going to be, you know, the team to be reckoned with, the Forge to be reckoned with, if you will. But last week they didn't really show up to that. Today they showed up, both men's and women's sides, and they really staked a claim to make a charge towards that 2023 crown. And I think that makes finals week even more exciting.
Oh, I know. And so we do have a break before we hit finals week. So we're back on the 4th of June. We have a break next week. But it is all to play for. There's no team that can kind of sleep in and have a bit of a rest day. It's literally all in from the get-go. Do we think that we can see some more kind of crunch moments and stuff on finals week?
I mean, absolutely. I mean, the first week we saw last-minute winners, like literally buzzer-beater winners, going in left, right and centre. Today we've seen some amazing skills like over-the-shoulder and behind-the-back shots. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see more leaping shots, you know, diving across the front of the crease to make that shot. It's been fantastic to see. So if we see more of that, I think we're in for a real treat with finals week. And do you know what? I'm going to say it now. I think the Disney film story would be if Swift come out of nowhere in this women's competition.
Oh, interesting.
And make a surge towards the title, because it's anyone's game, really.
So true. Fairy tale comeback. I mean, it's what we like to see.
You never know what can happen in the space of 2 weeks.
An underdog story. Oh, love that. And how about yourself, Annie? What are you excited for maybe for finals week?
Echoing what you said, it could be anyone's game. Anyone can turn up on the day. Like all the players here, they're the top in the country. Some, yes, haven't clicked today, whilst others have. But 2-week break. Some of them have got training sessions, time to regroup. Anything could happen. I think it's super exciting.
Exactly. Get those fresh legs back, because, like we've seen today, this is fast level lacrosse. It is going up and down, back and forth. I need a second to breathe myself sometimes. But, I mean, it's obviously been amazing. Just want to say a huge thank you to everybody involved again today, because it's been great. So we are back on Sunday, the 4th of June for finals week, where anything can happen. Team Swift could do it, who knows? But yeah, otherwise, make sure if you can't make it down here to Rosslyn Park, tune in online, but we will be back on the 4th of June, save the date, for finals week of the Fly 2023.